The Seasons by James Thomson. The Life of James Thomson by Percival Stockdale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abe Nemon. The Life of James Thomson. James Thomson was born September the 7th, 1700, at Ednam, in the shire of Roxburgh, of which his father was pastor. His mother, whose name was Hume, was co-heiress of a small estate in that country. It was probably in commiseration of the difficulty with which Mr. Thomson's father supported his family, having 9 children, that Mr. Rickerton, a neighboring minister, discovering in James uncommon promises of future excellence, undertook to superintend his education and provide him books. He was taught the common rudiments of learning at the school of Jedburgh, a place which he delights to recollect in his poem of Autumn, but was not considered by his master as superior to common boys, though in those early days he amused his patron and his friends with poetical compositions, with which, however, he so little pleased himself, that on every New Year's Day he threw into the fire all the productions of the foregoing year. From the school he was removed to Edinburgh, where he had not resided 2 years when his father died, and left all his children to the care of their mother, who raised upon her little estate what money a mortgage could afford, and, removing with her family to Edinburgh, lived to see her son rising into eminence. The design of Thomson's friends was to breed him a minister. He lived at Edinburgh, as at school, without distinction or expectation, till, at the usual time, he performed a probationary exercise by explaining a psalm. His diction was so poetically splendid that Mr. Hamilton, the professor of divinity, reproved him for speaking language unintelligible to a popular audience. This rebuke is said to have repressed his thoughts of an ecclesiastical character, and he probably cultivated with new diligence his talent for poetry, which, however, was in some danger of a blast, for submitting his productions to some who thought themselves qualified to criticize, he heard nothing but faults, but finding other judges more favorable, he did not suffer himself to sink into absolute despondence. He easily discovered that the only stage on which a poet could appear with any hope of advantage was London, a place too wide for the operation of petty competition and private malignity, where merit might soon become conspicuous, and would find friends as soon as it became reputable to befriend it. A lady who was acquainted with his mother advised him to the journey, and promised some countenance and assistance, which, however, he never received. At his arrival in town he found his way to Mr. Mallet, then tutor to the sons of the Duke of Montrose. He had recommendations to several persons of consequence, which he had tied up carefully in his handkerchief. But as he passed along the street with the gaping curiosity of a newcomer, his attention was upon everything rather than his pocket, and his magazine of credentials was stolen from him. His first want was a pair of shoes. For the supply of all his necessities, his whole fund was his winter, which for a time could find no purchaser, till at last Mr. Miller, a bookseller in the Strand, was persuaded to buy it at a low price, and this low price he had for some time to regret. But by accident Mr. Whately, a man not wholly unknown among authors, happening to turn his eye upon it, was so delighted that he ran from place to place celebrating its excellence. Thomson obtained likewise the notice of Aaron Hill, whom, being friendless and indigent, and glad of kindness, he courted with every expression of servile adulation. Winter was dedicated to Sir Spencer Compton, but attracted no regard from him to the author, till Aaron Hill awakened his attention by some verses addressed to Thomson, and published in one of the newspapers, which censured the great for their neglect of ingenious men. Thomson then received a present of 20 guineas, of which he gives this account to Mr. Hill. I hinted to you in my last that on Saturday morning I was with Sir Spencer Compton. A certain gentleman, without my desire, spoke to him concerning me. His answer was that I had never come near him. Then the gentleman put the question, if he desired that I should wait on him. He returned, he did. On this the gentleman gave me an introductory letter to him. He received me in what they commonly call a civil manner, asked me some commonplace questions, and made me a present of 20 guineas. I am very ready to own that the present was larger than my performance deserved, and shall ascribe it to his generosity, or any other cause rather than the merit of the address. The poem, which, being of a new kind, few would venture at first to like, by degrees gained upon the public, and one edition was very speedily succeeded by another. Thomson's credit was now high, and every day brought him new friends. Among others, Dr. Rundle, a man afterwards unfortunately famous, sought his acquaintance, and found his qualities such that he recommended him to the Lord Chancellor Talbot. Winter was accompanied in many editions not only with a preface and dedication, but with poetical praises by Mr. Hill, Mr. Mallet, then Mallock, and Mira, the fictitious name of a lady once too well known. Why the dedications to winter and the other seasons are, contrarily to custom, left out in the collected works is not known. The next year, 1727, he distinguished himself by 3 publications: of Summer, in pursuance of his plan; of A Poem on the Death of Sir Isaac Newton, which he was enabled to perform as an exact philosopher by the instruction of Mr. Gray; and of Britannia, a kind of poetical invective against the ministry, whom the nation then thought not forward enough in resenting the depredations of the Spaniards. By this piece he declared himself an adherent to the opposition, and had therefore no favour to expect from the court. Thomson, having been some time entertained in the family of Lord Binning, was desirous of testifying his gratitude by making him the patron of his summer. But the same kindness which had first disposed Lord Binning to encourage him, determined him to refuse the dedication, which was by his advice addressed to Mr. Doddington, a man who had more power to advance the reputation and fortune of the poet. Spring was published next year with a dedication to the Countess of Hertford, whose practice it was to invite every summer some poet into the country to hear her verses and assist her studies. This honour was one summer conferred on Thomson, who took more delight in carousing with Lord Hertford and his friends than assisting her ladyship's poetical operations, and therefore never received another summons. Autumn, the season to which spring and summer are preparatory, still remained unsung, and was delayed till he published, 1730, his works collected. He produced in 1727 the tragedy of Sophonisba, which raised such expectation that every rehearsal was dignified with a splendid audience, collected to anticipate the delight that was preparing for the public. It was observed, however, that nobody was much affected, and that the company rose as from a moral lecture. Thomson was not long afterwards, by the influence of Dr. Rundle, sent to travel with Mr. Charles Talbot, the eldest son of the Chancellor. He was yet young enough to receive new impressions, to have his opinions rectified and his views enlarged, nor can he be supposed to have wanted that curiosity which is inseparable from an active and comprehensive mind. He may therefore now be supposed to have revelled in all the joys of intellectual luxury. He was every day feasted with instructive novelties. He lived splendidly without expense, and might expect when he returned home a certain establishment. At this time a long course of opposition to Sir Robert Walpole had filled the nation with clamours for liberty, of which no man felt the want, and with care for liberty which was not in danger. Thomson, in his travels on the continent, found or fancied so many evils arising from the tyranny of other governments, that he resolved to write a very long poem, in 5 parts, upon liberty. While he was busy on the first book, Mr. Talbot died, and Thomson, who had been rewarded for his attendance by the place of Secretary of the Briefs, pays in the initial lines a decent tribute to his memory. Upon this great poem 2 years were spent, and the author congratulated himself upon it as his noblest work. But an author and his reader not always of a mind. Liberty called in vain upon her votaries to read her praises and reward her encomiast. Her praises were condemned to harbor spiders and to gather dust. Thomson now lived in ease and plenty, and seems for a while to have suspended his poetry, but he was soon called back to labor by the death of the Chancellor, for his place then became vacant, and though the Lord Hardwicke delayed for some time to give it away, Thomson's bashfulness or pride or some other motive withheld him from soliciting, and the new Chancellor would not give him what he would not ask. He now relapsed to his former indigence, but the Prince of Wales was at that time struggling for popularity, and by the influence of Mr. Lyttelton professed himself the patron of wit. To him Thomson was introduced, and being interrogated about the state of his affairs, said that they were in a more poetical posture than formerly, and had a pension allowed him of £100 a year. Being now obliged to write, he produced 1738 the tragedy of Agamemnon, which was much shortened in the representation. It had the fate which most commonly attends mythological stories, and was only endured but not favored. It struggled with such difficulty through the first night, that Thomson, coming late to his friends with whom he was to sup, excused his delay by telling them how the sweat of his distress had so disordered his wig that he could not come till he had been refitted by a barber. He so interested himself in his own drama, that, if I remember right, as he sat in the upper gallery, he accompanied the players by audible recitation, till a friendly hint frighted him to silence. Pope countenanced Agamemnon by coming to it the first night, and was welcomed to the theatre by a general clap. He had much regard for Thomson, and once expressed in a poetical epistle sent to Italy. He was soon after employed in conjunction with Mr. Mallet to write the Masque of Alfred, which was acted before the Prince at Cliefden House. His next work was Tancred and Sigismunda, the most successful of all his tragedies, for it still keeps its turn upon the stage. His friend Mr. Lyttelton was now in power, and conferred upon him the office of Surveyor General of the Leeward Islands, from which, when his deputy was paid, he received about £300 a year. The last piece they lived to publish was the Castle of Indolence, which was many years under his hand, but was at last finished with great accuracy. The first canto opens a scene of lazy luxury that fills the imagination. He was now at ease, but was not long to enjoy it, for, by taking cold on the water between London and Kew, he caught a disorder which terminated in a fever that put an end to his life, August 27th, 1748. He was buried in the church of Richmond, without an inscription, but a monument has been erected to his memory in Westminster Abbey. Thomson was of stature above the middle size, and more fat than Bard beseems, of a dull countenance, and a gross, unanimated, uninviting appearance, silent in mingled company, but cheerful among select friends, and by his friends very tenderly and warmly beloved. He left behind him the tragedy of Coriolanus, which was, by the zeal of his patron Sir George Lyttelton, brought upon the stage for the benefit of his family, and recommended by a prologue, which Quin, who had long lived with Thomson in fond intimacy, spoke in such a manner as showed him to be, on that occasion, no actor. The commencement of this benevolence is very honourable to Quin, who is reported to have delivered Thomson, then known to him only for his genius, from an arrest, by a very considerable present, and its continuance is honourable to both, for friendship is always the sequel of obligation. By this tragedy a considerable sum was raised, of which part discharged his debts, and the rest was remitted to his sisters. The benevolence of Thomson was fervid but not active. He would give on all occasions what assistance his purse would supply, but the offices of intervention or solicitation he could not conquer his sluggishness sufficiently to perform. Among his peculiarities was a very unskilful and inarticulate manner of pronouncing any lofty or solemn composition. He was at once reading to Doddington, who, being himself a reader eminently elegant, was so much provoked by his odd utterance, that he snatched the paper from his hands, and told him that he did not understand his own verses. The biographer of Thomson has remarked that an author's life is best read in his works. His observation was not well timed. Savage, who lived much with Thomson, once told me how he heard a lady remarking that she could gather from his works three parts of his character: that he was a great lover, a great swimmer, and rigorously abstinent. But, said Savage, he knows not any love but that of the sex. He was perhaps never in cold water in his life, and he indulges himself in all the luxury that comes within his reach. Yet Savage always spoke with the most eager praise of his social qualities, his warmth and constancy of friendship, and his adherence to his first acquaintance when the advancement of his reputation had left them behind him. As a writer he is entitled to one praise of the highest kind. His mode of thinking and of expressing his thoughts is original. His blank verse is no more the blank verse of Milton, or of any other poet, than the rhymes of Prior or the rhymes of Cowley. His numbers, his pauses, his diction are his own growth, without transcription, without imitation. He thinks in a peculiar train, and he thinks always as a man of genius. He looks round on nature and on life with the eye which nature bestows only on a poet, the eye that distinguishes, in everything presented to its view, whatever there is on which imagination can delight to be detained, and with a mind that at once comprehends the vast and attends to the minute. The reader of the Seasons wonders that he never saw before what Thomson shows him, and that he never yet has felt what Thomson impresses. His is one of the works in which blank verse seems properly used. Thomson's wide expansion of general views, and his enumeration of circumstantial varieties, would have been obstructed and embarrassed by the frequent intersection of the sense, which are the necessary effects of rhyme. His descriptions of extended scenes and general effects bring before us the whole magnificence of nature, whether pleasing or dreadful, the gaiety of spring, the splendor of summer, the tranquillity of autumn, and the horror of winter, take in their turns possession of the mind. The poet leads us through the appearances of things as they are successively varied by the vicissitudes of the year, and imparts to us so much of his own enthusiasm that our thoughts expand with his imagery, and kindle with his sentiments. Nor is the naturalist without his part in the entertainment, for he is assisted to recollect and to combine, to arrange his discoveries, and to amplify the sphere of his contemplation. His diction is in the highest degree florid and luxuriant, such as may be said to be his images and thoughts, both their lustre and their shade, such as invest them with splendor, though which perhaps they are not always easily discerned. It is too exuberant, and sometimes may be charged with filling the ear more than the mind. The highest praise which he has received ought not to be suppressed. It is said by Lord Lyttelton, in the prologue to his posthumous play, that his works contained no line which, dying, he could wish to blot. End of The Life of James Thomson, by Percival Stockdale, from the Seasons, by James Thomson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. The Seasons, by James Thomson. Book 1, Spring, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abe Nemon. Come, gentle spring, ethereal mildness, come, and from the bosom of yon dropping cloud, while music wakes around, veiled in a shower of shadowing roses, on our plains descend. O Hartford, fitted to shine in courts with unaffected grace, or walk the plain with innocence and meditation joined, in soft assemblage, listen to my song, which thy own season paints, when nature all is blooming and benevolent like thee. And see, where surly winter passes off, far to the north, and calls his ruffian blasts. His blasts obey, and quit the howling hill, the shattered forest, and the ravaged vale, while softer gales succeed, at whose kind touch, dissolving snows and livid torrents lost, the mountains lift their green heads to the sky. As yet the trembling year is unconfirmed, and winter oft at eve resumes the breeze, chills the pale morn, and bids his driving sleets deform the day delightless, so that scarce the bittern knows his time, with bill ungulfed to shake the sounding marsh, or from the shore the plovers when to scatter o'er the heath, and sing their wild notes to the listening waste. At last from Aries rolls the bounteous sun, and the bright bull receives him. Then no more the expansive atmosphere is cramped with cold, but, full of life and vivifying soul, lifts the light clouds sublime, and spreads them thin, fleecy, and white o'er all surrounding heaven. Forth fly the tepid airs, and unconfined, unbinding earth the moving softness strays. Joyous the impatient husbandman perceives relenting nature, and his lusty steers drives from their stalls, to where the well-used plough lies in the furrow, loosened from the frost. There, unrefusing, to the harnessed yoke they lend their shoulder, and begin their toil, cheered by the simple song and soaring lark. Meanwhile, incumbent o'er the shining share, the master leans, removes the obstructing clay, winds the whole work, and sidelong lays the glebe. White through the neighbouring fields the sower stalks, with measured step, and liberal throws the grain into the faithful bosom of the ground. The harrow follows harsh, and shuts the scene. Be gracious, Heaven, for now laborious man has done his part. Ye fostering breezes, blow; ye softening dews, ye tender showers, descend, and temper all, thou world-reviving sun, into the perfect year. Nor ye who live in luxury and ease, in pomp and pride, think these lost themes unworthy of your ear. Such themes as these the rural Maro sung to wide imperial Rome, in the full height of elegance and taste by Greece refined. In ancient times the sacred plough employed the kings and awful fathers of mankind. And some, with whom compared your insect tribes are but the beings of a summer's day, have held the scale of empire, ruled the storm of mighty war. Then, with unwearied hand, disdaining little delicacies, seized the plough, and greatly independent lived. Ye generous Britons, venerate the plough, and o'er your hills and long withdrawing vales, let autumn spread his treasures to the sun, luxuriant and unbounded, as the sea far through his azure turbulent domain your empire owns, and from 1,000 shores wafts all the pomp of life into your ports. So, with superior boon may your rich soil, exuberant, nature's better blessings pour over every land, the naked nations clothe, and be the exhaustless granary of a world. Nor only through the lenient air this change delicious breathes. The penetrative sun, his force deep darting to the dark retreat of vegetation, sets the steaming power at large to wander o'er the verdant earth, in various hues, but chiefly thee, gay green, thou smiling nature's universal robe, united light and shade, where the sight dwells with growing strength, and ever new delight? From the moist meadow to the withered hill, led by the breeze, the vivid verdure runs, and swells, and deepens to the cherish'd eye. The hawthorn whitens, and the juicy groves put forth their buds, unfolding by degrees till the whole leafy forest stands displayed, in full luxuriance to the sighing gales. Where the deer rustle through the twining brake, and the birds sing concealed. At once, arrayed in all the colours of the flushing year, by nature's swift and secret working hand, the garden glows, and fills the liberal air with lavish fragrance, while the promised fruit lies yet a little embryo, unperceived within its crimson folds. Now from the town, buried in smoke and sleep and noisome damps, oft let me wander over the dewy fields, where freshness breathes, and dash the trembling drops from the bent bush, as through the verdant maze of sweet briar hedges I pursue my walk, or taste the smell of dairy, or ascend some eminence, Augusta, in thy plains, and see the country, far diffused around, one boundless blush, one white empurpled shower of mingled blossoms, where the raptured eye hurries from joy to joy, and, hid beneath the fair profusion, yellow autumn spies. If, brushed from Russian wilds, a cutting gale rise not, and scatter from his humid wings the clammy mildew, or, dry blowing, breathe untimely frost, before whose baleful blast the full-blown spring through all her foliage shrinks, joyless and dead, a wide dejected waste. For oft, engendered by the hazy north, myriads on myriads, insect armies warp, keen in the poisoned breeze, and wasteful eat, through buds and bark, into the blackened core their eager way. A feeble race, yet oft the sacred sons of vengeance, on whose course corrosive famine waits, and kills the year. To check this plague, the skilful farmer chaff and blazing straw before his orchard burns, till, all involved in smoke, the latent foe from every cranny suffocated falls, or scatters o'er the blooms the pungent dust of pepper, fatal to the frosty tribe, or, when the envenomed leaf begins to curl, with sprinkled water drowns them in their nest. Nor, while they pick them up with busy bill, the little trooping birds unwisely scares. Be patient, swains, these cruel seeming winds blow not in vain. Far hence they keep repressed those deepening clouds on clouds surcharged with rain, that over the vast Atlantic, hither borne in endless train, would quench the summer blaze, and, cheerless, drown the crude unripened year. The north east spends his rage. He now shut up within his iron cave, the effusive south warms the wide air, and o'er the void of heaven breathes the big clouds with vernal showers distant. At first, a dusky wreath they seem to rise, scarce staining ether, but by swift degrees, in heaps on heaps, the doubling vapor sails along the loaded sky, and mingling deep, sits on the horizon round a settled gloom. Not such as wintry storms on mortals shed, oppressing life, but lovely, gentle, kind, and full of every hope and every joy, the wish of nature. Gradual sinks the breeze into a perfect calm, that not a breath is heard to quiver through the closing woods, or rustling turn the many twinkling leaves of aspen tall. The uncurling floods, diffused in glassy breadth, seem through delusive lapse forgetful of their course. 'Tis silence all, and pleasing expectation. Herds and flocks drop the dry sprig, and mute imploring eye the falling verdure. Hushed in short suspense, The plumy people streak their wings with oil, to throw the lucid moisture trickling off, and wait the approaching sign to strike at once into a general choir. Even mountains, vales, and forests seem impatient to demand the promised sweetness. Man, superior, walks amid the glad creation, musing praise and looking lively gratitude. At last, the clouds consign their treasures to the fields, and, softly shaking on the dimpled pool, prelusive drops let all their moisture flow in large effusion over the freshened world. The stealing shower is scarce to patter heard by such as wander through the forest walks beneath the umbrageous multitude of leaves. But who can hold the shade, while heaven descends in universal bounty, shedding herbs and fruits and flowers on nature's ample lap? Swift fancy fired anticipates their growth, and, while the milky nutriment distills, beholds the kindling country colour round. Thus all day long the full distended clouds indulge their genial stores, and well-showered earth is deep enriched with vegetable life, till in the western sky the downward sun looks out, effulgent, from amid the flush of broken clouds, gay shifting to his beam. The rapid radiance instantaneous strikes the illumined mountain, through the forest streams, shakes on the floods, and in a yellow mist far smoking over the interminable plain, in twinkling myriads, lights the dewy gems. Moist, bright, and green the landscape laughs around. Full swell the woods, their every music wakes, mixed in wild concert with the warbling brooks increased, the distant bleatings of the hills, and hollow lows responsive from the vales, whence blending all the sweetened zephyr springs. Meantime, refracted from yon eastern cloud, bestriding earth, the grand ethereal bow shoots up immense, and every hue unfolds in fair proportion, running from the red to where the violet fades into the sky. Here, awful Newton, the dissolving clouds form, fronting on the sun thy showery prism, and to the sage-instructed eye unfold the various twine of light, by thee disclosed from the white mingling maze. Not so the boy. He wondering views the bright enchantment bend, delightful, o'er the radiant fields, and runs to catch the falling glory, but amazed beholds the amusive arch before him fly, then vanish quite away. Still night succeeds, a softened shade, and saturated earth awaits the morning beam, to give to light raised through 10,000 different plastic tubes the balmy treasures of the former day. Then spring the living herbs profusely wild over the deep green earth, beyond the power of botanist to number up their tribes, whether he steals along the lonely dale in silent search, or through the forest, rank with what the dull incurious weeds account, bursts his blind way, or climbs the mountain rock, fired by the nodding verdure of its brow. With such a liberal hand has nature flung their seeds abroad, blown them about in winds, and numerous mixed them with the nursing mould, the moistening current, and prolific rain. But who their virtues can declare? Who pierce, with vision pure, into these secret stores of health and life and joy? The food of man, while yet he lived in innocence, and told a length of golden years, unfleshed in blood, a stranger to the savage arts of life, death, rapine, carnage, surfeit, and disease, the Lord, and not the tyrant, of the world. The first fresh dawn then waked the gladdened race of uncorrupted man, nor blushed to see the sluggard sleep beneath its sacred beam. For their light slumbers gently fumed away, and up they rose as vigorous as the sun, or to the culture of the willing glebe, or to the cheerful tendance of the flock. Meantime the song went round, And dance and sport, wisdom and friendly talk, Successive, stole their hours away. While in the rosy vale love breathed his infant sighs, From anguish free, and full replete with bliss, Save the sweet pain, that inly thrilling but exalts it more. Nor yet injurious act, nor surly deed, Was known among those happy sons of heaven. For reason and benevolence were law. Harmonious nature too looked smiling on. Clear shone the skies, cooled with eternal gales, And balmy spirit all. The youthful sun shot his best rays, and still the gracious clouds dropped fatness down, As o'er the swelling mead the herds and flocks commixing played secure. This when, emergent from the gloomy wood, The glaring lion saw, his horrid heart Was meekened, and he joined his sullen joy. For music held the whole in perfect peace. Soft sighed the flute, the tender voice was heard, Warbling the varied heart. The woodlands round applied their choir, And winds and waters flowed in consonance. Such were those prime of days. But now those white unblemished manners, Whence the fabling poets took their golden age, Are found no more amid these iron times, These dregs of life. Now the distempered mind Has lost that concord of harmonious powers, Which forms the soul of happiness. And all is off the poise within. The passions all have burst their bounds, And reason, half extinct or impotent, Or else approving, sees the foul disorder. Senseless and deformed, convulsive anger storms at large, Pale and silent settles into fell revenge. Base envy withers at another's joy, And hates that excellence it cannot reach. Desponding fear, of feeble fancies full, Weak and unmanly, loosens every power. Even love itself is bitterness of soul, A pensive anguish pining at the heart, Or sunk to sordid interest, feels no more That noble wish, that never cloyed desire, Which, selfish joy disdaining, seeks alone To bless the dearer object of its flame. Hope sickens with extravagance, and grief, Of life impatient, into madness swells, Or in dead silence wastes the weeping hours. These, and 1,000 mixed emotions more, From ever-changing views of good and ill, Formed infinitely various, vex the mind With endless storm. Whence, deeply rankling, grows the partial thought, A listless unconcern, cold, and averting From our neighbour's good. Then dark disgust and hatred, winding wiles, Cowardly deceit, and ruffian violence, At last, extinct each social feeling, Fell and joyless inhumanity Pervades and petrifies the heart. Nature disturbed is deemed vindictive To have changed her course. Hence, in old dusky time, a deluge came, When the deep cleft disparting orb, That arched these central waters round, Impetuous rush'd, with universal burst, Into the gulf. And o'er the high piled hills of fractured earth, Wide dash'd the waves, in undulation vast, Till, from the centre to the streaming clouds, A shoreless ocean tumbled round the globe. The seasons since have, with severer sway, Oppressed a broken world. The winter keen Shook forth his waste of snows, and summer shot His pestilential heats. Great spring before greened all the year, And fruits and blossoms blush'd in social sweetness On the selfsame bough. Pure was the temperate air, and even calm Perpetual reigned, save what the zephyrs bland Breathed over the blue expanse. For then nor storms were taught to blow, nor hurricanes to rage, sound slept the waters. No sulphurous gloom swelled in the sky, and sent the lightning forth, while sickly damps and cold autumnal fogs hung not, relaxing, on the springs of life. But now, of turbid elements the sport, from clear to cloudy tossed, from hot to cold, and dry to moist, with inward eating change, our drooping days are dwindled down to naught, their period finished ere 'tis well begun. And yet the wholesome herb neglected dies, though with the pure exhilarating soul of nutriment and health, and vital powers beyond the search of art, 'tis copious blessed. For, with the hot ravine fired, ensanguined man is now become the lion of the plain, and worse, the wolf, who from the nightly fold fierce drags the bleeding prey, ne'er drunk her milk, nor wore her warming fleece. Nor has the steer, at whose strong chest the deadly tiger hangs, e'er plowed for him. They too are tempered high, with hunger stung, and wild necessity. Nor lodges pity in their shaggy breast. But man, whom nature formed of milder clay, with every kind emotion in his heart, and taught alone to weep, while from her lap she pours 10,000 delicacies, herbs and fruits, as numerous as the drops of rain or beams that gave them birth, shall he, fair form, who wears a sweet smile, and looks erect on heaven, e'er stoop to mingle with the prowling herd, and dip his tongue in gore? The beast of prey, blood-stained, deserves to bleed. But you, ye flocks, what have you done, ye peaceful people, what to merit death? You who have given us milk in luscious streams, and lent us your own coat against the winter's cold, and the plain ox, that harmless, honest, guileless animal, in what has he offended? He whose toil, patient and ever ready, clothes the land with all the pomp of harvest. Shall he bleed and struggling groan beneath the cruel hands even of the clown he feeds? And that, perhaps, to swell the riot of the autumnal feast won by his labour? Thus the feeling heart would tenderly suggest. But 'tis enough, in this late age adventurous, to have touched light on the numbers of the Samian sage. High heaven forbids the bold presumptuous strain, whose wisest will has fixed us in a state that must not yet to pure perfection rise. Now, when the first foul torrent of the brooks, swelled by the vernal rains, is ebbed away, and, whitening, down their mossy tinctured stream descends the billowy foam, now is the time to tempt the trout. The well-dissembled fly, the rod fine tapering with elastic spring, snatched from the hoary steed the floating line, and all thy slender watery stores prepare. But let not on thy hook the tortured worm, convulsive, twist in agonizing folds, which by rapacious hunger swallowed deep gives, as you tear it from the bleeding breast of the weak, helpless, uncomplaining wretch, harsh pain and horror to the tender hand. When with his lively ray the potent sun has pierced the streams, and roused the finny race, then, issuing cheerful, to thy sport repair. Chief should the western breezes curling play, and light over the ether bear the shadowy clouds, high to their fount this day amid their hills and woodlands warbling round trace up the brooks, the next pursue their rocky channeled maze, down to the river, in whose ample wave their little naiads love to sport at large. Just in the dubious point, where with the pool is mixed the trembling stream, or where it boils around the stone, or from the hollowed bank reverted plays an undulating flow, there throw, nice judging, the delusive fly. And as you lead it round in artful curve, with eye attentive, mark the springing game. Straight as above the surface of the flood they wanton rise, or urged by hunger leap, then fix, with gentle twitch, the barbed hook. Some lightly tossing to the grassy bank, and to the shelving shore slow dragging some, with various hand proportioned to their force. If yet too young, and easily deceived, a worthless prey scarce bends your pliant rod. Him piteous of his youth, and the short space he has enjoyed the vital light of heaven, soft disengage, and back into the stream the speckled captive throw. But should you lure from his dark haunt beneath the tangled roots of pendant trees the monarch of the brook, behooves you then to ply your finest art. Long time he, following cautious, scans the fly, and oft attempts to seize it, but as oft the dimpled water speaks his jealous fear. At last, while happily over the shaded sun passes a cloud, he desperate takes the death, with sudden plunge. At once he darts along, deep struck, and runs out all the lengthened line. Then seeks the farthest ooze, the sheltering weed, the cavern bank, his old secure abode, and flies aloft, and flounces round the pool, indignant of the guile. With yielding hand that feels him still, yet to his furious course gives way, you now retiring, following now across the stream, exhaust his idle rage. Till, floating broad upon his breathless side, and to his fate abandoned, to the shore you gaily drag your unresisting prize. Thus pass the temperate hours. But when the sun shakes from his noonday throne, the scattering clouds, even shooting listless languor through the deeps, then seek the bank where flowering elders crowd, where scattered wild the lily of the vale its balmy essence breathes, where cowslips hang the dewy head, where purple violets lurk, with all the lowly children of the shade. Or lie reclined beneath yon spreading ash hung over the steep, whence borne on liquid wing the sounding culver shoots. Or where the hawk, high in the beetling cliff, his eyrie builds. There let the classic page thy fancy lead through rural scenes, such as the Mantuan swain paints in the matchless harmony of song. Or catch thyself the landskip, gliding swift athwart imagination's vivid eye. Or by the vocal woods and waters lulled, and lost in lonely amusing, in the dream confused of careless solitude, where mix 10,000 wandering images of things, soothe every gust of passion into peace, all but the swellings of the softened heart that waken, not disturb, the tranquil mind. Behold, yon breathing prospect bids the muse throw all her beauty forth. But who can paint like nature? Can imagination boast, amid its gay creation, hues like hers? Or can it mix them with that matchless skill, and lose them in each other, as appears in every bud that blows? If fancy then unequal fails beneath the pleasing task, what shall language do? Where find words tinged with so many colours, and whose power to life approaching may perfume my lays with that fine oil, those aromatic gales, that inexhaustive flow continual round? Yet, though successless, will the toil delight. Come then, ye virgins and ye youths, whose hearts have felt the raptures of refining love. And thou, Amanda, come, pride of my song, formed by the graces, loveliness itself. Come with those downcast eyes, sedate and sweet, those looks demure that deeply pierce the soul, where, with the light of thoughtful reason mixed, shines lively fancy and the feeling heart. Come, and while the rosy-footed May steals blushing on, together let us tread the morning dews, and gather in their prime fresh blooming flowers to grace thy braided hair, and thy loved bosom that improves their sweets. See where the winding vale its lavish stores irriguous spreads. See how the lily drinks the latent rill, scarce oozing through the grass of growth luxuriant, or the humid bank in fair profusion decks. Long let us walk where the breeze blows from yon extended field of blossomed beans. Arabia cannot boast a fuller gale of joy than liberal thence breathes through the sense and takes the ravished soul. Nor is the mead unworthy of thy foot, full of fresh verdure and unnumbered flowers, the negligence of nature wide and wild. Where undistinguished by mimic art she spreads unbounded beauty to the roving eye. Here their delicious task the fervent bees in swarming millions tend. Around, athwart, through the soft air the busy nations fly, cling to the bud, and with inserted tube suck its pure essence, its ethereal soul. And oft with bolder wing they soaring dare the purple heath, or where the wild thyme grows, and yellow load them with the luscious spoil. At length the finished garden to the view its vistas open, and its alleys green. Snatched through the verdant maze, the hurried eye distracted wanders. Now the bowery walk of covert close, where scarce a speck of day falls on the lengthened gloom, protracted sweeps. Now meets the bending sky, the river now dimpling along, the breezy ruffled lake, the forest darkening round, the glittering spire, the ethereal mountain, and the distant main. But why so far excursive, when at hand along these blushing borders bright with dew, and in yon mingled wilderness of flowers, fair-handed spring unbosoms every grace, throws out the snowdrop and the crocus first, the daisy, primrose, violet darkly blue, and polyanthus of unnumbered dyes, the yellow wallflower stained with iron brow, and lavish stock that sends the garden round. From the soft wing of vernal breezes shed, anemones, auriculas, enriched with shining meal over all their velvet leaves, and full ranunculus of glowing red. Then comes the tulip race, where beauty plays her idle freaks, from family diffused to family, as flies the father dust, the varied colours run, and while they break on the charmed eye, thus exulting florist marks with secret pride the wonders of his hand. No gradual bloom is wanting, from the bud first born of spring to summer's musky tribes, nor hyacinths of purest virgin white low bent and blushing inward, nor jonquils of potent fragrance, nor narcissus fair, as o'er the fabled fountain hanging still, nor broad carnations, nor gay spotted pinks, nor showered from every bush the damask rose. Infinite numbers, delicacies, smells with hues on hues, expression cannot paint, the breath of nature and her endless bloom. End of Part 1 of The Seasons, Book 1, Spring, by James Thomson. This was a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. The Seasons, by James Thomson, Book 1, Spring, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Abe Nemon. Hail, source of being, universal soul of heaven and earth, essential presence, hail! To thee I bend the knee, to thee my thoughts continual climb, who with a master hand hast the great whole into perfection touched. By thee the various vegetative tribes, wrapped in a filmy net and clad with leaves, draw the live ether, and imbibe the dew. By thee disposed into congenial soils, stands each attractive plant, and sucks and swells the juicy tide, a twining mass of tubes. At thy command the vernal sun awakes the torpid sap, detruded to the root by wintry winds, that now in fluent dance and lively fermentation mounting spreads all this innumerous coloured scene of things. As rising from the vegetable world my theme ascends, with equal wing ascend, my panting muse. And hark! how loud the woods invite you forth in all your gayest trim. Lend me your songs, ye nightingales. Pour the mazy running soul of melody into my varied verse, while I deduce from the first note the hollow cuckoo sings the symphony of spring, and touch a theme unknown to fame, the passion of the groves. When first the soul of love is sent abroad, warm through the vital air, and on the heart harmonious seizes, the gay troops begin, in gallant thought, to plume the painted wing, and try again the long forgotten strain at first faint warbled. But no sooner grows the soft infusion prevalent and wide, than all alive at once their joy o'erflows in music unconfined. Up springs the lark, shrill voiced and loud, the messenger of morn. Ere yet the shadows fly, he mounted sings amid the dawning clouds, and from their haunts calls up the tuneful nations. Every copse deep tangled, tree irregular, and bush bending with dewy moisture, o'er their heads of the coy choristers that lodge within are prodigal of harmony. The thrush and woodlark o'er the kind contending throng, superior heard, run through the sweetest length of notes, when listening Philomela deigns to let them joy, and purposes in thought elate to make her night excel their day. The blackbird whistles from the thorny brake, the mellow bullfinch answers from the grove, nor are the linnets, o'er the flowering furze poured out profusely, silent. Joined to these innumerous songsters, in the freshening shade of new-sprung leaves, their modulations mix mellifluous. The jay, the rook, the daw, and each harsh pipe, discordant heard alone, aid the full concert, while the stock-dove breathes a melancholy murmur through the whole. 'Tis love creates their melody, and all this waste of music is the voice of love, that even to birds and beasts the tender arts of pleasing teaches. Hence the glossy kind try every winning way inventive love can dictate, and in courtship to their mates pour forth their little souls. First wide around with distant awe, in airy rings they rove, endeavouring by 1,000 tricks to catch the cunning, conscious, half-averted gaze of the regardless charmer. Should she seem softening the least approvance to bestow, their colours burnish, and by hope inspired they brisk advance, then on a sudden struck, retire disordered, then again approach, in fond rotation spread the spotted wing, and shiver every feather with desire. Connubial leagues agreed, to the deep woods they haste away, all as their fancy leads, pleasure or food or secret safety prompts, that nature's great command may be obeyed, nor all the sweet sensations they perceive indulged in vain. Some to the holly hedge nestling repair, and to the thicket some to the rude protection of the thorn commit their feeble offspring. The cleft tree offers its kind concealment to a few, their food its insects, and its moss their nests. Others apart far in the grassy dale, or roughening waste, their humble texture weave. But most in woodland solitudes delight, in unfrequented glooms or shaggy banks steep, and divided by the babbling brook, whose murmurs soothe them all the livelong day, when by kind duty fixed. Among the roots of hazel pendant over the plaintive stream, they frame the first foundation of their domes, dry sprigs of trees in artful fabric laid, and bound with clay together. Now 'tis naught but restless hurry through the busy air, beat by unnumbered wings. The swallow sweeps the slimy pool to build his hanging house intend, and often from the careless back of herds and flocks 1,000 tugging bills pluck hair and wool, and oft, when unobserved, steal from the barn a straw, till soft and warm, clean and complete, their habitation grows. As thus the patient dam assiduous sits, not to be tempted from her tender task, or by sharp hunger, or by smooth delight, though the whole loosened spring around her blows, her sympathizing lover takes his stand high on the opponent bank, and ceaseless sings the tedious time away, or else supplies her place a moment, when she sudden flits to pick the scanty meal. The appointed time with pious toil fulfilled, the callow young, warmed and expanded into perfect life, their brittle bondage break, and come to light, a helpless family, demanding food with constant clamor. Oh, what passions then, what melting sentiments of kindly care on the new parents seize! Away they fly affectionate, and undesiring bear the most delicious morsel to their young, which equally distributed again the search begins. Even so a gentle pair by fortune sunk, but formed of generous mould, and charmed with cares beyond the vulgar breast, in some lone cot amid the distant woods, sustained alone by providential heaven, oft as they weeping eye their infant train, check their own appetites, and give them all. Nor toil alone they scorn. Exalting love by the great Father of the spring inspired, gives instant courage to the fearful race, and to the simple art. With stealthy wing, should some rude foot their woody haunts molest, amid a neighbouring bush they silent drop, and whirring thence, as if alarmed, deceive the unfeeling schoolboy. Hence, around the head of wandering swain, the white-winged plover wheels her sounding flight, and then directly on in long excursion skims the level lawn, to tempt him from her nest. The wild duck, hence, o'er the rough moss, and o'er the trackless waste the heathen hen flutters, pious fraud, to lead the hot pursuing spaniel far astray. Be not the muse ashamed, here to bemoan her brothers of the grove, by tyrant man inhuman caught, and in the narrow cage from liberty confined, and boundless air. Dull are the pretty slaves, their plumage dull, ragged, and all its brightening lustre lost. Nor is that sprightly wildness in their notes, which, clear and vigorous, warbles from the beach. O then, ye friends of love and love-taught song, spare the soft tribes this barbarous art, forbear. If on your bosom innocence can win, music engage, or piety persuade. But let not chief the nightingale lament her ruined care, too delicately framed to brook the harsh confinement of the cage. Oft when, returning with her loaded bill, the astonished mother finds a vacant nest, by the hard hand of unrelenting clowns robbed, to the ground the vain provision falls. Her pinions ruffle, and low drooping scarce can bear the mourner to the poplar shade, where, all abandoned to despair, she sings her sorrows through the night, and, on the bough sole sitting, still at every dying fall takes up again her lamentable strain of winding woe, till wide around the woods sigh to her song, and with her wail resound. But now the feathered youth their former bounds ardent disdain, and weighing off their wings, demand the free possession of the sky. This one glad office more, and then dissolves the parental love at once, now needless grown. Unlavish wisdom never works in vain. 'Tis on some evening, sunny, grateful, mild, When nought but balm is breathing thro' the woods, With yellow lustre bright, that the new tribes Visit the spacious heavens, and look abroad On Nature's common, far as they can see, Or wing their range and pasture. O'er the boughs dancing about, still at the giddy verge Their resolution fails, their pinions still In loose libration stretched, to trust the void Trembling refuse, till down before them fly The parent guides, and chide, exhort, command, Or push them off. The surging air Receives its plumy burden, and their self-taught wings Winnow the waving element. On ground alighted, bolder up again They lead, farther and farther on The lengthening flight, till vanish'd every fear, And every power rous'd into life and action. Light in air th' acquitted parents see Their soaring race, and once rejoicing, Never know them more. High from the summit of a craggy cliff, Hung o'er the deep, such as amazing frowns On utmost Kilda's shore, whose lonely race Resign the setting sun to Indian worlds, The royal eagle draws his vigorous young, Strong pounced, and ardent with paternal fire. Now fit to raise a kingdom of their own, He drives them from his fort, the towering seat For ages of his empire, which in peace Unstained he holds, while many a league to sea He wings his course, and preys in distant isles. Should I my steps turn to the rural seat, Whose lofty elms and venerable oaks Invite the rook, who high amid the boughs In early spring his eyrie city builds, And ceaseless caws amusive; there, well pleas'd, I might the various polity survey Of the mix'd household kind. The careful hen Calls all her chirping family around, Fed and defended by the fearless cock, Whose breast with ardour flames, as on he walks Graceful, and crows defiance. In the pond the finely checker'd duck Before her train rows garrulous. The stately sailing swan gives out his snowy plumage to the gale, And, arching proud his neck, with oary feet Bears forward fierce, and guards his osier isle, Protective of his young. The turkey nigh, loud threatening, reddens, While the peacock spreads his every colour'd glory To the sun, and swims in radiant majesty along. O'er the whole homely scene the cooing dove Flies thick in amorous chase, and wanton rolls The glancing eye, and turns the changeful neck. While thus the gentle tenants of the shade Indulge their purer loves, the rougher world Of brutes below rush furious into flame And fierce desire. Through all his lusty veins the bull deep scorch'd the raging passion feels. Of pasture sick, and negligent of food, Scarce seen he wades among the yellow broom, While o'er his ample sides the rambling sprays Luxuriant shoot, or through the massy woods Dejected wanders, nor the enticing bud Crops, though it presses on his careless sense. And oft in jealous maddening fancy wrapt, He seeks the fight, and idly butting fiends His rival gored in every knotty trunk. Him should he meet, the bellowing war begins. Their eyes flash fury to the hollowed earth. Whence the sand flies they mutter bloody deeds, And groaning deep the impetuous battle mix. While the fair heifer, balmy breathing near, Stands kindling up to their rage. The trembling steed with this hot impulse seized In every nerve, nor hears the rein, nor heeds the sounding thong. Blows are not felt, but tossing high his head, And by the well-known joy to distant plains Attracted strong, all wild he bursts away, O'er rocks and woods and craggy mountains flies, And neighing on the aerial summit takes The exciting gale, then steep descending, cleaves leaves the headlong torrents foaming down the hills, even where the madness of the straitened stream turns in black eddies round. Such is the force with which his frantic heart and sinews swell. Nor undelighted by the boundless spring are the broad monsters of the foaming deep. From the deep ooze and gelid cavern roused, they flounce and tumble in unwieldy joy. Dire were the strain, and dissonant to sing the cruel raptures of the savage kind. How by this flame their native wrath sublimed, they roam amid the fury of their heart the far resounding waste in fiercer bands, and growl their horrid loves. But this the theme I sing enraptured to the British fair forbids, and leads me to the mountain brow, where sits the shepherd on the grassy turf, inhaling, healthful, the descending sun. Around him feeds his many bleating flock of various cadence, and his sportive limbs this way and that convolved, in friskful glee their frolics play. And now the sprightly race invites them forth, when swift the signal given, they start away, and sweep the massy mound that runs around the hill, the rampart once of iron war in ancient barbarous times, when disunited Britain ever bled, lost in eternal broil. Ere yet she grew to this deep-laid indissoluble state, where wealth and commerce lift their golden heads, and o'er our labours liberty and law impartial watch, the wonder of a world. What is this mighty breath, ye sages say, that in a powerful language, felt not heard, instructs the fowls of heaven, and through their breasts these arts of love diffuses? What but God, inspiring God, who boundless spirit all, and unremitting energy pervades, adjusts, sustains, and agitates the whole? He ceaseless works alone, and yet alone seems not to work. With such perfection framed is this complex, stupendous scheme of things. But, though concealed to every purer eye, the informing author in his works appears. Chief lovely spring, in thee and thy soft scenes the smiling God is seen. While water, earth, and air attest his bounty, which exalts the brute creation to this finer thought, the annual melts their undesigning hearts profusely thus in tenderness and joy. Still let my song a nobler note assume, and sing the infusive force of spring on man, when heaven and earth, as if contending, vie to raise his being and serene his soul. Can he forbear to join the general smile of nature? Can fierce passions vex his breast, while every gale is peace, and every grove is melody? Hence, from the bounteous walks of flowing springs, ye sordid sons of earth, hard and unfeeling of another's woe, or only lavish to yourselves, away! But come, ye generous minds, in whose wide thoughts of all his works creative bounty burns with warmest beam, and on your open front and liberal eye sits from his dark retreat inviting modest want. Nor till invoked can restless goodness wait. Your active search leaves no cold wintry corner unexplored, like silent working heaven, surprising oft the lonely heart with unexpected good. For you the roving spirit of the wind blows spring abroad. For you the teeming clouds descend in gladsome plenty o'er the world, and the sun sheds his kindest rays for you, ye flower of the human race. In these green days reviving sickness lifts her languid head, life flows afresh, and the young-eyed health exalts the whole creation round. Contentment walks the sunny glade, and feels an inward bliss spring o'er his mind, beyond the power of kings to purchase. Pure serenity apace induces thought, and contemplation still. By swift degrees the love of nature works, and warms the bosom, till at last sublime to rapture and enthusiastic heat, we feel the present deity, and taste the joy of God to see a happy world. These are the sacred feelings of thy heart. thy heart informed by reason's pure ray. O Littleton, the friend, thy passions thus and meditations vary, as at large, courting the muse, through Hagley Park thou strayest. The British Tempe, there along the dale, with woods o'erhung, and shagged with mossy rocks, whence on each hand the gushing waters play, and down the rough cascade white dashing fall, or gleam in lengthened vista through the trees, you silent steal, or sit beneath the shade of solemn oaks, that tuft the swelling mounts thrown graceful round by nature's careless hand, and pensive listen to the various voice of rural peace. The herds and flocks, the birds, the hollow whispering breeze, the plaintive rills, that purling down amidst the twisted roots which creep around, their dewy murmurs shake on the soothed ear. From these abstracted, oft you wander through the philosophic world, where in bright train continual wonders rise, or to the curious or the pious eye. And oft conducted by historic truth, you tread the long extent of backward time, planning with warm benevolence of mind, and honest zeal unwarped by party rage, Britannia's weal. How from the venal gulf to raise her virtue, and her arts revive, or turning thence thy view, these graver thoughts the muses charm, while with sure taste refined you draw the inspiring breath of ancient song, till nobly rises emulous thy own. Perhaps thy loved Lucinda shares thy walk, with soul to thine attuned. Then nature all wears to the lover's eye a look of love, and all the tumult of a guilty world, tossed by ungenerous passions, sinks away. The tender heart is animated peace, and as it pours its copious treasures forth, in varied converse softening every theme, you, frequent pausing, turn, and from her eyes, where mechaned sense, and amiable grace, and lively sweetness dwell, enraptured, drink that nameless spirit of ethereal joy, unutterable happiness, which love alone bestows, and on a favored few. Meanwhile you gain the height, and from whose fair brow the bursting prospect spreads immense around, and snatched o'er hill and dale, and wood and lawn, and verdant field and darkening heath between, and villages embosomed soft in trees, and spiring towns by surging columns marked, of household smoke your eye excursive roams, wide stretching from the hall in whose kind haunt the hospitable genius lingers still, to where the broken landskip, by degrees ascending, roughens into rigid hills, o'er which the Cambrian mountains, like far clouds that skirt the blue horizon, dusky rise. Flushed by the spirit of the genial year, now from the virgin's cheek a fresher bloom shoots, less and less the live carnation round. Her lips blush deeper sweets, she breathes of youth, the shining moisture swells into her eyes in brighter flow, her wishing bosom heaves with palpitations wild, kind tumults seize her veins, and all her yielding soul is love. From the keen gaze her lover turns away, full of the dear ecstatic power, and sick with sighing languishment. Ah then, ye fair, be greatly cautious of your sliding hearts. Dare not the infectious sigh, the pleading look, downcast and low, in meek submission dressed, but full of guile. Let not the fervent tongue, prompt to deceive, with adulation smooth, gain on your purposed will. Nor in the bower where woodbines flaunt, and roses shed a couch, while evening draws her crimson curtains round, trust your soft minutes with betraying man. And let the aspiring youth beware of love, of the smooth glance beware, for 'tis too late when on his heart the torrent softness pours. Then wisdom prostrate lies, and fading fame dissolves in air away, while the fond soul, wrapt in gay visions of unreal bliss, still paints the elusive form, the kindling grace, the enticing smile, the modest seeming eye, beneath whose beauteous beams belying heaven lurk searchless cunning, cruelty, and death. And still, false warbling in his cheated ear, her siren voice enchanting, draws him on to guileful shores and meads of fatal joy. Even present, in the very lap of love inglorious laid, while music flows around, perfumes and oils and wine and wanton hours, amid the roses fierce repentance rears her snaky crest. A quick returning pang shoots through the conscious heart, where honor still and great design against the oppressive load of luxury by fits impatient heave. But absent, what fantastic woes aroused rage in each thought, by restless musing fed, chill the warm cheek, and blast the bloom of life? Neglected fortune flies, and sliding swift, prone into ruin, fall his scorned affairs. 'Tis naught but gloom around. The darkened sun loses his light, the rosy bosom spring to weeping fancy pines, and yon bright arch contracted bends into a dusky vault. All nature fades extinct, and she alone, heard, felt, and seen, possesses every thought, fills every sense, and pants in every vein. Books are but formal dullness, tedious friends, and sad amid the social band he sits, lonely and unattentive. From his tongue the unfinished period falls, while borne away on swelling thought, his wafted spirit flies to the vain bosom of his distant fair, and leaves the semblance of a lover, fixed in melancholy sight, with head declined and love dejected eyes. Sudden he starts, shook from his tender trance, and restless runs to glimmering shades and sympathetic glooms, where the dun umbrage o'er the falling stream romantic hangs. There through the pensive dusk strays in heart-thrilling meditation lost, indulging all to love. Or on the bank thrown amid drooping lilies, swells the breeze with sighs unceasing, and the brook with tears. Thus in soft anguish he consumes the day, nor quits his deep retirement till the moon peeps through the chambers of the fleecy east, enlightened by degrees, and in her train leads on the gentle hours. Then forth he walks, beneath the trembling languish of her beam, with softened soul, and woos the bird of eve to mingle woes with his. Or, while the world and all the sons of care lie hushed in sleep, associates with the midnight shadows drear, and, sighing to the lonely taper, pours his idly tortured heart into the page, meant for the moving messenger of love, where rapture burns on rapture, every line with rising frenzy fired. But if on bed delirious flung, sleep from his pillow flies, all night he tosses, nor the balmy power in any posture finds, till the grey morn lifts her pale lustre on the paler wretch, exanimate by love. And then perhaps exhausted nature sinks awhile to rest, still interrupted by distracted beams that o'er the sick imagination rise, and in black colours paint the mimic scene. Oft with the enchantress of his soul he talks, sometimes in crowds distressed, or if retired to secret winding flower-enwoven bowers, far from the dull impertinence of man. Just as he, credulous, his endless cares begins to lose in blind oblivious love, snatched from her yielded hand, he knows not how, through forests huge and long untravelled heaths with desolation brown, he wanders waste, in night and tempest wrapt, and shrinks aghast, back from the bending precipice, or wades the turbid stream below, and strives to reach the farther shore, where, succourless and sad, she with extended arms his aid implores, but strives in vain. Borne by the outrageous flood to distance down, he rides the ridgy wave, or whelmed beneath the boiling eddy sinks. These are the charming agonies of love, whose misery delights, but through the heart should jealousy its venom once diffuse, till then delightful misery no more, but agony unmixed, incessant gall corroding every thought, and blasting all love's paradise. Ye fairy prospects then, Ye beds of roses, and ye bowers of joy, farewell. Ye gleamings of departed peace, shine out your last. The yellow tinging plague internal vision taints, and in a night of livid gloom imagination wraps. Ah, then, instead of love enlivened cheeks, of sunny features, and of ardent eyes, with flowing rapture bright, dark looks succeed, suffused and glaring with untender fire. A clouded aspect, and a burning cheek, where the whole poisoned soul malignant sits, and frightens love away. 10,000 fears invented wild, 10,000 frantic views of horrid rivals, hanging on the charms for which he melts in fondness, eat him up with fervent anguish and consuming rage. In vain reproaches lend their idle aid, deceitful pride and resolution frail, giving false peace a moment. Fancy pours afresh her beauties on his busy thought, her first endearment twining round the soul with all the witchcraft of ensnaring love. Straight the fierce storm involves his mind anew, flames through the nerves and boils along the veins, while anxious doubt distracts the tortured heart. For even the sad assurance of his fears were ease to what he feels. Thus the warm youth, whom love deludes into his thorny wilds, through flowery tempting paths, or leads a life of fevered rapture or of cruel care, his brightest flames extinguished all, and all his brightest moments running down to waste. But happy they, the happiest of their kind, whom gentler stars unite, and in one fate their hearts, their fortunes, and their beings blend. 'Tis not the coarser tie of human laws, unnatural oft and foreign to the mind, that binds their peace, but harmony itself, attuning all their passions into love, where friendship full exerts her softest power, perfect esteemed enlivened by desire ineffable and sympathy of soul. Thought meeting thought, and will preventing will, with boundless confidence, for naught but love can answer love, and render bliss secure. Let him ungenerous, who alone intent to bless himself, from sordid parents buys the loathing virgin, in eternal care well merited, consume his nights and days. Let barbarous nations, whose inhuman love is wild desire, fierce as the suns they feel, let eastern tyrants from the light of heaven seclude their bosom slaves, meanly possessed of a mere lifeless violated form, while those whom love cements in holy faith and equal transport, free as nature live, disdaining fear. What is the world to them? Its pomp, its pleasure, and its nonsense all? Who in each other clasp whatever fair high fancy forms and lavish hearts can wish. Something than beauty dearer should they look o'er on the mind or mind illumined face. Truth, goodness, honor, harmony, and love, the richest bounty of indulgent heaven. Meantime a smiling offspring rises round, and mingles both their graces. By degrees the human blossom blows, and every day, soft as it rolls along, shows some new charm, the father's lustre, and the mother's bloom. The infant reason grows apace, and calls for the kind hand of an assiduous care. Delightful talk to rear the tender thought, to teach the young idea how to shoot, to pour the fresh instruction o'er the mind, to breathe the enlivening spirit, and to fix the generous purpose in the glowing breast. Oh, speak the joy, ye, whom the sudden fear surprises often, while you look around, and nothing strikes your eye but sights of bliss, all various nature pressing on the heart, and elegant sufficiency, content, retirement, rural quiet, friendship, books, ease and alternate labor, useful life, progressive virtue, and approving heaven. These are the matchless joys of virtuous love, and thus their moments fly. The seasons thus, as ceaseless round a jarring world they roll, still find them happy, and consenting Spring sheds her own rosy garland on their heads, till evening comes at last, serene and mild, when after the long vernal day of life, enamour'd more, as more remembrance swells with many a proof of recollected love, together down they sink in social sleep. Together freed, their gentle spirits fly to scenes where love and bliss immortal reign. End of Part 2 of Spring. This recording is in the public domain. The Seasons by James Thomson. Book 2, Summer, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Abe Nemon. From brightening fields of ether fair disclosed, Child of the sun, refulgent summer comes In pride of youth, and felt thro' nature's depth. He comes attended by the sultry hours, And ever fanning breezes on his way. While from his ardent look the turning spring Averts her blushful face, and earth and skies All smiling to his hot dominion leaves. Hence let me haste into the midwood shade, Where scarce a sunbeam wanders thro' the gloom, And on the dark green grass beside the brink Of haunted stream, that by the roots of oak Rolls o'er the rocky channel, lie at large, And sing the glories of a circling year. Come, inspiration, from thy hermit seat, By mortal seldom found. May fancy dare from thy fixed serious eye, And raptur'd glance shot on surrounding heaven, To steal one look creative of the poet, Every power exalting to an ecstasy of soul. And thou, my youthful Muse's early friend, In whom the human graces all unite, Pure light of mind, and tenderness of heart, Genius and wisdom, the gay social sense By decency chastised, goodness and wit In seldom meeting harmony combined, Unblemish'd honour, and an active zeal For Britain's glory, liberty, and man. O Doddington, attend my rural song, Stoop to my theme, inspirit every line, And teach me to deserve thy just applause. With what an awful world revolving power Were first the unwieldy planets launch'd along Th' illimitable void, thus to remain Amidst the flux of many thousand years. That oft has swept the toiling race of men, And all their labour'd monuments away, Firm, unremitting, matchless in their course. To the kind tempered change of night and day, And of the seasons ever stealing round, Minutely faithful; such the all-perfect hand, That poised, impels, and rules the steady whole. When now no more the alternate twins are fired, And Cancer reddens with the solar blaze, Short is the doubtful empire of the night. And soon, observant of approaching day, The meek-eyed Morn appears, mother of dews, At first faint gleaming in the dappled east, Till far o'er ether spreads the widening glow. And, from before the lustre of her face, White break the clouds away. With quickened step brown Night retires. Young Day pours in apace, and opens all The lawny prospect wide. The dripping rock, the mountain's misty tops Swell on the sight, and brighten with the dawn. Blue thro' the dusk the smoking currents shine, And from the bladed field the fearful hare Limps awkward. While along the forest glade The wild deer trip, and often turning gaze At early passenger. Music awakes the native voice of undissembled joy, and thick around the woodland hymns arise. Roused by the cock, the soon-clad shepherd leaves his mossy cottage, where with peace he dwells, and from the crowded fold in order drives his flock to taste the verdure of the morn. Falsely luxurious, will not man awake? And, springing from the bed of sloth, enjoy the cool, the fragrant, and the silent hour, to meditation due and sacred song? For is there aught in sleep can charm the wise, to lie in dead oblivion, losing half the fleeting moments of too short a life, total extinction of the enlightened soul? Or else to feverish vanity alive, wildered and tossing through distempered dreams? Who would in such a gloomy state remain Longer than nature craves, when every muse And every blooming pleasure wait without, To bless the wildy devious morning walk? But yonder comes the powerful King of day, Rejoicing in the east. The lessening cloud, the kindling azure, and the mountain's brow Illumed with fluid gold, his near approach betoken glad. Lo! now apparent all, aslant the dew-bright earth And colour'd air, he looks in boundless majesty abroad, And sheds the shining day, that burnish'd plays On rocks, and hills, and towers, and wandering streams, High gleaming from afar. Prime cheerer light Of all material beings first and best. Efflux divine, nature's resplendent robe, Without whose vesting beauty all were wrapt In unessential gloom. And thou, O sun, soul of surrounding worlds, In whom best seen shines out thy Maker, May I sing of thee? 'Tis by thy secret, strong, attractive force, As with a chain indissoluble bound, Thy system rolls entire. From the far bourne of utmost Saturn wheeling wide his round Of 30 years, to Mercury, whose disk Can scarce be caught by philosophic eye, Lost in the near effulgence of thy blaze. Informer of the planetary train, Without whose quickening glance their cumbrous orbs Were brute unlovely mass, inert and dead. And not, as now, the green abodes of life. How many forms of being wait on thee, Inhaling spirit? From the unfettered mind By thee sublim'd, down to the daily race, The mixing myriads of thy settling beam. The vegetable world is also thine, Parent of seasons, who the pomp precede That waits thy throne. As through thy vast domain annual, Along the bright ecliptic road, In world rejoicing state it moves sublime. Meantime th' expecting nations, circled gay With all the various tribes of foodful earth, Implore thy bounty, or send grateful up A common hymn ; while round thy beaming car, High seen, the seasons lead, in sprightly dance Harmonious knit the rosy-finger'd hours. The zephyrs floating loose, the timely rains. Of bloom ethereal the light-footed dews. And softened into joy the surly storms. These in successive turn, with lavish hand, Shower every beauty, every fragrance shower. Herbs, flowers, and fruits, till kindling at thy touch. From land to land is flush'd the vernal year. Nor to the surface of enlightened earth. Graceful with hills, and dales, and leafy woods. Her liberal tresses, is thy force confined. But, to the bowel'd cavern darting deep. The mineral kinds confess thy mighty power. Effulgent hence the veiny marble shines. Hence labour draws his tools. Hence burnish'd war Gleams on the day, the nobler works of peace. Hence bless mankind, and generous commerce binds The round of nations in a golden chain. The unfruitful rock itself, impregned by thee, In dark retirement forms the lucid stone. The lively diamond drinks thy purest rays, Collected light compact, that polish'd bright, In all its native lustre let abroad, Dares, as it sparkles on the fair one's breast, With vain ambition emulate her eyes. At thee the ruby lights its deepening glow, And with a waving radiance inward flames. From thee the sapphire solid ether takes Its hue cerulean, and of evening tinct The purple streaming amethyst is thine. With thy own smile the yellow topaz burns, Nor deeper verdure dyes the robe of spring, When first she gives it to the southern gale, Than the green emerald shows. But all combined, thick thro' the whitening opal play thy beams ; Or, flying several from its surface, form A trembling variance of revolving hues. As the sight varies in the gazer's hand. The very dead creation from thy touch Assumes a mimic life. By thee refined, In brighter mazes the relucent stream Plays o'er the mead. The precipice abrupt, Projecting horror on the blackened flood, Drooping all night, and when he warm returns, Points her enamour'd bosom to his ray. Home from his morning task the swain retreats, His flock before him stepping to the fold ; While the full udder'd mother lows around The cheerful cottage, then expecting food, The food of innocence and health. The daw, the rook, and magpie, to the grey grown oaks That the calm village in their verdant arms Sheltering embrace, direct their lazy flight ; When on the mingled boughs they sit embower'd All the hot noon, till cooler hours arise. Faint underneath the household fowls convene ; And in a corner of the buzzing shade, The house dog with the vacant greyhound lies, Outstretch'd and sleepy. In his slumbers one attacks the nightly thief, And one exults o'er hill and dale, Till wakened by the wasp, they starting snap. Nor shall the muse disdain to let the little Noisy summer race live in her lay, And flutter thro' her song. Not mean, tho' simple, to the sun allied. From him they draw their animating fire. Wak'd by his warmer ray, the reptile young Come wing'd abroad, by the light air upborne. Lighter and full of soul. From every chink and secret corner where they sleep away the wintry storms, Or, rising from their tombs to higher life, By myriads forth at once swarming they pour. Of all the varied hues their beauty beaming parent can disclose. 10,000 forms, 10,000 different tribes, people the blaze. To sunny waters some by fatal instinct fly. Or on the pool they sportive wheel. Or sailing down the stream are snatch'd immediate By the quick-eyed trout, or darting salmon. Thro' the greenwood glades some love to stray. There lodg'd, amusive, and fed in the fresh leaf. Luxurious, others make the meads their choice. And visit every flower, and every latent herb. For the sweet task to propagate their kinds. And where to wrap, in what soft beds, their young yet undisclosed, employs their tender care. Some to the house, the fold, and dairy hungry bend their flight. Sip around the pail, or taste the curdling cheese. Oft, inadvertent, from the milky stream they meet their fate. Or, weltering in the bowl, with powerless wings around them wrapt, expire. But chief to heedless flies the window proves A constant death, where gloomily retir'd The villain spider lives, cunning and fierce, Mixture abhorr'd. Amid a mangled heap Of carcasses, in eager watch he sits, O'erlooking all his waving snares around. Near the dire cell the dreadless wanderer oft passes, as oft the ruffian shows his front. The prey at last ensnared, he dreadful darts, and rapid glide along the leaning line, and fixing in the wretch his cruel fangs, strikes backward grimly pleased. The fluttering wing and shriller sound declare extreme distress, and ask the helping hospitable hand. Resounds the living surface of the ground ; Nor undelightful is the ceaseless hum To him who muses through the woods at noon ; Or drowsy shepherd, as he lies reclined, With half shut eyes, beneath the floating shade Of willows grey, close crowding o'er the brook. Gradual from these what numerous kinds descend, Evading ev'n the microscopic eye. Full nature swarms with life ; one wondrous mass Of animals, or atoms organized, Waiting the vital breath, when parent Heaven Shall bid his spirit blow. The hoary fen, in putrid streams, Emits the living cloud of pestilence. Thro' subterranean cells, where searching sunbeams scarce can find a way, Earth animated heaves. The flowery leaf wants not its soft inhabitants. Secure within its winding citadel, the stone holds multitudes. But chief the forest boughs, that dance unnumbered to the playful breeze, the downy orchard, and the melting pulp of mellow fruit, the nameless nations feed of evanescent insects. Where the pool stands mantled o'er with green, invisible, amid the floating verdure millions stray. Each liquid too, whether it pierces, soothes, inflames, refreshes, or exalts the taste, with various forms abounds. Nor is the stream of purest crystal, nor the lucid air, Though one transparent vacancy it seems, void of their unseen people. These, concealed by the kind art of forming heaven, escape the grosser eye of man. For, if the worlds in worlds enclosed should on his senses burst, From cates ambrosial and the nectar'd bowl He would abhorrent turn, and in dead night, When silence sleeps o'er all, be stunn'd with noise. Let no presuming impious railer tax Creative wisdom, as if aught was form'd In vain, or not for admirable ends. Shall little haughty ignorance pronounce His works unwise, of which the smallest part Exceeds the narrow vision of her mind? As if upon a full proportioned dome, On swelling columns heav'd the pride of art, A critic fly, whose feeble ray scarce spreads An inch around, with blind presumption bold Should dare to tax the structure of the whole. And lives the man, whose universal eye Has swept at once th' unbounded scheme of things, Mark their dependence so, and in firm accord, As with an unfaltering accent to conclude, That this availeth not? Has any seen the mighty chain of beings, Lessening down from infinite perfection To the brink of dreary nothing, desolate abyss? From which astonish'd thought recoiling turns. Till then alone let zealous praise ascend, And hymns of holy wonder to that Power, Whose wisdom shines as lovely on our minds, As on our smiling eyes his servant sun. Thicken yon stream of light, a thousand ways, Upward and downward, thwarting and convolved, The quivering nations sport, till tempest wing'd Fierce winter sweeps them from the face of day. Even so luxurious men, unheeding, pass An idle summer life in fortune's shine, A season's glitter. Thus they flutter on From toy to toy, from vanity to vice, Till blown away by death, oblivion comes Behind, and strikes them from the book of life. Now swarms the village o'er the jovial mead. The rustic youth, brown with meridian toil, healthful and strong, full as the summer rose blown by prevailing suns; the ruddy maid half naked, swelling on the sight, and all her kindled graces burning o'er her cheek. Even stooping age is here, and infant hands trail the long rake, or, with the fragrant load o'ercharged, amid the kind oppression roll. Wide flies the tedded grain, all in a row advancing broad, or wheeling round the field, they spread the breathing harvest to the sun, that throws refreshful round a rural smell. Or as they rake the green appearing ground, or drive the dusky wave along the mead, the russet haycock rises thick behind, in order gay; while heard from dale to dale, waking the breeze, resounds the blended voice of happy labour, love, and social glee. Or rushing thence, in one diffusive band, they drive the troubled flocks, by many a dog compelled, to where the mazy running brook forms a deep pool. This bank abrupt and high, and that fair spreading in a pebbled shore, urged to the giddy brink, much as the toil, the clamour much of men, and boys, and dogs, ere the soft fearful people to the flood commit their woolly sides; and oft the swain, on some impatient seizing, hurls them in, emboldened then, nor hesitating more, fast, fast they plunge amid the flashing wave, and panting labour to the farthest shore. Repeated this, till deep the well-wash'd fleece has drunk the flood, and from his lively haunt the trout is banished from the sordid stream. Heavy and dripping to the breezy brow, slow move the harmless race; where, as they spread their swelling treasures to the sunny ray, inly disturbed, and wondering what this wild outrageous tumult means, their loud complaints the country fill, and tossed from rock to rock, incessant bleatings run around the hills. At last, of snowy white, the gather'd flocks Are in the wattled pen innumerous pressed. Head above head, and ranged in lusty rows, The shepherds sit, and whet the sounding shears. The housewife waits to roll her fleecy stores, With all her gay dressed maids attending round. One, chief, in gracious dignity enthroned, Shines o'er the rest, the pastoral queen, and raise her smiles, sweet beaming, on her shepherd king; while the glad circle round them yield their souls to festive mirth, and wit that knows no gall. Meantime their joyous task goes on apace. Some mingling stir the melted tar, and some, Deep on the new shorn vagrant's heaving side, To stamp his master's cypher, ready stand. Others the unwilling wether drag along, And, glorying in his might, the sturdy boy Holds by the twisted horns th' indignant ram. Behold where bound, and of its robe bereft By needy man, that all depending lord, How meek, how patient the mild creature lies! What softness in its melancholy face! What dumb complaining innocence appears! Fear not, ye gentle tribes! 'Tis not the knife Of horrid slaughter that is o'er you waved. No, 'tis the tender swain's well guided shears, Who, having now to pay his annual care Borrowed your fleece, to you a cumbrous load, Will send you bounding to your hills again. A simple scene! Yet hence Britannia sees Her solid grandeur rise. Hence she commands th' exalted stores Of every brighter clime, the treasures of the sun without his rage. Hence, fervent all with culture, toil, and arts, wide glows her land. Her dreadful thunder hence rides over the waves sublime. And now, even now, impending hangs o'er Gallia's humbled coast. Hence rules the circling deep, and awes the world. 'Tis raging noon, and vertical the sun Darts on the head direct his forceful rays. O'er heaven and earth, far as the ranging eye Can sweep, a dazzling deluge reigns. And all from pole to pole is undistinguished blaze. In vain the sight, dejected to the ground, Stoops for relief. Thence hot ascending steams, And keen reflection pain. Deep to the root of vegetation parched, the cleaving fields and slippery lawn An arid hue disclose, blast fancy's blooms, And wither e'en the soul. Echo no more returns the cheerful sound Of sharpening scythe. The mower sinking heaps o'er him the humid hay, With flowers perfumed ; and scarce a chirping grasshopper is heard Through the dumb mead. Distressful Nature pants. The very streams look languid from afar ; Or, through the unsheltered glade, impatient, seem To hurl into the covert of the grove. All conquering heat, oh intermit thy wrath ! And on my throbbing temples potent, thus beam not so fierce. Incessant still you flow, and still another fervent flood succeeds, Pour'd on the head profuse. In vain I sigh, and restless turn, and look around for night. Night is far off, and hotter hours approach. Thrice happy he, who on the sunless side Of a romantic mountain, forest crown'd, Beneath the whole collected shade reclines ; Or in the gelid caverns, woodbine wrought, And fresh bedew'd with ever spouting streams, Sits coolly calm ; while all the world without, Unsatisfied and sick, tosses in noon. Emblem instructive of the virtuous man. Who keeps his tempered mind serene and pure. And every passion aptly harmonized, Amid a jarring world with vice inflamed. Welcome, ye shades ! Ye bowery thickets, hail ! Ye lofty pines, ye venerable oaks. Ye ashes wild, resounding o'er the steep. Delicious is your shelter to the soul, As to the hunted hart the sallying spring. Or stream full flowing, that his swelling sides Laves as he floats along the herbag'd brink. Cool thro' the nerves your pleasing comfort glides. The heart beats glad, the fresh expanded eye And ear resume their watch, the sinews knit. And life shoots swift thro' all the lightened limbs. Around the adjoining brook, that purls Along the vocal grove, now fretting o'er A rock, now scarcely moving thro' a reedy pool. Now starting into a sudden stream, And now gently diffused into a limpid plain ; A various group the herds and flocks compose. Rural confusion. On the grassy bank Some ruminating lie, while others stand Half in the flood, and often bending, sip The circling surface. In the middle droops The strong laborious ox, of honest front. Which incomposed he shakes ; and from his sides The troublous insects lashes with his tail, Returning still. Amid his subjects safe Slumbers the monarch swain ; his careless arm Thrown round his head, on downy moss sustained. Here laid his scrib, with wholesome viands filled ; There listening every noise his watchful dog. Light fly his slumbers, if perchance a flight Of angry gad flies fasten on the herd. That startling scatters from the shallow brook. In search of lavish stream. Tossing the foam, they scorn the keeper's voice. And scour the plain thro' all the bright severity of noon. While from their labouring breasts, a hollow moan Proceeding, runs low bellowing round the hills. Often this season too the horse, provoked. While his big sinews full of spirits swell. Trembling with vigour, in the heat of blood Springs the high fence, and o'er the field effused Darts on the gloomy flood with steadfast eye. And heart estranged to fear. His nervous breast, luxuriant and erect. The seat of strength, bears down the opposing stream. Quenchless his thirst, he takes the river At redoubled draughts, and with wide nostrils snorting, Skims the wave. Still let me pierce into the midnight depth Of yonder grove, of wildest, largest growth. That forming high in air a woodland choir, Nods o'er the mount beneath. At every step, Solemn and slow, the shadows blacker fall. And all is awful listening gloom around. These are the haunts of meditation. These the scenes where ancient bards th' inspiring breath ecstatic felt. And from this world retir'd, convers'd with angels, And immortal forms on gracious errands bent. To save the fall of virtue struggling on the brink of vice. In waking whispers, and repeating dreams, To hint pure thought, and warn the favour'd soul For future trials fated to prepare. To prompt the poet, who devoted gives His muse to better themes, to soothe the pangs of dying worth. And from the patriot's breast, backward to mingle in detested war. But foremost when engaged, to turn the death. And numberless such offices of love, Daily and nightly zealous to perform. Shook sudden from the bosom of the sky, 1,000 shapes or glide along the dusk. Or stalk majestic on. Deep rous'd, I feel a sacred terror, a severe delight, Creep thro' my mortal frame ; and thus methinks A voice, than human more, th' abstracted ear Of fancy strikes: Be not of us afraid, Poor kindred man ! Thy fellow creatures, we From the same parent power our beings drew. The same our lord, and laws, and great pursuit. Once, some of us, like thee, thro' stormy life Toil'd, tempest beaten, ere we could attain This holy calm, this harmony of mind. Where purity and peace immingle charms. Then fear not us, but with responsive song. Amid these dim recesses, undisturbed By noisy folly and discordant vice. Of nature sing with us, and nature's God. Here frequent at the visionary hour. When musing midnight reigns, or silent noon. Angelic harps are in full concert heard. And voices chanting from the wood*crowned hill. The deepening dale, in inmost sylvan glade. A privilege bestowed by us alone On contemplation, or the hallowed ear Of poets swelling to seraphic strains. And art thou, Stanley, of that sacred band? Alas, for us too soon! Thou raised above the reach of human pain. Above the flight of human joy. Yet, with a mingled ray of sadly pleased Remembrance, must thou feel a mother's love, A mother's tender woe? Who seeks thee still in many a former scene? Seeks thy fair form, thy lovely beaming eyes. Thy pleasing converse, by gay lively sense inspired. Where moral wisdom mildly shone without the toil of art. And virtue glowed in all her smiles without forbidding pride. But O thou best of parents, wipe thy tears. Or rather to parental nature pay The tears of grateful joy, who for a while Lent thee this younger self, this opening bloom Of thy enlightened mind and gentle worth. Believe the Muse, the wintry blast of death Kills not the buds of virtue. No, they spread, Beneath the heavenly beam of brighter suns. Thro' endless ages into higher powers. Thus up the mount, in airy vision wrapt, I stray, regardless whither, till the sound Of a near fall of water every sense Wakes from the charm of thought. Swift shrinking back, I check my steps, and view the broken scene. Smooth to the shelving brink a copious flood Rolls fair and placid, where collected all In one impetuous torrent, down the steep It thundering shoots, and shakes the country round. At first an azure sheet it rushes broad. Then whitening by degrees, as prone it falls. and from the loud resounding rocks below, dashed in a cloud of foam, it sends aloft an hoary mist, and forms a ceaseless shower. Nor can the tortured wave here find repose, but raging still amid the shaggy rocks, now flashes o'er the scattered fragments, now aslant the hollowed channel rapid darts, and falling fast from gradual slope to slope, with wild infracted course and lessened roar, it gains a safer bed, and steals at last along the mazes of the quiet vale. Invited from the cliff, to whose dark brow he clings, the steep ascending eagle soars with upward pinions through the flood of day, and giving full his bosom to the blaze, gains on the sun, while all the tuneful race, smit by the afflictive noon, disordered droop deep in the thicket, or from bower to bower responsive, force an interrupted strain. The stock dove only through the forest coos, mournfully hoarse, oft ceasing from his plaint, short interval of weary woe. Again the sad idea of his murdered mate, struck from his side by savage fowler's guile, across his fancy comes, and then resounds a louder song of sorrow through the grove. Beside the dewy border let me sit, all in the freshness of the humid air. There in that hollowed rock, grotesque and wild, an ample chair moss-lined, and overhead by flowering umbrage shaded, where the bee strays diligent, and with the extracted balm of fragrant woodbine loads his little thigh. Now while I taste the sweetness of the shade, while nature lies around deep lulled in noon, now come, bold fancy, spread a daring flight, and view the wonders of the torrid zone. Climes unrelenting, with whose rage compared yon blaze is feeble, and yon skies are cool. See how at once the bright effulgent sun, rising direct, swift chases from the sky the short-lived twilight, and with ardent blaze looks gaily fierce through all the dazzling air. He mounts his throne, but kind before him sends, issuing from out the portals of the morn, the general breeze, to mitigate his fire, and breathe refreshment on a fainting world. Great are the scenes, with dreadful beauty crowned, and barbarous wealth, that see, each circling year, returning suns and double seasons pass. Rocks, rich in gems, and mountains big with mines, that on the high equator ridgy rise, whence many a bursting stream auriferous plays. Majestic woods, of every vigorous green, stage above stage, high waving o'er the hills, or to the far horizon wide diffused, a boundless deep immensity of shade. Here lofty trees, to ancient song unknown, the noble sons of potent heat and floods, prone rushing from the clouds, rear high to heaven their thorny stems, and broad around them throw meridian gloom. Here in eternal prime unnumbered fruits, of keen delicious taste and vital spirit, drink amid the cliffs and burning sands that bank the shrubby vales redoubled day, yet in their rugged coats a friendly juice to cool its rage contain. Bear me, Pomona, to thy citron groves, to where the lemon and the piercing lime, with the deep orange glowing through the green, their lighter glories blend. Lay me reclined beneath the spreading tamarind that shakes, fanned by the breeze, its ever cooling fruit. Deep in the night the massy locust sheds. Quench my hot limbs, or lead me through the maze, embowering endless, of the Indian fig. Or thrown at gayer ease on some fair brow, let me behold, by breezy murmurs cooled, broad o'er my head the verdant cedar wave, and high palmettos lifting their graceful shade. O stretched amid these orchards of the sun, give me to drain the cocoa's milky bowl, And from the palm to draw its freshening wine, more bounteous far than all the frantic juice which Bacchus pours. Nor on its slender twigs low bending be the full pomegranate scorned, nor creeping through the woods the gelid race of berries. Oft in humble station dwells unboastful worth, above fastidious pomp. Witness thou best, Agnana, thou the pride of vegetable life, beyond whate'er the poets imaged in the golden age. Quick let me strip thee of thy tufty coat, spread thy ambrosial stores, and feast with Jove. From these the prospect varies. Plains immense lie stretched below, interminable meads and vast savannas, where the wandering eye unfixed is in a verdant ocean lost. Another Flora there of bolder hues, and richer sweets beyond our garden's pride, plays o'er the field, and showers with sudden hand exuberant spring. For oft these valleys shift their green embroidered robe to fiery brown, and swift to green again, as scorching suns, or streaming dews and torrent rains prevail. Along these lonely regions, where retired from little scenes of art, great Nature dwells in awful solitude, and nought is seen but the wild herds that own no master's stall. Prodigious rivers roll their fattening seas, on whose luxuriant herbage, half concealed, like a fallen cedar, far diffused his train, cased in green scales, the crocodile extends. The flood disparts. Behold, in plaited mail, Behemoth rears his head. Glanced from his side, the darted steel in idle shivers flies. He fearless walks the plain, or seeks the hills, where as he crops his varied fare, the herds in widening circle round forget their food, and at the harmless stranger wondering gaze. Peaceful beneath primeval trees, that cast their ample shade o'er Niger's yellow stream, and where the Ganges rolls his sacred wave, or mid the central depth of blackening woods high raised in solemn theatre around, leans the huge elephant, wisest of brutes, O truly wise, with gentle might endowed, though powerful, not destructive. Here he sees revolving ages sweep the changeful earth, and empires rise and fall, regardless he of what the never resting race of men project. Thrice happy, could he 'scape their guile, who mined from cruel avarice his steps, or with his towery grandeur swell their state, the pride of kings, or else his strength pervert, and bid him rage amid the mortal fray, astonished at the madness of mankind. Wide o'er the winding umbrage of the floods, like vivid blossoms glowing from afar, thick swarm the brighter birds. For Nature's hand, that with a sportive vanity has decked the plumy nations, there her gayest hues profusely pours. But if she bids them shine, arrayed in all the beauteous beams of day, yet, frugal still, she humbles them in song. Nor envy we the gaudy robes they lent proud Montezuma's realm, whose legions cast a boundless radiance waving on the sun, while Philomel is ours, while in our shades, through the soft silence of the listening night, the sober-suited songstress trills her lay. But come, my muse, the desert barrier burst, a wild expanse of lifeless sand and sky, and swifter than the toiling caravan shoot o'er the vale of Sennar. Ardent climb the Nubian mountains, and the secret bounds of jealous Abyssinia boldly pierce. Thou art no ruffian, who beneath the mask of social commerce comest to rob their wealth. No holy fury thou, blaspheming heaven, with consecrated steel to stab their peace, and through the land, yet red from civil wounds, to spread the purple tyranny of Rome. Thou, like the harmless bee, mayst freely range From mead to mead, bright with exalted flowers ; From jasmine grove to grove mayst wander gay, Through palmy shades and aromatic woods That grace the plains, invest the peopled hills, And up the more than Alpine mountains wave. There on the breezy summit, spreading fair For many a league, or on stupendous rocks, That from the sun redoubling valley lift, Cool to the middle air, their lawny tops ; Where palaces, and fanes, and villas rise, And gardens smile around, and cultured fields, And fountains gush, and careless herds and flocks Securely stray, a world within itself Disdaining all assault. There let me draw, ethereal soul, there drink reviving gales, Profusely breathing from the spicy groves And vales of fragrance ; there at distance hear The roaring floods, and cataracts that sweep From disemboweled earth the virgin gold, And o'er the varied landskip restless rove, Fervent with life of every fairer kind ; A land of wonders, which the sun's still eyes With ray direct, as of the lovely realm Enamour'd, and delighting there to dwell. How changed the scene ! In blazing height of noon The sun, oppressed, is plunged in thickest gloom ; Still horror reigns, a dreary twilight round Of struggling night and day malignant mix'd. For to the hot equator crowding fast, Where, high rarefied, the yielding air Admits their stream, incessant vapours roll, Amazing clouds on clouds continual heap'd, Or whirled tempestuous by the gusty wind, Or silent borne along, heavy and slow, With the big stores of steaming oceans charged. Meantime, amid these upper seas, condensed Around the cold aerial mountain's brow, And by conflicting winds together dashed, The thunder holds his black tremendous throne. From cloud to cloud the rending lightnings rage, Till, in the furious elemental war Dissolved, the whole precipitated mass, Unbroken, floods, and solid torrents pour. The treasures these, hid from the bounded search Of ancient knowledge, whence, with annual pomp, Rich king of floods, o'erflows the swelling Nile. From his two springs in Gojam's sunny realm, Pure welling out, he thro' the lucid lake Of fair Dambia rolls his infant stream. There, by the Naiads nurs'd, he sports away His playful youth, amid the fragrant isles, That with unfading verdure smile around. Ambitious, thence the manly river breaks, And gathering many a flood, and copious fed With all the mellowed treasures of the sky, Winds in progressive majesty along, Thro' splendid kingdoms, now devolves his maze, Now wanders wild o'er solitary tracts Of life deserted sand, till, glad to quit The joyless desert, down the Nubian rocks From thundering steep to steep he pours his urn, And Egypt joys beneath the spreading wave. His brother Niger too, and all the floods In which the full form'd maids of Afric lave Their jetty limbs, and all that from the track Of woody mountains stretch'd thro' gorgeous Ind, Fall on Cormandel's coast, or Malabar. From Menam's orient stream, that nightly shines With insect lamps, to where Aurora sheds On Indus' smiling banks the rosy shower. All at this bounteous season ope their urns, And pour untoiling harvest o'er the land. End of Part I. Of Book II. Summer. Of The Seasons, by James Thomson. The Seasons, by James Thomson. Book II. Summer. Part II. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abe Nemon. Nor less thy world, Columbus, drinks refreshed the lavish moisture of the melting year. Wide o'er his isles the branching Oronoque rolls a brown deluge, and the native drives to dwell aloft on life-sufficing trees, at once his dome, his robe, his food, and arms. Swelled by 1,000 streams, impetuous hurled from all the roaring Andes, huge descends the mighty Orellana. Scarce the muse dares stretch her wing o'er this enormous mass of rushing water. Scarce she dares attempt the sea-like Plata, to whose dread expanse, continuous depth, and wondrous length of course, our floods are rills. With unabated force, in silent dignity they sweep along, and traverse realms unknown, and blooming wilds, and fruitful deserts, worlds of solitude, where the sun smiles and seasons teem in vain, unseen and unenjoyed. Forsaking these, o'er peopled plains they fair diffusive flow, and many a nation feed, and circle safe in their soft bosom many a happy isle, the seat of blameless Pan, yet undisturbed by Christian crimes and Europe's cruel sons. Thus pouring on, they proudly seek the deep, whose vanquished tide, recoiling from the shock, yields to this liquid weight of half a globe, and ocean trembles for his green domain. But what avails this wondrous waste of wealth, this gay profusion of luxurious bliss, this pomp of nature? What their balmy meads, their powerful herbs, and series void of pain, by vagrant birds dispersed and wafting winds? What their unplanted fruits? What the cool draughts, the ambrosial food, rich gums, and spicy health their forests yield? Their toiling insects, what? Their silky pride and vegetable robes? Ah, what avail their fatal treasures hid deep in the bowels of the pitying earth? Golconda's gems, and sad Potosi's mines, where dwell the gentlest children of the sun. What all that Afric's golden rivers roll, Herodrus woods, and shining ivory stores? Ill-fated race! The softening arts of peace, whate'er the humanizing muses teach, the godlike wisdom of the tempered breast, progressive truth, the patient force of thought, investigation calm, whose silent powers command the world, the light that leads to heaven. Kind equal rule, the government of laws, and all protecting freedom, which alone sustains the name and dignity of man. These are not theirs. The parent sun himself seems o'er this world of slaves to tyrannize, and with oppressive ray the roseate bloom of beauty blasting, gives the gloomy hue and feature gross, or worse, to ruthless deeds, mad jealousy, blind rage, and fell revenge, their fervid spirit fires. Love dwells not there. The soft regards and tenderness of life, the heart-shed tear, the ineffable delight of sweet humanity, these court the beam of milder climes, in selfish fierce desire, and the wild fury of voluptuous sense there lost. The very brute creation there this rage partakes, and burns with horrid fire. Lo! the green serpent from his dark abode, which even imagination fears to tread, at noon forth issuing, gathers up his train in orbs immense, then darting out anew, seeks the refreshing fount, by which diffused he throws his folds, and while with threatening tongue and deathful jaws erect the monster curls his flaming crest, all other thirst appalled or shivering flies, or checked at distance stands, nor dares approach. But still more direful he, the small close lurking minister of fate, whose high concocted venom through the veins a rapid lightning darts, arresting swift the vital current. Form'd to humble man, this child of vengeful nature. There sublimed to fearless lust of blood, the savage race roam, licensed by the shading hour of guilt and foul misdeed, when the pure day has shut his sacred eye. The tiger darting fierce, impetuous on the prey his glance has doom'd. The lively shining leopard, speckled o'er with many a spot, the beauty of the waste. And scorning all the taming arts of man, the keen hyena, fellest of the fell. These, rushing from the inhospitable woods of Mauritania, or the tufted isles that verdant rise amid the Libyan wild, innumerous glare around their shaggy king, majestic, stalking o'er the printed sand, and with imperious and repeated roars demand their fated food. The fearful flocks crowd near the guardian swain. The nobler herds, where round their lordly bull in rural ease they ruminating lie, with horror hear the coming rage. The awakened village starts, and to her fluttering breast the mother strains her thoughtless infant. From the pirate's den, or stern Morocco's tyrant fang escaped, the wretch half wishes for his bonds again. While uproar all the wilderness resounds, from Atlas eastward to the frighted Nile. Unhappy he, who from the first of joys, society, cut off, is left alone amid this world of death. Day after day, sad on the jutting eminence he sits, and views the main that ever toils below, still fondly forming in the farthest verge, where the round ether mixes with the wave, ships dim discovered dropping from the clouds. At evening to the setting sun he turns a mournful eye, and down his dying heart sinks helpless, while the wonted roar is up, and hiss continual through the tedious night. Yet here, even here, into these black abodes of monsters unappalled from stooping Rome and guilty Caesar, Liberty retired, her Cato following through Numidian wilds, disdainful of Campania's gentle plains, and all the green delights Ausonia pours, when for them she must bend the servile knee, and fawning take the splendid robber's boon. Nor stop the terrors of these regions here. Commissioned demons oft, angels of wrath, let loose the raging elements, breathed hot from all the boundless furnace of the sky, and the wide glittering waste of burning sand. A suffocating wind the pilgrim smites with instant death. Patient of thirst and toil, son of the desert, even the camel feels, shot through his withered heart, the fiery blast. Or from the black-red ether bursting broad, sallies the sudden whirlwind. Straight the sands, commoved around in gathering eddies, play. Nearer and nearer still they darkening come, till, with the general all-involving storm swept up, the whole continuous wilds arise, and by their noonday fount dejected thrown, or sunk at night in sad disastrous sleep. Beneath descending hills the caravan is buried deep. In Cairo's crowded streets the impatient merchant, wondering, waits in vain, and Mecca saddens at the long delay. But chief at sea, whose every flexile wave obeys the blast, the aerial tumult swells. In the dread ocean undulating wide, beneath the radiant line that girts the globe, the circling Typhon, whirled from point to point, exhausting all the rage of all the sky, and dire Eniphia reign. Amid the heavens falsely serene, deep in a cloudy speck compressed, the mighty tempest brooding dwells, of no regard, save to the skilful eye. Fiery and foul, the small prognostic hangs aloft, or on the promontory's brow musters its force. A faint, deceitful calm, A fluttering gale the demon sends before, To tempt the spreading sail. Then down at once, precipitant, descends A mingled mass of roaring winds and flames And rushing floods. In wild amazement, fixed the sailor stands. Art is too slow. By rapid fate oppressed, His broad-winged vessel drinks the whelming tide, Hid in the bosom of the black abyss. With such mad seas the daring Gama fought For many a day, and many a dreadful night, Incessant labouring round the stormy cape, By bold ambition led, and bolder thirst of gold. For then from ancient gloom emerged the rising world of trade. The genius then of navigation, That in hopeless sloth had slumbered on the vast Atlantic deep, for idle ages starting, heard at last the Lusitanian prince, Who, heaven inspired, to love of useful glory Roused mankind, and in unbounded commerce mixed the world. Increasing still the terrors of these storms, His jaws horrific armed with threefold fate, Here dwells the direful shark, lured by the scent Of steaming crowds, of rank disease and death. Behold! he rushing cuts the briny flood, Swift as the gale can bear the ship along, And from the partners of that cruel trade, Which spoils unhappy Guinea of her sons, Demands his share of prey, demands themselves. The stormy fates descend. One death involves tyrants and slaves, When straight, their mangled limbs crashing at once, He dyes the purple seas with gore, And riots in the vengeful meal. When o'er this world, by equinoctial rains Flooded immense, looks out the joyless sun, And draws the copious stream from swampy fens, Where putrefaction into life ferments, And breathes destructive myriads; or from woods Impenetrable shades, recesses foul, In vapours rank and blue corruption wrapt, Whose gloomy horrors yet no desperate foot Has ever dared to pierce; then, wasteful, forth Walks the dire power of pestilent disease. 1,000 hideous fiends her course attend, Sick nature blasting, and to heartless woe And feeble desolation casting down The towering hopes, and all the pride of man. Such as of late at Carthagena quench'd the British fire. You, gallant Vernon, saw the miserable scene. You pitying saw, to infant weakness sunk the warrior's arm. Saw the deep racking pain, the ghastly form, The lip pale quivering, and the beamless eye No more with ardor bright. You heard the groans of agonizing ships From shore to shore. Heard, nightly plunged amid the sullen waves, The frequent course; while on each other fixed In sad presage, the blank assistants seemed, Silent, to ask, whom fate would next demand. What need I mention those inclement skies, Where, frequent o'er the sickening city, Plague, the fiercest child of Nemesis divine, Descends? From Ethiopia's poisoned woods, From stifled Cairo's filth, and fetid fields with locust armies putrefying heaped, This great destroyer sprung. Her awful rage the brutes escape. Man is her destined prey, intemperate man, And o'er his guilty domes she draws a close Incumbent cloud of death. Uninterrupted by the living winds, forbid to blow a wholesome breeze, And stained with many a mixture by the sun Suffused of angry aspect. Princely wisdom then dejects his watchful eye, And from the hand of feeble justice, ineffectual, Dropped the sword and balance; mute the voice of joy, And hush'd the clamour of the busy world. Empty the streets, with uncouth verdure clad. Into the worst of deserts sudden turned The cheerful haunt of men; unless escaped From the doom'd house, where matchless horror reigns. Shut up by barbarous fear, The smitten wretch with wild frenzy breaks loose, And loud to heaven screaming, the dreadful policy arraigns, inhuman and unwise. The sullen door, yet uninfected, on its cautious hinge fearing to turn, abhors society. Dependents, friends, relations, love himself, savaged by woe, forget the tender tie, the sweet engagement of the feeling heart. But vain their selfish care. The circling sky, the wide enlivening air is full of fate, and struck by turns, in solitary pangs they fall, unblessed, untended, and unmourned. Thus o'er the prostrate city black despair extends her raven wing, while to complete the scene of desolation, stretched around, the grim guards stand, denying all retreat, and giving the flying wretch a better death. Much yet remains unsung. The rage intense of brazen vaulted skies, of iron fields, where drought and famine starve the blasted year. Fired by the torch of noon to tenfold rage, the infuriate hill that shoots the pillared flame, and roused within the subterranean world the expanding earthquake that resistless shakes aspiring cities from their solid base, and buries mountains in the flaming gulf. But 'tis enough. Return, my vagrant muse. A nearer scene of horror calls thee home. Behold! Slow settling o'er the lurid grove, unusual darkness broods, and growing gains the full possession of the sky, surcharged with wrathful vapor from the secret beds where sleep the mineral generations drawn. Thence nitre, sulphur, and the fiery spume of fat bitumen, steaming on the day, with various tinctured trains of latent flame, pollute the sky. And in yon baleful cloud, a reddening gloom, a magazine of fate ferment, till by the touch ethereal roused, the dash of clouds, or irritating war of fighting winds, while all is calm below, they furious spring. A boding silence reigns, dread through the dun expanse, save the dull sound that from the mountain previous to the storm rolls o'er the muttering earth, disturbs the flood, and shakes the forest leaf without a breath. Prone to the lowest vale the aerial tribes descend. The tempest-loving raven scarce dares wing the dubious dusk. In rueful gaze the cattle stand, and on the scowling heavens cast a deploring eye. By man forsook, who to the crowded cottage hies him fast, or seeks the shelter of the downward cave. 'Tis listening fear, and dumb amazement all, when to the startled eye the sudden glance appears far south, eruptive through the cloud, and following slower in explosion vast, and thunder raises his tremendous voice. At first, heard solemn o'er the verge of heaven, the tempest growls; but as it nearer comes, and rolls its awful burden on the wind, the lightnings flash a larger curve, and more the noise astounds, till overhead a sheet of livid flame discloses wide, then shuts and opens wider, shuts and opens still expansive, wrapping ether in a blaze, follows the loosened aggravated roar, enlarging, deepening, mingling, peal on peal crushed horrible, convulsing heaven and earth. Down comes a deluge of sonorous hail, or prone descending rain. Wide rent, the clouds pour a whole flood, and yet, its flame unquenched, the unconquerable lightning struggles through, ragged and fierce, or in red whirring balls, and fires the mountains with redoubled rage. Black from the stroke above the smouldering pines stands a sad shattered trunk, and stretched below, a lifeless group, the blasted cattle lie. Here the soft flocks, with that same harmless look they wore alive, and ruminating still in fancy's eye; and there the frowning bull, an ox half raised, struck on the castled cliff, the venerable tower and spiry fane resign their aged pride. The gloomy woods start at the flash, and from their deep recess, wide flaming out, their trembling inmates shake. Amid Carnarvon's mountains rages loud the repercussive roar, with mighty crush into the flashing deep, from the rude rocks of Penmanmaur heaped, hideous to the sky, tumble the smitten cliffs, and Snowdon's peak, dissolving, instant yields his wintry load. Far seen the heights of healthy Cheviot blaze, and Thule bellows through her utmost aisles. Guilt hears appalled with deeply troubled thought. And yet not always on the guilty head descends the fated flash. Young Celadon and his Amelia were a matchless pair, with equal virtue formed, and equal grace, the same, distinguished by their sex alone. Hers the mild lustre of the blooming morn, and his the radiance of the risen day. They loved, but such their guileless passion was, as in the dawn of time informed the heart of innocence and undissembling truth. 'Twas friendship heightened by the mutual wish, the enchanting hope, and sympathetic glow beamed from the mutual eye. Devoting all to love, each was to each a dearer self, supremely happy in the awakened power of giving joy. Alone amid the shades, still in harmonious intercourse, they lived the rural day, and talked the flowing heart, or sighed and looked unutterable things. So passed their life, a clear united stream, by care unruffled, till in evil hour the tempest caught them on the tender walk, heedless how far, and where its mazes strayed, while with each other blest, creative love still bade eternal Eden smile around. Presaging instant fate, her bosoms heaved unwonted sighs, and stealing oft a look of the big gloom on Celadon, her eye fell tearful, wetting her disordered cheek. In vain assuring love, and confidence in heaven repressed her fear. It grew, and shook her frame near dissolution. He perceived the unequal conflict, and as angels look on dying saints, his eyes compassion shed, with love illumined high. Fear not, he said, sweet innocence, thou stranger to offence and inward storm. He who yon skies involves in frowns of darkness, ever smiles on thee with kind regard. O'er thee the secret shaft that wastes at midnight, or the undreaded hour of noon, flies harmless. And that very voice which thunders terror through the guilty heart, with tongues of seraphs, whispers peace to thine. 'Tis safety to be near thee sure, and thus to clasp perfection. From his void embrace, mysterious heaven, that moment to the ground a blackened corse was struck the beauteous maid. But who can paint the lover, as he stood pierced by severe amazement, hating life, speechless, and fixed in all the death of woe? So faint resemblance on the marble tomb, the well-dissembled mourner stooping stands, for ever silent and for ever sad. As from the face of heaven the shattered clouds tumultuous rove, the interminable sky sublimer swells, and o'er the world expands a purer azure. Through the lightened air a higher lustre and a clear calm diffusive tremble, while, as if in sign of danger past, a glittering robe of joy, set off abundant by the yellow ray, invests the fields, and nature smiles revived. 'Tis beauty all, and grateful song around, joined to the low of kine and numerous bleat of flocks thick nibbling through the clovered dale. And shall the hymn be marred by thankless man, most favored, who with voice articulate should lead the chorus of this lower world? Shall he, so soon forgetful of the hand that hushed the thunder and serenes the sky, extinguished feel that spark the tempest waked? That sense of powers exceeding far his own, ere yet his feeble heart has lost its fears? Cheered by the milder beam, the sprightly youth speeds to the well-known pool, whose crystal depth a sandy bottom shows. Awhile he stands gazing the inverted landscape, half afraid to meditate the blue profound below, then plunges headlong down the circling flood. His ebon tresses and his rosy cheek instant emerge, and through the obedient wave, at each short breathing by his lip repelled, with arms and legs according well, he makes as humour leads an easy winding path, while from his polish'd sides a dewy light effuses on the pleased spectators round. This is the purest exercise of health, the kind refresher of the summer heat. Nor when cold winter keens the brightening flood, would I weak shivering linger on the brink. Thus life redoubles, and is oft preserved by the bold swimmer, in the swift elapse of accident disastrous. Hence the limbs knit into force, and the same Roman arm that rose victorious o'er the conquered earth, first learned, while tender, to subdue the wave. Even from the body's purity the mind receives a secret sympathetic aid. Close in the covert of a hazel copse, where winded into pleasing solitudes runs out the rambling dale, young Damon sat, pensive, and pierced with love's delightful pangs. There to the stream that down the distant rocks hoarse murmuring fell, and plaintive breeze that played among the bending willows, falsely he of Musidora's cruelty complained. She felt his flame, but deep within her breast, in bashful coyness, or in maiden pride, the soft return concealed, save when it stole in sidelong glances from her downcast eye, or from her swelling soul in stifled sighs. Touched by the scene, no stranger to his vows, he framed a melting lay to try her heart. And, if an infant passion struggled there, a lucky chance that oft decides the fate of mighty monarchs, then decided thine. For lo, conducted by the laughing loves, this cool retreat his Musidora sought. Warm in her cheek the sultry season glowed, and robed in loose array, she came to bathe her fervent limbs in the refreshing stream. What shall he do? In sweet confusion lost, in dubious flutterings, he a while remained. A pure ingenious elegance of soul, a delicate refinement, known to few, perplexed his breast, and urged him to retire, but love forbade. Ye prudes in virtue say, ye severest, what would you have done? Meantime, this fairer nymph than ever blest Arcadian stream, with timid eye, around the banks surveying, stripped her beauteous limbs to taste the lucid coolness of the flood. Ah then, not Paris on the piny top of Ida panted stronger, when aside the rival goddesses the veil divine cast unconfined, and gave him all their charms, than Damon thou, as from the snowy leg and slender foot the inverted silk she drew, as the soft touch dissolved the virgin zone, and through the parting robe the alternate breast in full luxuriance rose. But desperate youth, how durst thou risk the soul distracting view? As from her naked limbs of glowing white, harmonious swelled by nature's finest hand, in folds loose floating fell the fainter lawn, and fair exposed she stood, shrunk from herself, with fancy blushing, as the doubtful breeze alarmed, and starting like the fearful fawn. Then to the flood she rushed. The parted flood its lovely guest with closing waves received, and every beauty softening, every grace flushing anew, a mellow lustre shed, as shines the lily through the crystal mild, or as the rose amid the morning dew, fresh from Aurora's hand, more sweetly glows. While thus she wantoned, Now between the wave but ill concealed, and now with streaming locks that half embraced her in a humid veil, rising again, the latent Daemon drew such maddening draughts of beauty to the soul, as for a while o'erwhelmed his raptured thought with luxury too daring. Checked at last by love's respectful modesty, he deemed the theft profane, if aught profane to love can e'er be deemed, and, struggling from the shade, with headlong hurry fled. But first these lines, traced by his ready pencil on the bank, with trembling hand he threw: Bathe on, my fair, yet unbeheld save the sacred eye of faithful love. I go to guard thy haunt, to keep from thy recess each vagrant foot and each licentious eye. With wild surprise, as if to marble struck, devoid of sense, a stupider moment motionless she stood. So stands the statue that enchants the world, so bending tries to veil the matchless boast, the mingled beauties of exulting Greece. Recovering, swift she flew to find those robes which blissful Eden knew not, and arrayed in careless haste, the alarming paper snatched. But, when her Damon's well-known hand she saw, her terrors vanished, and a softer train of mixed emotion, hard to be described, her sudden bosom seized. Shame void of guilt, and charming blush of innocence, esteem and admiration of her lover's flame by modesty exalted, even a sense of self-approving beauty stole across her busy thought. At length a tender calm hushed by degrees the tumult of her soul. And on the spreading beach that o'er the stream incumbent hung, she with the sylvan pen of rural lovers this confession carved, which soon her Damon kissed with weeping joy: Dear youth, sole judge of what these verses mean, by fortune too much favoured, but by love, alas, not favoured less, be still as now discreet. The time may come, you need not fly. The sun has lost his rage. His downward orb shoots nothing now but animating warmth and vital lustre, that with various ray lights up the clouds, those beauteous robes of heaven, incessant rolled into romantic shapes, the dream of waking fancy. Broad below, covered with ripened fruits, and swelling fast into the perfect year, the pregnant earth and all her tribes rejoice. Now the soft hour of walking comes, for him who lonely loves, to seek the distant hills, and there converse with nature, there to harmonize his heart, and in pathetic song to breathe around the harmony to others. Social friends, attuned to happy unison of soul, to whose exulting eye a fairer world, of which the vulgar never had a glimpse, displays its charms, whose minds are richly fraught with philosophic stores, superior light, and in whose breast enthusiastic burns virtue, the sons of interest deem romance. Now called abroad, enjoy the falling day. Now to the verdant portico of woods, to nature's vast lyceum, forth they walk, by that kind school where no proud master reigns. The full free converse of the friendly heart, improving and improved. Now from the world, sacred to sweet retirement, lovers steal, and pour their souls in transport, which the sire of love approving hears, and calls it good. Which way, Amanda, shall we bend our course? The choice perplexes. Wherefore should we choose? All is the same with thee. Say, shall we wind along the streams? Or walk the smiling mead? Or court the forest glades? Or wander wild among the waving harvests? Or ascend, while radiant summer opens all its pride, thy hill delightful sheen? Here let us sweep the boundless landscape. Now the raptur'd eye, exulting swift, to huge Augusta send. Now to the sister hills that skirt her plain, to lofty Harrow now, and now to where majestic Windsor lifts his princely brow. In lovely contrast to this glorious view, calmly magnificent, then will we turn to where the silver Thames first rural grows. There let the feasted eye unwearied stray, luxurious there, rove through the pendant woods, that nodding hang o'er Harrington's retreat, and stooping thence to Ham's embowering walks, beneath whose shades in spotless peace retired, with her the pleasing partner of his heart, the worthy Queensberry yet laments his gay, and polish'd Cornsbury woos the willing muse. Slow let us trace the matchless vale of Thames, fair winding to where the Muses haunt in Twitnam's bowers, or for their Pope implore the healing God, to royal Hampton's pile, to Claremont's terraced height, and Esher's groves, where in the sweetest solitude, embraced by the soft windings of the silent mole, from courts and senates Pelham finds repose. Enchanting vale, beyond whate'er the muse has of Achaia or Hesperius sung. O vale of bliss! O softly swelling hills, on which the power of cultivation lies, and joys to see the wonders of his toil. Heavens! What a goodly prospect spreads around, of hills and dales and woods and lawns and spires, and glittering towns, and gilded streams, till all the stretching landscape into smoke decays. Happy Britannia, where the Queen of Arts, inspiring vigour, liberty abroad, walks unconfined, even to thy farthest cots, and scatters plenty with unsparing hand. Rich is thy soil, and merciful thy clime, thy streams unfailing in the summer's drought, unmatched thy guardian oaks, thy valleys float with golden waves, and on thy mountains flocks bleat numberless, while roving round their sides bellow the blackening herds in lusty droves. Beneath, thy meadows glow, and rise unkelled against the mower's scythe. In every hand thy villas shine, thy country teems with wealth, and property assures it to the swain, pleased and unwearied in his guarded toil. Full are thy cities with the sons of art, and trade and joy, in every busy street mingling are heard. Even Drudgery himself, as at the car he sweats, or dusty hews the palace stone, looks gay. Thy crowded ports, where rising masts an endless prospect yield, with labour burn, and echo to the shouts of hurried sailor, as he hearty waves his last adieu, and loosening every sheet resigns the spreading vessel to the wind. Bold, firm, and graceful are thy generous youth, by hardship sinewed, and by danger fired, scattering the nations where they go, and first, or on the listed plain, or stormy seas. Mild are thy glories too, as o'er the plans of thriving peace thy thoughtful sires preside. Ingenious and substantial learning high, for every virtue, every worth renowned. Sincere, plain-hearted, hospitable, kind. Yet like the mustering thunder when provoked, the dread of tyrants, and the sole resource of those that under grim oppression groan. Thy sons of glory many, Alfred thine, in whom the splendor of heroic war, and more heroic peace, when governed well, combine; whose hallowed name the virtue's saint, and his own muses love. The best of kings, with him thy Edwards and thy Henrys shine, names dear to fame. The first who deep impressed on haughty Gaul the terror of thy arms, that awes her genius still. In statesmen thou, and patriots fertile. Thine a steady Moor, who with a generous though mistaken zeal withstood a brutal tyrant's useful rage. Like Cato firm, like Aristides just, like rigid Cincinnatus nobly poor. A dauntless soul erect, who smiled on death. Frugal and wise, a Walsingham is thine, A Drake who made thee mistress of the deep, And bore thy name in thunder round the world, When flamed thy spirit high. But who can speak the numerous worthies of the maiden reign? In Raleigh mark their every glory mixed, Raleigh, the scourge of Spain, whose breast with all the sage The patriot and the hero burned. Nor sunk his vigour when a coward reign The warrior fettered, and at last resigned To glut the vengeance of a vanquished foe. Then, active still and unrestrained, his mind Explored the vast extent of ages past, And with his prison hours enrich'd the world ; Yet found no times, in all the long research, So glorious, or so base, as those he proved, In which he conquered, and in which he bled. Nor can the muse the gallant Sidney pass, The plume of war, with early laurels crown The lover's myrtle, and the poet's bay. A Hamden too is thine, illustrious land, Wise, strenuous, firm, of unsubmitting soul, Who stem'd the torrent of a downward age To slavery prone, and bade thee rise again In all thy native pomp of freedom bold. Bright at his call thy age of men effulged, Of men, on whom late time a kindling eye Shall turn, and tyrants tremble while they read. Bring every sweetest flower, and let me strew The grave where Russell lies, whose tempered blood With calmest cheerfulness for thee resigned Stain the sad annals of a giddy reign, Aiming at lawless power, though meanly sunk In loose inglorious luxury. With him his friend, the British Cassius, fearless bled, Of high determined spirit, roughly brave, By ancient learning to the enlightened love Of ancient freedom warm'd. Fair thy renown in awful sages and in noble bards, Soon as the light of dawning science spread Her orient ray, and wak'd the Muses' song. Thine is a Bacon, hapless in his choice, Unfit to stand the civil storm of state, And thro' the smooth barbarity of courts, With firm but pliant virtue, forward still To urge his course. Him for the studious shade kind nature form'd, Deep, comprehensive, clear, exact, and elegant. In one rich soul Plato the Stagirite and Tully joined. The great deliverer he, who from the gloom Of cloistered monks and jargon teaching schools Led forth the true philosophy, there long held In the magic chain of words and forms And definitions void. He led her forth, daughter of heaven, that slow ascending still, Investigating sure the chain of things, With radiant finger points to heaven again. The generous Ashley thine, the friend of man, Who scann'd his nature with a brother's eye, His weakness prompt to shade, to raise his aim, To touch the finer movements of the mind, And with the moral beauty charm the heart. Why need I name thy Boyle, whose pious search Amid the dark recesses of his works The great Creator sought? And why thy Locke, who made the whole internal world his own? Let Newton, pure intelligence, whom God to mortals lent, To trace his boundless works from laws sublimely simple, Speak thy fame in all philosophy. For lofty sense, creative fancy, and inspection keen Through the deep windings of the human heart, Is not wild Shakespeare thine and nature's boast? Is not each great, each amiable muse Of classic ages in thy Milton met? A genius universal as his theme, Astonishing as chaos, as the bloom Of blowing Eden fair, as heaven sublime. Nor shall my verse that elder bard forget, The gentle Spenser, Fancy's pleasing son, Who like a copious river pour'd his song O'er all the mazes of enchanted ground. Nor thee, his ancient master, laughing sage, Chaucer, whose native manners painting verse, well moralized, shines through the Gothic cloud of time and language o'er thy genius thrown. May my song soften as thy daughters I, Britannia, hail; for beauty is their own, the feeling heart, simplicity of life, and elegance and taste, the faultless form shaped by the hand of harmony, the cheek where the live crimson, through the native white soft shooting, o'er the face diffuses bloom, and every nameless grace, the parted lip, like the red rosebud moist with morning dew, breathing delight, and under flowing jet, or sunny ringlets, or of circling brown, the neck slight shaded, and the swelling breast, the look resistless, piercing to the soul, and by the soul informed, when dressed in love she sits high smiling in the conscious eye. Island of bliss! Amid the subject seas that thunder round thy rocky coasts, set up at once the wonder, terror, and delight of distant nations, whose remotest shores can soon be shaken by thy naval arm, not to be shook thyself, but all assaults baffling, as thy o'er cliffs the loud sea wave. O thou, by whose almighty nod the scale of empire rises, or alternate falls, send forth the saving virtues round the land in bright patrol, white peace, and social love, the tender looking charity, intent on gentle deeds, and shedding tears through smiles, undaunted truth, and dignity of mind, courage composed, and keen, sound temperance, healthful in heart and look, clear chastity, with blushes reddening as she moves along, disordered at the deep regard she draws, rough industry, activity untired, with copious life informed, and all awake, while in the radiant front superior shines that first paternal virtue, public zeal, who throws o'er all an equal wide survey, and ever musing on the common weal, still labours glorious with some great design. Low walks the sun, and broadens by degrees just o'er the verge of day. The shifting clouds assembled gay, a richly gorgeous train in all their pomp attend his setting throne. Air, earth, and ocean smile immense. And now, as if his weary chariot sought the bowers of Amphitrite and her tending nymphs, so Grecian fable sung, he dips his orb, now half immersed, and now a golden curve gives one bright glance, then total disappears. Forever running an enchanted round, passes the day, deceitful, vain, and void. As fleets the vision o'er the formful brain, this moment hurrying wild the impassioned soul, the next in nothing lost. 'Tis so to him, the dreamer of this earth, an idle blank, a sight of horror to the cruel wretch, who all day long in sordid pleasure rolled, himself an useless load, has squandered vile upon his scoundrel train what might have cheered a drooping family of modest worth. But to the generous, still improving mind, that gives the hopeless heart to sing for joy, diffusing kind beneficence around, boastless, as now descends the silent dew, to him the long review of ordered life is inward rapture, only to be felt. Confessed from yonder slow extinguished clouds, all ether softening, sober evening takes her wonted station in the middle air, a thousand shadows at her beck. First this she sends on earth, then that of deeper dye steals soft behind, and then a deeper still, in circle following circle, gathers round to close the face of things. A fresher gale begins to wave the wood, and stir the stream, sweeping with shadowy gusts the fields of corn ; while the quail clamors for his running mate. Wide o'er the thistly lawn, as swells the breeze, a whitening shower of vegetable down, emusive, floats. The kind impartial care of nature naught disdains, Thoughtful to feed her lowest sons, and clothe The coming year; from field to field The feather'd seeds she wings. His folded flock secure, the shepherd home hies, Merry hearted, and by turns relieves The ruddy milkmaid of her brimming pail; The beauty whom perhaps his witless heart, Unknowing what the joy mix'd anguish means, Sincerely loves, by that best language shown Of cordial glances and obliging deeds. Onward they pass, o'er many a panting height, And valley sunk and unfrequented, where at fall Of eve the fairy people throng, in various game And revelry to pass the summer night, As village stories tell. But far about they wander from the grave of him, Whom his ungentle fortune urged 'gainst his own sad breast To lift the hand of impious violence. The lonely tower is also shunn'd, whose mournful chambers hold, So night struck fancy dreams, the yelling ghost. Among the crooked lanes, on every hedge, The glow worm lights his gem, and thro' the dark A moving radiance twinkles. Evening yields the world to night, Not in her winter robe of massy Stygian woof, But loose arrayed in mantle dun. A faint erroneous ray, glanced from the imperfect surfaces of things, Flings half an image on the straining eye ; While wavering woods, and villages, and streams. And rocks and mountain tops, that long retain Th' ascending gleam, are all one swimming scene, Uncertain if beheld. Sudden to heaven thence weary vision turns. Where, leading soft the silent hours of love, With purest ray sweet Venus shines, And from her genial rise, when daylight sickens Till it springs afresh, unrivalled reigns, The fairest lamp of night. As thus th' effulgence tremulous I drink, With cherish'd gaze the lambent lightnings shoot Across the sky ; or horizontal dart Of wondrous shapes, by fearful murmuring crowds portentous deem'd. Amid the radiant orbs, that more than deck. That animate the sky, the life-infusing suns Of other worlds, lo! from the dread immensity Of space returning, with accelerated course The rushing comet to the sun descends ; And as he sinks below the shading earth. With awful train projected o'er the heavens, The guilty nations tremble. But above those superstitious horrors that enslave The fond sequacious herd, to mystic faith And blind amazement prone, th' enlightened few. Whose godlike minds philosophy exalts. The glorious stranger hail! They feel a joy divinely great ; They in their powers exult. That wondrous force of thought, which mounting spurns This dusky spot, and measures all the sky. While from his far excursion thro' the wilds Of barren ether, faithful to his time. They see the blazing wonder rise anew. In seeming terror clad, but kindly bent To work the will of all sustaining love. From his huge vapoury train, perhaps to shake Reviving moisture on the numerous orbs. Thro' which his long ellipses winds ; perhaps to lend New fuel to declining suns, to light Up worlds, and feed th' eternal fire. With thee, serene philosophy, with thee And thy bright garland let me crown my song. Effusive source of evidence and truth ; A lustre shedding o'er th' ennobled mind. Stronger than summer noon, and pure as that Whose mild vibrations soothe the parted soul. New to the dawning of celestial day. Hence thro' her nourish'd powers, enlarged by thee. She springs aloft with elevated pride. Above the tangling mass of low desires. That bind the fluttering crowd, and angel wing'd The heights of science and of virtue gains. Where all is calm and clear, with nature round. Or in the starry regions, or the abyss. To reason's and to fancy's eye displayed. the first uptracing from the dreary void the chain of causes and effects to him, the world-producing essence, who alone possesses being, while the last receives the whole magnificence of heaven and earth, and every beauty, delicate or bold, obvious or more remote, with livelier sense diffusive painted on the rapid mind. Tutored by thee, hence poetry exalts her voice to ages, and informs the page with music, image, sentiment, and thought, never to die, the treasure of mankind, their highest honor, and their truest joy. Without thee, what were unenlightened man? A savage roaming through the woods and wilds, in quest of prey, and with the unfashioned fur rough clad, devoid of every finer art and elegance of life. Nor happiness domestic mixed of tenderness and care, nor moral excellence, nor social bliss, nor guardian law were his, nor various skill to turn the furrow, or to guide the tool mechanic, nor the heaven-conducted prow of navigation bold, that fearless braves the burning line, or dares the wintry pole, mother severe of infinite delights. Nothing, save rapine, indolence, and guile, and woes on woes, a still revolving train, whose horrid circle has made human life the non-existence worse. But taught by thee, ours are the plans of policy and peace, to live like brothers, and conjunctive all embellish life. While thus laborious crowds ply the tough oar, philosophy directs the ruling helm. Or like the liberal breath of potent heaven, invisible the sail swells out, and bears the inferior world along. Nor to this evanescent speck of earth poorly confined, the radiant tracks on higher her exalted range, intent to gaze creation through, and from that full complex of never-ending wonders to conceive of the sole being right, who spoke the word and nature moved complete. With inward view, thence on the ideal kingdom swift she turns her eye, and instant at her powerful glance the obedient phantoms vanish or appear, compound, divide, and into order shift, each to his rank, from plain perception up to the fair forms of fancy's fleeting train. To reason then, deducing truth from truth, and notion quite abstract, where first begins the world of spirits, action all, and life unfettered and unmixed. But here the cloud, so wills Providence, sits deep, enough for us to know that this dark state, in wayward passions lost and vain pursuits, this infancy of being, cannot prove the final issue of the works of God, by boundless love and perfect wisdom formed, and ever rising with the rising mind. End of Book 2 of the Seasons, Summer, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. The Seasons by James Thomson, Book 3, Autumn, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Abe Nemon. Crowned with the sickle and the wheaten sheaf, while autumn nodding o'er the yellow plain comes jovial on, the Doric reed once more well pleased I tune. Whate'er the wintry frost nitrous prepared, the various blossoms spring put in white promise forth, and summer suns concocted strong rush boundless now to view, full perfect all, and swell my glorious theme. Onslow, the muse ambitious of thy name, to grace inspire and dignify her song, would from the public voice thy gentle ear a while engage. Thy noble cares she knows, the patriot virtues that distend thy thought, spread on thy front and in thy bosom glow, while listening senates hang upon thy tongue, devolving through the maze of eloquence a roll of periods sweeter than her song. But she too pants for public virtue. She, though weak of power, yet strong in ardent will, whene'er her country rushes on her heart, assumes a bolder note, and fondly tries to mix the patriot's with the poet's flame. When the bright virgin gives the beauteous days, and Libra weighs in equal scales the year, from heaven's high cope the fierce effulgence shook of parting summer a serener blue, with golden light enlivened, wide invests the happy world. Attempered suns arise, sweet beamed, and shedding off through lucid clouds a pleasing calm, while broad and brown below extensive harvests hang the heavy head. Rich, silent, deep they stand, for not a gale rolls its light billows o'er the bending plain, a calm of plenty, till the ruffled air falls from its poise, and gives the breeze to blow. Rent is the fleecy mantle of the sky, the clouds fly different, and the sudden sun by fits effulgent gilds the illumined field, and black by fits the shadows sweep along. A gaily checkered heart expanding view, far as the circling eye can shoot around, unbounded tossing in a flood of corn. These are thy blessings, Industry, rough power, whom labour still attends, and sweat and pain, yet the kind source of every gentle art, and all the soft civility of life. Raiser of humankind, by nature cast, naked and helpless, out amid the woods and wilds, to rude inclement elements, with various seeds of art deep in the mind implanted, and profusely poured around materials infinite, but idle all. Still unexerted in the unconscious breast slept the lethargic powers. Corruption still voracious swallowed what the liberal hand of bounty scattered o'er the savage year. And still the sad barbarian roving mixed with beasts of prey, or for his acorn meal fought the fierce tusky boar, a shivering wretch, aghast and comfortless, when the bleak north, with winter charged, let the mixed tempest fly, hail, rain, and snow, and bitter breathing frost. Then to the shelter of the hut he fled, and the wild season sordid pined away. For home he had not. Home is the resort of love, of joy, of peace and plenty, where supporting and supported polished friends and dear relations mingle into bliss. But this the rugged savage never felt, even desolate in crowds, and thus his days rolled heavy, dark, and unenjoyed along, a waste of time, till Industry approached, and roused him from his miserable sloth. His faculties unfolded, pointed out where lavish nature the directing hand of art demanded, showed him how to raise his feeble force by the mechanic powers, to dig the mineral from the vaulted earth, on what to turn the piercing rage of fire, on what the torrent and the gathered blast. Gave the tall ancient forest to his axe, taught him to chip the wood and hew the stone, till by degrees the finished fabric rose, tore from his limbs the blood-polluted fur, and wrapped them in the woolly vestment warm. Or bright in glossy silk and flowing lawn, with wholesome viands filled his table, poured the generous glass around, inspired to wake the life-refining soul of decent wit, nor stopped at barren bare necessity, but still advancing bolder, led him on to pomp, to pleasure, elegance and grace, and breathing high ambition through his soul, set science, wisdom, glory in his view, and bade him be the lord of all below. Then gathering men their natural powers combined, and formed a public, to the general good submitting, aiming and conducting all. For this the Patriot Council met, the full, the free, and fairly represented whole. For this they planned the holy guardian laws, distinguished orders, animated arts, and with joint force oppression chaining, set imperial justice at the helm, yet still to them accountable. Nor slavish dream that toiling millions must resign their weal and all the honey of their search to such as for themselves alone they have raised. Hence every form of cultivated life, in order set, protected, and inspired, into perfection wrought. Uniting all, society grew numerous, high, polite, and happy. Nurse of art, the city reared in beauteous pride her tower-encircled head, and stretching street on street by thousands drew from twining woody haunts, or the tough yew to boughs strong straining her aspiring sons. Then commerce brought into the public walk the busy merchant, the big warehouse built, raised the strong crane, choked up the loaded street with foreign plenty. And thy stream, O Thames, large, gentle, deep, majestic, king of floods, chose for his grand resort. In either hand, like a long wintry forest, groves of masts shot up their spires. The bellying sheet between possessed the breezy void. The sooty hulk steered sluggish on. The splendid barge along rode, regular to harmony. Around the boat light skimming stretched its oary wings, while deep the various voice of fervent toil from bank to bank increased, whence ribbed with oak, to bear the British thunder, black and bold, the roaring vessel rushed into the main. Then too the pillared dome magnific heaved its ample roof, and luxury within poured out her glittering stores. The canvas smooth with glowing life protuberant to the view embodied rose. The statue seemed to breathe and soften into flesh, beneath the touch of forming art imagination flushed. All is the gift of industry. Whate'er exalts, embellishes, and renders life delightful. Pensive winter, cheered by him, sits at the social fire, and happy hears the excluded tempest idly rave along. His hardened fingers deck the gaudy spring. Without him, summer were an arid waste, nor to the autumnal months could thus transmit those full, mature, immeasurable stores, that waving round, recall my wandering song. Soon as the morning trembles o'er the sky, and unperceived unfolds the spreading day, before the ripened field the reapers stand in fair array, each by the lass he loves, to bear the rougher part, and mitigate by nameless gentle offices her toil. At once they stoop and swell the lusty sheaves, while through their cheerful band the rural talk, the rural scandal, and the rural jest fly harmless, to deceive the tedious time, and steal unfelt the sultry hours away. Behind, the master walks, builds up the shocks, and conscious, glancing oft on every side his sated eye, feels his heart heave with joy. The gleaners spread around, and here and there, spike after spike, their scanty harvest pick. Be not too narrow, husbandmen, but fling from the full sheaf with charitable stealth the liberal handful. Think, O grateful, think, how good the God of harvest is to you, who pours abundance over your flowing fields. while these unhappy partners of your kind wide hover round you, like the fowls of heaven, and ask their humble dole. The various turns of fortune ponder, that your sons may want what now, with hard reluctance faint, ye give. The lovely young Lavinia once had friends, and fortune smiled deceitful on her birth. For in her helpless years deprived of all, of every stay save innocence and heaven, she with her widowed mother, feeble, old, and poor, lived in a cottage far retired among the windings of a woody vale, by solitude and deep surrounding shades, but more by bashful modesty concealed. Together thus they shun the cruel scorn which virtue, sunk to poverty, would meet from giddy passion and low-minded pride. Almost on nature's common bounty fed, like the gay birds that sung them to repose, content and careless of tomorrow's fare. Her form was fresher than the morning rose, when the dew wets its leaves, unstained and pure, as is the lily or the mountain snow. The modest virtues mingled in her eyes, still on the ground dejected, darting all their humid beams into the blooming flowers. Or when the mournful tale her mother told, of what her faithless fortune promised once, thrilled in her thought, they, like the dewy star of evening, shone in tears. A native grace sat fair proportioned on her polished limbs, veiled in a simple robe, their best attire, beyond the pomp of dress. For loveliness needs not the foreign aid of ornament, but is when unadorned, adorned the most. Thoughtless of beauty, she was beauty's self, recluse amid the close embowering woods. As in the hollow breast of Apennine, beneath the shelter of encircling hills, a myrtle rises, far from human eye, and breathes its balmy fragrance o'er the wild; so flourished blooming, and unseen by all, the sweet Lavinia, till at length, compelled by strong necessity's supreme command, with smiling patience in her looks, she went to glean Palaemon's fields. The pride of swains Palamon was, the generous and the rich, who led the rural life in all its joy and elegance, such as Arcadian song transmits from ancient uncorrupted times, when tyrant custom had not shackled man, but free to follow nature was the mode. He then, his fancy with autumnal scenes amusing, chanced beside his reaper train to walk, when poor Lavinia drew his eye, unconscious of her power, and turning quick with unaffected blushes from his gaze. He saw her charming, but he saw not half the charms her downcast modesty concealed. That very moment love and chaste desire sprung in his bosom, to himself unknown; for still the world prevailed, and its dread laugh, which scarce the firm philosopher can scorn, should his heart own a gleaner in the field. And thus in secret to his soul he sighed, "What pity! that so delicate a form, by beauty kindled, where enlivened sense and more than vulgar goodness seem to dwell, should be devoted to the rude embrace of some indecent clown. She looks, methink, of old Acasto's line, and to my mind recalls that patron of my happy life, from whom my liberal fortune took its rise. Now to the dust gone down, his houses, lands, and once fair spreading family dissolved. 'Tis said that in some lone obscure retreat, urged by remembrance sad and decent pride, far from those scenes which knew their better days, his aged widow and his daughter live, whom yet my fruitless search could never find. Romantic wish! would this the daughter were! When, strict inquiring, from herself he found she was the same, the daughter of his friend, of bountiful Acasto, who can speak the mingled passions that surprised his heart, and through his nerves in shivering transport ran. Then blazed his smothered flame, avowed and bold. And as he viewed her, ardent o'er and o'er, love, gratitude, and pity wept at once. Confused and frightened at his sudden tears, her rising beauties flushed a higher bloom. As thus Palamon, passionate and just, poured out the pious rapture of his soul. And art thou then Acasto's dear remains? She whom my restless gratitude has sought so long in vain? Oh, heavens! The very same, the softened image of my noble friend, alive in his every look, his every feature, more elegantly touched, sweeter than spring. Thou sole surviving blossom from the root that nourished up my fortune, say, where, in what sequestered desert hast thou drawn the kindest aspect of delighted heaven? Into such beauty spread, and blown so fair, though poverty's cold wind and crushing rain beat keen and heavy on thy tender years. Oh, let me now into a richer soil transplant thee safe, where vernal suns and showers diffuse their warmest, largest influence, and of my garden be the pride and joy. Ill it befits thee, it ill befits Acasto's daughter, his whose open stores, though vast, were little to his ampler heart, the father of a country, thus depict the very refuse of those harvest fields, which from his bounteous friendship I enjoy. Then throw that shameful pittance from thy hand, but ill applied to such a rugged task. The fields, the master, all, my fair, are thine. If to the various blessings which thy house has on me lavished, thou wilt add that bliss, that dearest bliss, the power of blessing thee. Here ceased the youth, yet still his speaking eye expressed the sacred triumph of his soul, with conscious virtue, gratitude, and love, above the vulgar joy divinely raised. Nor waited he reply, won by the charm of goodness irresistible, and all in sweet disorder lost, she blushed consent. The news immediate to her mother brought, while pierced with anxious thought, she pined away the lonely moments for Lavinia's fate. Amazed, and scarce believing what she heard, joy seized her withered veins, and one bright gleam of setting life shone on her evening hours. Not less enraptured than the happy pair, who flourished long in tender bliss, and reared a numerous offspring, lovely like themselves, and good the grace of all the country round. Defeating oft the labours of the year, the sultry south collects a potent blast. At first the groves are scarcely seen to stir their trembling tops, and the still murmur runs along the soft inclining fields of corn. But as the aerial tempest fuller swells, and in one mighty stream, invisible, immense, the whole excited atmosphere impetuous rushes o'er the sounding world. Strained to the root, the stooping forest pours a rustling shower of yet untimely leaves. High beat the circling mountains eddy in from the bare wild the dissipated storm, and send it in a torrent down the vale. Exposed and naked to its utmost rage, through all the sea of harvest rolling round, the billowy plain floats wide, nor can evade, though pliant to the blast, its seizing force, or whirled in air, or into vacant chaff sook waste. And sometimes too a burst of rain, swept from the black horizon broad, descends in one continuous flood. Still overhead the mingling tempest weaves its gloom, and still the deluge deepens, till the fields around lie sunk and flatted in the sordid wave. Sudden the ditches swell, the meadows swim, red from the hills innumerable streams tumultuous roar, and high above its banks the river lift, before whose rushing tide herds, flocks, and harvests, cottages and swains roll mingled down. All that the winds had spared, in one wild moment ruined, the big hopes and well-earned treasures of the painful year. Fled to some eminence, the husbandman helpless beholds the miserable wreck driving along. His drowning ox at once descending, with his labours scattered round, he sees. An instant o'er his shivering thought comes winter unprovided, and a train of clamant children dear. Ye masters then, be mindful of the rough laborious hand that sinks you soft in elegance and ease. Be mindful of those limbs in russet clad, whose toil to yours is warmth and graceful pride. And oh, be mindful of that sparing board, which covers yours with luxury profuse, makes your glass sparkle, and your sense rejoice. Nor cruelly demand what the deep rains and all involving winds have swept away. Hear the rude clamour of the sportsman's joy. The gun fast thundering, and the winded horn, would tempt the muse to sing the rural game. How in his mid-career the spaniel struck, stiff by the tainted gale, with open nose outstretched and finely sensible, draws full, fearful, and cautious on the latent prey. As in the sun the circling covey bask their varied plumes, and watchful every way through the rough stubble turn the secret eye. Caught in the meshy snare, in vain they beat their idle wings, entangled more and more. Nor on the surges of the boundless air, though borne triumphant, are they safe. The gun glance just and sudden from the fowler's eye o'ertakes their sounding pinions, and again immediate brings them from the towering wing dead to the ground, or drives them wide dispersed, wounded, and wheeling various down the wind. These are not subjects for the peaceful muse, nor will she stain with such her spotless song. Then most delighted, when she social sees the whole mixed animal creation round, alive and happy. 'Tis not joy to her, this falsely cheerful barbarous game of death, this rage of pleasure, which the restless youth awakes, impatient with the gleaming morn. When beasts of prey retire, that all night long, urged by necessity, had ranged the dark, as if their conscious ravage shunned the light, ashamed. Not so the steady tyrant man, who with the thoughtless insolence of power inflamed, beyond the most infuriate wrath of the worst monster that e'er roamed the waste, for sport alone pursues the cruel chase amid the beamings of the gentle days. Upbraid, ye ravening tribes, our wanton rage, for hunger kindles you, and lawless want. But lavish fed, in nature's bounty rolled, to joy at anguish and delight in blood, is what your horrid bosoms never knew. Poor is the triumph o'er the timid hare, scared from the corn, and now to some lone seat retired. The rushy fen, the ragged furze stretched o'er the stony heath, the stubble chapped, the thistly lawn, the thick entangled broom of the same friendly hue, the withered fern, the fallow ground laid open to the sun, concoctive, and the nodding sandy bank hung o'er the mazes of the mountain brook. Vain is her best precaution, though she sits concealed with folded ears, unsleeping eyes by nature raised to take the horizon in, and head couched close betwixt her hairy feet, in act to spring away. The scented dew betrays her early labyrinth, and deep in scattered sullen openings far behind, with every breeze she hears the coming storm. But nearer and more frequent as it loads the sighing gale, she springs amazed, and all the savage soul of game is up at once. The pack full opening, various, the shrill horn resounded from the hills, the neighing steed wild for the chase, and the loud hunter's shout, o'er a weak, harmless, flying creature, all mixed in mad tumult and discordant joy. The stag, too, singled from the herd, where long he ranged the branching monarch of the shades, before the tempest drives. At first in speed he sprightly puts his faith, and roused by fear gives all his swift aerial soul to flight. Against the breeze he darts, that way the more to leave the lessening murderous cry behind. Deception short! Though fleeter than the winds blown o'er the keen-aired mountain by the north, he bursts the thickets, glances through the glades, and plunges deep into the wildest wood. If slow, yet sure, adhesive to the track hot steaming, up behind him come again the inhuman rout, and from the shady depth expel him. Circling through his every shift, he sweeps the forest oft, and sobbing sees the glades, mild opening to the golden day, where in kind contests with his budding friends he wont to struggle for his loves enjoy. Oft in the full descending flood he tries to lose the scent, and lave his burning sides. Oft seeks the herd, the watchful herd, alarmed with selfish care, avoid a brother's woe. What shall he do? His once so vivid nerves, so full of buoyant spirit, now no more inspire the course, but fainting, breathless toil, sick, seizes on his heart. He stands at bay, and puts his last weak refuge in despair. The big round tears run down his dappled face. He groans in anguish, while the growling pack, blood happy, hang at his fair jutting chest, and mark his beauteous checkered sides with gore. Of this enough. But if the sylvan youth, whose fervent blood boils into violence, must have the chase, behold, despising flight, the roused up lion, resolute and slow advancing full on the pretended spear, and coward band that circling wheel aloof. Slunk from the cavern and the troubled wood, see the grim wolf. On him his shaggy foe vindictive fix, and let the ruffian die. Or growling horrid as the brindled boar grins fell destruction, to the monster's heart let the dart lighten from the nervous arm. These Britain knows not. Give ye Britons then your sportive fury, pitiless, to pour loose on the nightly robber of the fold. Him from his craggy winding haunts on earth let all the thunder of the chase pursue. Throw the broad ditch behind you, o'er the hedge high bound resistless, nor the deep morass refuse, but through the shaking wilderness pick your nice way into the perilous flood, bear fearless of the raging instinct full. And as you ride the torrent, to the banks your triumph sounds sonorous, running round from rock to rock in circling echoes tossed. Then scale the mountains to their woody tops, rush down the dangerous steep, and o'er the lawn, in fancy swallowing up the space between, pour all your speed into the rapid game. For happy he, who tops the wheeling chase, has every maze evolved, and every guile disclosed, who knows the merits of the pack, who saw the villain seized, and dying hard without complaint, though by 100 mouths relentless torn. O glorious he, beyond his daring peers, when the retreating horn calls them to ghostly halls of grey renown, with woodland honours graced. The fox's fur depending descent from the roof, and spread round the drear walls, with antic figures fierce the stag's large front. He then is loudest heard when the night staggers with severer toils, with feats Thessalian centaurs never knew, and their repeated wonders shake the dome. But first the fueled chimney blazes wide, the tankards foam, and the strong table groans beneath the smoking sirloin, stretched immense from side to side, in which with desperate knife they deep incision make, and talk the while of England's glory, ne'er to be defaced, while hence they borrow vigor. Or amain into the pasty plunged at intervals, if stomach keen can intervals allow, relating all the glories of the chase. Then sated hunger bids his brother thirst produce the mighty bowl swelled high with fiery juice, steams liberal round a potent gale, delicious as the bread of Maya to the lovesick shepherdess on violets diffused, while soft she hears her panting shepherd stealing to her arms. Nor wanting is the brown October, drawn mature and perfect from his dark retreat of 30 years. And now his honest front flames in the light refulgent, not afraid even with the vineyard's best produce to vie. To cheat the thirsty moments, whist awhile walks his dull round beneath a cloud of smoke, wreathed fragrant from the pipe. Or the quick dice, in thunder leaping from the box, awake the sounding gammon, while romp-loving miss is hauled about in gallantry robust. At last these puling idlenesses laid aside, frequent and full, the dry divan close in firm circle, and set ardent in for serious drinking. Nor evasion sly, nor sober shift, is to the puking wretch indulged apart. But earnest brimming bowls lave every soul, the table floating round, and pavement faithless to the fuddled foot. Thus as they swim in mutual swill, the talk, vociferous at once from 20 tongues, reels fast from theme to theme, from horses, hounds, to church or mistress, politics or ghost, in endless mazes, intricate, perplexed. Meantime, with sudden interruption loud, the impatient catch bursts from the joyous heart. That moment touched is every kindred soul, and opening in a full-mouthed cry of joy, the laugh, the slap, the jocund curse go round, while from their slumbers shook the kennelled hounds mix in the music of the day again. As when the tempest that has vexed the deep the dark night long with fainter murmurs falls, so gradual sinks their mirth. Their feeble tongues, unable to take up the cumbrous word, lie quite dissolved. Before their maudlin eyes, seen dim and blue, the double tapers dance, like the sun wading through the misty sky. Then sliding soft they drop, confused above glasses and bottles, pipes and gazetteers, as if the table even itself was drunk, lie in a wet broken scene, and wide below is heaped the social slaughter, where astride the lubber power in filthy triumph sits, slumberous, inclining still from side to side, and steeps them drenched in potent sleep till morn. Perhaps some doctor of tremendous paunch, awful and deep, a black abyss of drink, outlives them all, and from his buried flock retiring, full of rumination sad, laments the weakness of these latter times. But if the rougher sex by this fierce sport is hurried wild, let not such horrid joy e'er stain the bosom of the British fair. Far be the spirit of the chase from them, uncomely courage, unbeseeming skill, to spring the fence, to rein the prancing steed, the cap, the whip, the masculine attire, in which they roughen to the sense, and all the winning softness of their sex is lost. In them 'tis graceful to dissolve at woe, with every motion, every word, to wave quick o'er the kindling cheek the ready blush, and from the smallest violence to shrink unequal. then the loveliest in their fears, and by this silent adulation soft, to their protection more engaging man. Oh, may their eyes no miserable sight Save weeping lovers see, a nobler game, Through love's enchanting wiles pursued, Yet fled in chase ambiguous. May their tender limbs float in a loose simplicity of dress, And fashioned all to harmony, alone know they To seize the captivated soul, in rapture warbled from the love-breathing lips. To teach the lute to languish, with smooth step Disclosing motion in its every charm, To swim along, and swell the mazy dance. To train the foliage o'er the snowy lawn, To guide the pencil, turn the tuneful page. To lend new flavour to the fruitful year, And heighten nature's dainties. In their race to rear their graces into second life, To give society its highest taste, Well-order'd home man's best delight to make, And by submissive wisdom, modest skill, With every gentle care eluding art, To raise the virtues, animate the bliss, And sweeten all the toils of human life. This be the female dignity and praise. Ye swains, now hasten to the hazel bank, Where down yon dale the wildly winding brook Falls hoarse from steep to steep. In close array, fit for the thickets and the tangling shrub, Ye virgins come, for you their latest song The woodlands raise. The clustering nuts for you the lover finds Amid the secret shade, and where they burnish on the topmost bough, With active vigour crushes down the tree, Or shakes them ripe from the resigning husk, A glossy shower, and of the ardent brown, As are the ringlets of Melinda's hair. Melinda, form'd with every grace complete, Yet these neglecting, above beauty wise, And far transcending such a vulgar praise. Hence from the busy joy-resounding fields, In cheerful error let us tread the maze Of autumn unconfined, and taste revive The breath of orchard big with bending fruit. Obedient to the breeze and beating ray, From the deep-loaded bough a mellow shower Incessant melts away. The juicy pear lies in a soft profusion Scattered round. A various sweetness swells the gentle race, By nature's all-refining hand prepared. Of tempered sun and water, earth and air, In ever-changing composition mixed. Such falling frequent through the chiller night, The fragrant stores, the wide projected heaps Of apples, which the lusty-handed year Innumerous o'er the blushing orchard shakes. A various spirit, fresh, delicious, keen, Dwells in their gelid pores, and active points The piercing cider for the thirsty tongue. Thy native theme, and boon inspirer too, Philips, Pomona's bard, the second thou Who nobly durst, in rhyme unfettered verse, With British freedom sing the British song. How from Silurian vats high sparkling wines Foam in transparent floods, some strong To cheer the wintry revels of the labouring hind, And tasteful some to cool the summer hours. In this glad season, while his sweetest beams The sun sheds equal o'er the meekened day, Oh, lose me in the green delightful walks Of Doddington, thy seat, serene and plain, Where simple nature reigns, and every view Diffusive spreads the pure Dorsetian downs In boundless prospect, yonder shagg'd with wood, Here rich with harvest, and there white with flocks. Meantime the grandeur of thy lofty dome Far splendid seizes on the ravish'd eye. New beauties rise with each revolving day, New columns swell, and still the fresh spring Finds new plants to quicken, and new groves to green. Full of thy genius all, the Muses' seat, where in the secret bower and winding walk, for virtuous young and thee they twine the bay. Here wandering off, fired with the restless thirsts of thy applause, I solitary court the inspiring breeze, and meditate the book of nature ever open, aiming thence, warm from the heart, to learn the moral song. Here as I steal along the sunny wall, where autumn basks with fruit empurpled deep, my pleasing theme continual prompts my thought, presents the downy peach, the shining plum, the ruddy fragrant nectarine, and dark beneath his ample leaf the luscious fig. The vine too here her curling tendrils shoots, hangs out her clusters glowing to the south, and scarcely wishes for a warmer sky. Turn we a moment fancy's rapid flight to vigorous soils, and climes of fair extent, where by the potent sun elated high, the vineyard swells refulgent on the day, spreads o'er the vale, and up the mountain climbs profuse, and drinks amid the sunny rocks from cliff to cliff increased the heightened blaze. Low bend the weighty boughs, the clusters clear, half through the foliage seen, or ardent flame, or shine transparent, while perfection breathes white over the turgent film, the living dew. As thus they brighten with exalted juice, touched into flavor by the mingling ray, the rural youth and virgins o'er the field, each fond for each to cull the autumnal prime, exulting rove, and speak the vintage nigh. Then comes the crushing swain. The country floats and foams unbounded with the mashy flood, that by degrees fermented and refined, round the raised nations pours the cup of joy. The claret smooth, red as the lip we press in sparkling fancy, while we drain the bowl, the mellow tasted burgundy, and quick as is the wit it gives, the gay champagne. Now by the cool declining year condensed, descend the copious exhalations. Checked as up the middle sky unseen they stole, and roll the doubling fogs around the hill. No more the mountain, horrid, vast, sublime, who pours a sweep of rivers from his sides, and high between contending kingdoms rears the rocky long division, fills the view with great variety, but in a night of gathering vapor, from the baffled sense, sinks dark and dreary. Thence expanding far, the huge dusk gradual swallows up the plain. Vanish the woods, the dim seen river seems sullen and slow to roll the misty wave. Even in the height of noon oppressed, the sun sheds weak and blunt his wide refracted ray, whence glaring oft with many a broadened orb, he frights the nation. Indistinct on earth, seen through the turbid air, beyond the life objects appear, and wildered o'er the waste the shepherd stalks gigantic, till at last wreathed dun around, in deeper circles still successive closing, sits the general fog unbounded o'er the world, and mingling thick a formless grey confusion covers all. As when of old, so sung the Hebrew bard, light uncollected through the chaos urged its infant way, nor order yet had drawn his lovely train from out the dubious gloom. These roving mists that constant now begin to smoke along the hilly country, these with weighty rains and melted alpine snows the mountain's cisterns fill, those ample stores of water scooped among the hollow rocks, whence gush the streams, the ceaseless fountains play, and their unfailing wealth the rivers draw. Some sages say, that where the numerous wave forever lashes the resounding shore, drilled through the sandy stratum every way, the waters with the sandy stratum rise. Amid those angles infinitely strained, they joyful leave their jaggy salts behind, and clear and sweeten as they soak along. Nor stops the restless fluid, mounting still, Though oft amidst the irriguous vale it springs, But to the mountain courted by the sand, That leads it darkling on in faithful maze, Far from the parent main it boils again Fresh into day, and all the glittering hill Is bright with spouting rills. But hence this vain amusive dream. Why should the waters love to take so far A journey to the hills, when the sweet valleys Offer to their toil inviting quiet, And a nearer bed? Or if by blind ambition led astray They must aspire, why should they sudden stop Amongst the broken mountain's rushy dells, And, ere they gain its highest peak, desert the attractive sand that charmed their course so long? Besides, the hard agglomerating salts, The spoil of ages, would impervious choke Their secret channels; or by slow degrees, High as the hills protrude the swelling vales, Old Ocean too, suck'd thro' the porous globe, Had long ere now forsook his horrid bed, And brought Deucalion's watery times again. Say then, where lurk the vast eternal springs, That, like creating Nature, lie conceal'd From mortal eye, yet with their lavish stores Refresh the globe, and all its joyous tribes? O thou pervading genius, given to man To trace the secrets of the dark abyss! O lay the mountains bare, and wide display Their hidden structure to the astonish'd view. Strip from the branching Alps their piny load, The huge encumbrance of horrific woods From Asian Taurus and Imaus stretch'd Athwart the roving Tartar's sullen bounds. Give opening Hemus to my searching eye, And high Olympus pouring many a stream. O, from the sounding summits of the north, The Dofrine hills, thro' Scandinavia roll'd To farthest Lapland and frozen Maine; From lofty Caucasus, far seen by those Who in the Caspian and black Euxine soil, From cold Riphean rocks, which the wild Russ Believes the stony girdle of the world; And all the dreadful mountains wrapt in storm, Whence wide Siberia draws her lonely floods. O sweep the eternal snows, hung o'er the deep That ever works beneath his sounding base. Bid Atlas, propping heaven, as poets fiend His subterranean wonders spread, Unveil the miny caverns, blazing on the day, Of Abyssinia's cloud compelling cliffs, And of the bending mountains of the moon. O'ertopping all these giant sons of earth, Let the dire Andes from the radiant line Stretch to the stormy seas, that thunder round The southern pole their hideous deeps unfold. Amazing scene! Behold, the glooms disclose. I see the rivers in their infant beds. Deep, deep I hear them labouring to get free. I see the leaning strata artful ranged, The gaping fissures to receive the rains, The melting snows and ever dripping fogs. Strowed bibulous above I see the sands, The pebbly gravel next, the layers then Of mingled moulds of more retentive earths, The guttered rocks and mazy running clefts, That while stealing moisture they transmit, Retard its motion, and forbid its waste. Beneath the incessant weeping of these drains, I see the rocky siphons stretched immense, The mighty reservoirs of hardened chalk, Or stiff compacted clay, capacious form'd. O'erflowing thence the congregated stores, The crystal treasures of the liquid world. Thro' the stirred sands a bubbling passage burst, And welling out around the middle steep, Or from the bottoms of the bosom'd hills, In pure effusion flow. United thus, the exhaling sun, The vapour burdened air, the gelid mountains, That to rain condense these vapours in continual current draw, and send them o'er the fair divided earth in bounteous rivers to the deep again, a social commerce hold, and firm support the full adjusted harmony of things. End of The Seasons, Book 3, Autumn, Part 1. This recording is in the public domain. The Seasons by James Thomson, Book 3, Autumn, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abe Nemon. When autumn scatters his departing gleams, warned of approaching winter, gathered, play the swallow people, and tossed wide around o'er the calm sky, in convolution swift the feathered eddy floats, rejoicing once, ere to their wintry slumbers they retire, in clusters hung beneath the mouldering bank, and where, unpierced by frost, the cavern sweats, or rather into warmer climes conveyed, with other kindred birds of season, there they twitter cheerful, till the vernal months invite them welcome back, for thronging now in numerous wings are in commotion all. Where the Rhine loses his majestic force in Belgian plains, won from the raging deep by diligence amazing, and the strong unconquerable hand of liberty, the stork assembly meets, for many a day consulting deep and various, ere they take their arduous voyage through the liquid sky. And now their route designed, their leaders chose, their tribes adjusted, cleaned their vigorous wings, and many a circle, many a short essay, wheeled round and round, in congregation full the figured flight ascends, and riding high the aerial billows mixes with the clouds. Or where the northern ocean in vast whirls boils round the naked melancholy isles of farthest Thule, and the Atlantic surge pours in among the stormy Hebrides. Who can recount what transmigrations there are annual made, what nations come and go, and how the living clouds on clouds arise? Infinite wings, till all the plume dark air and rude resounding shore are one wild cry. Here the plain harmless native his small flock, and herd diminutive of many hues, tends on the little island's verdant swell, the shepherd's sea-girt reign, or to the rocks dire clinging gathers his ovarious food, or sweeps the fishy shore, or treasures up the plumage rising full to form the bed of luxury. And here awhile the muse, high hovering o'er the broad cerulean scene, sees Caledonia in romantic view, her airy mountains from the waving main invested with a keen diffusive sky, breathing the soul acute, her forests huge, incult, robust, and tall, by nature's hand planted of old. Her azure lakes between poured out extensive, and of watery wealth full. Winding deep and green her fertile vales, with many a cool translucent brimming flood washed lovely from the Tweed, pure parent stream, whose pastoral banks first heard my Doric reed, with sylvan Jed thy tributary brook, to where the north inflated tempest foams over Orcas or Betubium's highest peak, nurse of a people, in misfortune's school trained up to hardy deeds, soon visited by learning, when before the Gothic rage she took her western flight. A manly race, of unsubmitting spirit, wise and brave, who still through bleeding ages struggled hard, as well unhappy Wallace can attest, great patriot hero, ill-requited chief, to hold a generous undiminished state too much in vain. Hence of unequal bounds impatient, and by tempting glory borne o'er every land. For every land their life has flowed profuse, their piercing genius planned, and swelled the pomp of peace their faithful toil. As from their own clear north, in radiant streams, bright over Europe bursts the boreal morn. Oh, is there not some patriot, in whose power that best, that godlike luxury is placed, of blessing thousands, thousands yet unborn, through late prosperity? Some large of soul to cheer dejected industry, to give a double harvest to the pining swain, and teach the laboring hand the sweets of toil? How by the finest art the native robe to weave, how, white as Hyperborean snow, to form the lucid lawn, with venturous oar how to dash wide the billow, nor look on shamefully passive, while Batavian fleets defraud us of the glittering finny swarms that heave our friths and crowd upon our shores. How all enlivening trade to rouse, and wing the prosperous sail from every growing port uninjured round the sea encircled globe, and thus, in soul united as in name, bid Britain reign the majesty of the deep? Yes, there are such, and full on thee, Argyle, her hope, her stay, her darling, and her boast. From her first patriots and her heroes sprung, thy fond imploring country turns her eye. In thee, with all a mother's triumph, sees her every virtue, every grace combined, her genius, wisdom, her engaging turn, her pride of honor, and her courage tried, calm and intrepid in the very throat of sulphurous war, on Tenier's dreadful field. Nor less the palm of peace enwreathes thy brow. For powerful is thy sword, from thy rich tongue persuasion flows, and wins the high debate. While mixed in thee combine the charm of youth, the force of manhood, and the depth of age. Thee, Forbes, too, whom every worth attends, as truth sincere, as weeping friendship kind. Thee truly generous, and in silence great, thy country feels through her reviving arts, planned by thy wisdom, by thy soul informed, and seldom has she known a friend like thee. But see the fading many-colored woods, shade deepening over shade, the country round imbrown, a crowded umbrage, dusk and dun of every hue, from wan declining green to sooty dark. These now the lonesome muse low whispering lead into their leaf-strown walks, and give the season in its latest view. Meantime, light shadowing all, a sober calm fleeces unbounded ether, whose least wave stands tremulous, uncertain where to turn the gentle current, while illumined wide, the dewy-skirted clouds imbibe the sun, and through their lucid veil his softened force shed o'er the peaceful world. Then is the time for those whom wisdom and whom nature charm, to steal themselves from the degenerate crowd, and soar above this little scene of things, to tread low-thoughted vice beneath their feet, to soothe the throbbing passions into peace, and woo lone quiet in her silent walks. Thus solitary and in pensive guise, oft let me wander o'er the russet mead, and through the saddened grove, where scarce is heard one dying strain to cheer the woodman's toil. Haply some widowed songster pours his plaint, far in faint warblings through the tawny copse, while congregated thrushes, linnets, larks, and each wild throat, whose artless strains so late swelled all the music of the swarming shades, robbed of their tuneful souls, now shivering sit on the dead tree, a full despondent flock, with not a brightness waving o'er their plumes, and naught save chattering discord in their note. Oh, let not, aim'd from some inhuman eye, the gun, the music of the coming year destroy, and harmless, unsuspecting harm lay the weak tribes, a miserable prey, in mingled murder, fluttering on the ground. The pale descending year, yet pleasing still, a gentler mood inspires. For now the leaf incessant rustles from the mournful grove, oft startling such as, studious, walk below, and slowly circles through the waving air. But should a quicker breeze amid the boughs sob, o'er the sky the leafy deluge streams, till choked and matted with the dreary shower, the forest walks at every rising gale roll wide the withered waste, and whistle bleak. Fled is the blasted verdure of the fields, and shrunk into their beds the flowery race their sunny robes resign. Even what remained of stronger fruits falls from the naked tree, and woods, fields, gardens, orchards, all around, the desolated prospect thrills the soul. He comes! He comes! In every breeze the power of philosophic melancholy comes. His near approach, the sudden starting tear, the glowing cheek, the mild dejected air, the softened feature, and the beating heart, pierced deep with many a virtuous pang, declare o'er all the soul his sacred influence breathes, inflames imagination, through the breast infuses every tenderness, and far beyond dim earth exalts the swelling thought. 10,000 fleet ideas, such as never mingled with the vulgar dream, crowd fast into the mind's creative eye. As fast the correspondent passions rise, as varied and as high. Devotion raised to rapture and divine astonishment, the love of nature unconfined, and chief of human race, the large ambitious wish to make them blest, the sigh for suffering worth lost in obscurity, the noble scorn of tyrant pride, the fearless great resolve, the wonder which the dying patriot draws, inspiring glory through remotest time. The awakened throb for virtue and for fame, the sympathies of love and friendship dear, with all the social offspring of the heart. Oh, bear me then to vast embowering shades, to twilight groves and visionary vales, to weeping grottos and prophetic glooms, where angel forms athwart the solemn dusk tremendous sweep, or seem to sweep along, and voices more than human, through the void deep sounding, seize the enthusiastic ear. Or is this gloom too much? Then lead, ye powers, that o'er the garden and the rural seat preside, which shining through the cheerful land in countless numbers blest Britannia sees. Oh, lead me to the wide extended walks, the fair majestic paradise of Stowe. Not Persian Cyrus on Ionia's shore e'er saw such sylvan scenes, such various art by genius fired, such ardent genius tamed by cool judicious art, that in the strife all beauteous nature fears to be outdone. And there, O Pitt, thy country's early boast, there let me sit beneath the sheltered flopes, or in that temple where, in future times, thou well shalt merit a distinguished name, and with thy converse blest catch the last smiles of autumn beaming o'er the yellow woods, while there with thee the enchanted round I walk, the regulated wild. Gay fancy then will tread in thought the groves of Attic land, will from thy standard taste refine her own, correct her pencil to the purest truth of nature, or the unimpassioned shades forsaking, raise it to the human mind. Or if hereafter she with juster hand shall draw the tragic scene, instruct her thou to mark the varied movements of the heart, what every decent character requires, and every passion speaks. O through her strain breathe thy pathetic eloquence, that molds the attentive senate, charms, persuades, exalts. Of honest zeal the indignant lightning throws, and shakes corruption on her venal throne. While thus we talk, and through Elysian vales delighted rove, perhaps a sigh escapes. What pity, Cobham, thou thy verdant files of ordered trees should here inglorious range, instead of squadrons flaming o'er the field, and long embattled hosts, when the proud foe, the faithless vain disturber of mankind, insulting Gaul, has roused the world to war. When keen once more within their bounds to press those polish'd robbers, those ambitious slaves, the British youth would hail thy wise command, thy tempered ardour, and thy veteran skill. The western sun withdraws the shortened day, and humid evening, gliding o'er the sky in her chill progress, to the ground condensed the vapours throws. Where creeping waters ooze, where marshes stagnate, and where rivers wind, cluster the rolling fogs, and swim along the dusky mantled lawn. Meanwhile the moon, full orbed, and breaking through the scattered clouds, shows her broad visage in the crimsoned east. Turning to the sun direct, her spotted disk, where mountains rise, umbrageous dales descend, and caverns deep, as optic tube descries a smaller earth, gives us his blaze again, void of its flame, and sheds a softer day. Now through the passing cloud she seems to stoop, now up the pure cerulean rides sublime. Wide the pale deluge floats, and streaming mild o'er the skied mountain to the shadowy vale, while rocks and floods reflect the quivering gleam, the whole air whitens with a boundless tide of silver radiance, trembling round the world. But when half blotted from the sky her light, fainting, permits the starry fires to burn with keener lustre through the depth of heaven, or near extinct her deadened orb appears, and scarce appears of sickly beamless white, oft in this season, silent from the north, a blaze of meteors shoots, in sweeping first the lower skies. They all at once converge high to the crown of heaven, and all at once relapsing quick, as quickly reascend, and mix, and thwart, extinguish, and renew, all ether coursing in a maze of light. From look to look, contagious through the crowd, the panic runs, and into wondrous shapes the appearance throws. Armies in meet array, thronged with aerial spears and steeds of fire, till the long lines of full extended war in bleeding fight commixed, the sanguine flood rolls a broad slaughter o'er the plains of heaven. As thus they scan the visionary scene, on all sides swells the superstitious din incontinent, and busy frenzy talks of blood and battle, cities overturned, and late at night in swallowing earthquakes sunk, or hideous wrapped in fierce ascending flame of sallow famine, inundation, storm of pestilence, and every great distress. Empires subversed, when ruling fate has struck the unalterable hour, even nature's self is deemed to totter on the brink of time. Not so the man of philosophic eye and inspect sage. The waving brightness he curious surveys, inquisitive to know the causes and materials, yet unfixed, of this appearance beautiful and new. Now black and deep the night begins to fall, a shade immense. Sunk in the quenching gloom, magnificent and vast are heaven and earth. Order confounded lies, all beauty void, distinction lost, and gay variety one universal blot. Such the fair power of light to kindle and create the whole. Drear is the state of the benighted wretch, who then bewildered wanders through the dark, full of pale fancies and chimeras huge, nor visited by one directive ray, from cottage streaming or from airy hall. Perhaps impatient as he stumbles on, struck from the root of slimy rushes blue, the wild fire scatters round, or gathered trails a length of flame deceitful o'er the moss. Whither decoyed by the fantastic blaze, now lost and now renewed, he sinks absorpt, rider and horse amid the miry gulf, while still from day to day his pining wife and plaintive children his return await, in wild conjecture lost. At other times sent by the better genius of the night, innoxious, gleaming on the horse's mane, the meteor sits, and shows the narrow path that winding leads through the pits of death, or else instructs him how to take the dangerous ford. The lengthened night elapsed, the morning shines serene, in all her dewy beauty bright, unfolding fair the last autumnal day. And now the mounting sun dispels the fog, the rigid hoarfrost melts before his beam, and hung on every spray, on every blade of grass, the myriad dewdrops twinkle round. Ah, see where robbed and murdered in that pit lies the still heaving hive, at evening snatched beneath the cloud of guilt concealing night, and fixed o'er sulphur, while not dreaming ill the happy people in their waxen cells sat tending public cares, and planning schemes of temperance for winter poor. Rejoiced to mark full flowing round their copious stores. Sudden the dark oppressive steam ascends, and used to milder sense, the tender race by thousands tumble from their honeyed domes, convolved and agonizing in the dust. And was it then for this you roamed the spring, intent from flower to flower? For this you toiled ceaseless the burning summer heats away? For this in autumn searched the blooming waste, nor lost one sunny gleam for this sad fate? O man, tyrannic lord, how long shall prostrate nature groan beneath your rage, awaiting renovation? When obliged must you destroy? Of their ambrosial food can you not borrow, and in just return afford them shelter from the wintry winds? Or, as the sharp year pinches, with their own again regale them on some smiling day? See where the stony bottom of their town looks desolate and wild, with here and there a helpless number, who the ruined state survive, lamenting weak, cast out to death. Thus a proud city, populous and rich, full of the works of peace and high in joy, at theatre or peace or sunk in sleep, as late Palermo was thy fate, is seized by some dread earthquake, and convulsive hurled sheer from the black foundation, stench involved into a gulf of blue sulphurous flame. Hence every harsher sight. For now the day, o'er heaven and earth diffused, grows warm and high, infinite splendor wide investing all. How still the breeze, save what the filmy thread of dew evaporate brushes from the plain! How clear the cloudless sky! How deeply tinged with a peculiar blue! The ethereal arch how swelled immense! Amid whose azure throne the radiant sun how gay! How calm below the gilded earth! The harvest treasures all now gathered in Beyond the rage of storms sure to the swain. The circling fence shut up, and instant winter's utmost rage defied. While loose to festive joy, the country round laughs with the loud sincerity of mirth. Shook to the wind their cares, the toil-strung youth, By the quick sense of music taught alone, Leaps wildly graceful in the lively dance. Her every charm abroad the village toast. Young, buxom, warm, in native beauty rich, Darts not unmeaning looks, and where her eye Points an approving smile, with double force The cudgel rattles and the wrestler twines. Age too shines out, and garrulous recounts The feats of youth. Thus they rejoice, nor think That with tomorrow's sun their annual toil Begins again the never ceasing round. Oh, knew he but his happiness, of men the happiest he, Who far from public rage, deep in the vale, With a choice few retir'd, drinks the pure pleasures of the rural life. What though the dome be wanting, whose proud gate each morning vomits out the sneaking crowd Of flatterers false, and in their turn abused? Vile intercourse! What though the glittering robe of every hue Reflected light can give, or floating loose, Or stiff with mazy gold, the pride and gaze of fools, Oppress him not? What though the glittering robe of every hue Reflected light can give, or floating loose, Or stiff with mazy gold, the pride and gaze of fools, Oppress him not? What though, from utmost land and sea purveyed, For him each rarer tributary life Bleeds not, and his insatiate table heaps With luxury and death? What though his bowl flames not with costly juice, Nor sunk in beds oft of gay care he tosses out the night, Or melts the thoughtless hours in idle state? What though he knows not those fantastic joys That still amuse the wanton, still deceive A face of pleasure, but a heart of pain, Their hollow moments undelighted all? Sure peace is his, a solid life estranged To disappointment, and fallacious hope. Rich in content, in nature's bounty rich In herbs and fruits. Whatever greens the spring when heaven descends in showers, Or bends the bow when summer reddens, and when autumn beams. Or in the wintry glebe whatever lies concealed, And fattens with the richest sap, these are not wanting. Nor the milky drove luxuriant, spread o'er all the lowing vale, Nor bleeding mountains, nor the chide of streams And hum of bees inviting sleep sincere Into the guiltless breast beneath the shade, Or thrown at large amid the fragrant hay. Nor aught besides of prospect, grove, or song, Dim grottos, gleaming lakes, and fountain clear. Here too dwells simple truth, plain innocence, unsullied beauty, sound unbroken youth, patient of labour, with a little pleased health ever blooming, unambitious toil, calm contemplation, and poetic ease. Let others brave the flood in quest of gain, And beat for joyless months the gloomy wave. Let such as deem it glory to destroy Rush into blood, the sack of cities seek, Unpierced exulting in the widow's wail, The virgin's shriek, and infant's trembling cry. Let some, far distant from their native soil, urged or by want or hardened avarice, find other lands beneath another sun. Let this through cities work his eager way, by legal outrage and established guile the social sense extinct. And that ferment mad into tumult the seditious herd, or melt them down to slavery. Let these ensnare the wretched in the toils of law, fomenting discord and perplexing right, an iron race. And those of fairer front, but equal inhumanity in courts, delusive pomp and dark cabals delight. Wreathe the deep bow, diffuse the lying smile, and tread the weary labyrinth of state. While he from all the stormy passions free, that restless men involve, hears, and but hears, at distance safe, the human tempest roar, wrapped close in conscious peace. The fall of kings, the rage of nations, and the crush of states, move not the man, who from the world escaped, in still retreats and flowery solitudes, to nature's voice attends, from month to month and day to day, through the revolving year, admiring sees her in her every shape, feels all her sweet emotions at his heart, takes what she liberal gives, nor thinks of more. He, when young spring protrudes the bursting germs, marks the first bud, and sucks the healthful gale into his freshened soul. Her genial hours he full enjoys, and not a beauty blows, and not an opening blossom breathes in vain. In summer he, beneath the living shade, such as o'er frigid Tempe wont to wave, or Hemus cool, reads what the muse of these perhaps has in immortal numbers sung, of what she dictates, writes, and oft an eye shot around rejoices in the vigorous year. When autumn's yellow lustre gilds the world, and tempts the sickled swain into the field, seized by the general joy, his heart distends with gentle throes, and through the tepid gleams deep musing, then he best exerts his song. Even winter wild to him is full of bliss. The mighty tempest and the hoary waste, abrupt and deep stretched o'er the buried earth, awake to solemn thought. At night the skies, disclosed and kindled by refining frost, pour every lustre on the exalted eye. A friend, a book, the stealing hours secure, and mark them down for wisdom. With swift wing, o'er land and sea, imagination roams, or truth divinely breaking on his mind, elates his being, and unfolds his powers, or in his breast heroic virtue burns. The touch of kindred too, and love he feels, the modest eye whose beams on his alone ecstatic shine. The little strong embrace of prattling children, twined around his neck and emulous to please him, calling forth the fond parental soul. Nor purpose gay, amusement, dance, or song he sternly scorns, for happiness and true philosophy are of the social still and smiling kind. This is the life which those who fret in guilt and guilty cities never knew. The life led by primeval ages uncorrupt, when angels dwelt, and God himself with man. O Nature, all sufficient over all, enrich me with the knowledge of thy works. Snatch me to heaven, thy rolling wonders there, world beyond world in infinite extent, profusely scattered o'er the blue immense. Show me their motions, periods, and their laws. Give me to scan. Through the disclosing deep, light my blind way. The mineral strata there thrust blooming, thence the vegetable world. O'er that the rising system more complex of animals, and higher still the mind, the varied scene of quick compounded thought, and where the mixing passions endless shift, these ever open to my ravished eye, a search the flight of time can ne'er exhaust. But if to that unequal, if the blood in sluggish streams about my heart forbid that best ambition, under closing shades inglorious lay me by the lowly brook, and whisper to my dreams, from thee begin, dwell all on thee, with thee conclude my song, and let me never, never stray from thee. End of The Seasons, Book 3, Autumn, Part 2. This recording is in the public domain. The Seasons by James Thomson. Book 4, Winter, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Abe Nemon. See, winter comes to rule the varied year, sullen and sad with all his rising train, vapors and clouds and storms. Be the seamy theme, these, that exalt the soul to solemn thought and heavenly musing. Welcome, kindred glooms, congenial horrors, hail! With frequent foot pleased have I, in my cheerful morn of life, when nursed by careless solitude I lived, and sung of nature with unceasing joy, pleased have I wandered through your rough domain, trod the pure virgin snows, myself as pure, heard the winds roar and the big torrent burst, or seen the deep fermenting tempest brood in the grim evening sky. Thus passed the time, till through the lucid chambers of the south looked out the joyous spring, looked out and smiled. To thee, the patron of her first essay, the muse, O Wilmington, renews her song. Since has she rounded the revolving year, skimmed the gay spring, on eagle pinions borne attempted through the summer blaze to rise, then swept o'er autumn with the shadowy gale, and now among the wintry clouds again, rolled in the doubling storm, she tries to soar, to swell her note with all the rushing winds, to suit her sounding cadence to the floods, as is her theme, her numbers wildly great. Thrice happy, could she fill thy judging ear with bold description, and with manly thought. Nor art thou skilled in awful schemes alone, and how to make a mighty people thrive; but equal goodness, sound integrity, a firm, unshaken, uncorrupted soul, amid a sliding age, and burning strong, not vainly blazing for the country's weal, a steady spirit, regularly free. These, each exalting each, the statesman light into the patriot. These the public hope, and I, to thee converting, bid the muse record what envy dares not flattery call. Now when the cheerless empire of the sky To Capricorn the Centaur archer yields, And fierce Aquarius stains the inverted year, Hung o'er the farthest verge of heaven, the sun Scarce spreads through ether the dejected day. Faint are his gleams, and ineffectual shoot His struggling rays in horizontal lines Through the thick air, as clothed in cloudy storm, Weak, wan, and broad, he skirts the southern sky, And soon descending to the long dark night, Wide shading all, the prostrate world resigns. Nor is the night unwish'd, while vital heat, Light, life, and joy, the dubious day forsake. Meantime, in sable cincture, shadows vast, Deep tinged and damp, and congregated clouds, And all the vapory turbulence of heaven, Involve the face of things. Thus winter falls, a heavy gloom oppressive o'er the world, Through nature shedding influence malign, And rouses up the seeds of dark disease. The soul of man dies in him, loathing life, And black with more than melancholy views. The cattle droop, and o'er the furrowed land, Fresh from the plough, The dun discolour'd flocks, untended, spreading, crop the wholesome root. Along the woods, along the moorish fens, sighs the sad genius of the coming storm ; And up among the loose disjointed cliffs, And fractur'd mountains wild, the brawling brook And cave presageful send a hollow moan, Resounding long in listening fancy's ear. Then comes the father of the tempest forth, Wrapt in black glooms. First joyless rains obscure drive thro' the mingling skies, With vapour foul dash on the mountain's brow, And shake the woods that grumbling wave below. The unsightly plain lies a brown deluge, As the low bent clouds pour flood on flood, Yet unexhausted still combine, And deepening into night, shut up the day's fair face. The wanderers of heaven each to his home retire, Save those that love to take their pastime in the troubled air, Or skimming flutter round the dimply pool. The cattle from the untasted fields return, And ask with meaning low their wonted stalls. Or ruminate in the contiguous shade. Thither the household feathery people crowd ; The crested cock, with all his female train. Pensive and dripping ; while the cottage hind Hangs o'er th' enlivening blaze, and taleful there Recounts his simple frolic. Much he talks, And much he laughs, nor recks the storm That blows without, and rattles on his humble roof. Wide o'er the brim, with many a torrent swelled. And the mixed ruin of its banks o'erspread, At last the roused up river pours along. Resistless, roaring, dreadful, down it comes From the rude mountain and the mossy wild, Tumbling thro' rocks abrupt, and sounding far. Then o'er the sanded valley floating spreads. Calm, sluggish, silent, till again, constrained Between two meeting hills, it bursts away. Where rocks and woods o'erhang the turbid stream. There gathering triple force, rapid and deep. It boils, and wheels, and foams, and thunders through. Nature, great parent, whose unceasing hand Rolls round the seasons of the changeful year. How mighty, how majestic are thy works! With what a pleasing dread they swell the soul. That sees astonish'd, and astonish'd sings. Ye too, ye winds that now begin to blow. With boisterous sweep I raise my voice to you. Where are your stores, ye powerful beings? Say, where are your aerial magazines reserved To swell the brooding terrors of the storm? In what far distant region of the sky, Hush'd in deep silence, sleep ye when 'tis calm? When from the pallid sky the sun descends. With many a spot, that o'er his glaring orb Uncertain wanders, stained, red fiery streaks Begin to flush around. The reeling clouds Stagger with dizzy poise, as doubting yet Which master to obey ; while rising slow, Blank, in the leaden colour'd east, the moon Wears a wan circle round her blunted horns. Seen thro' the turbid fluctuating air, The stars obtuse emit a shiver'd ray. Or frequent seem to shoot athwart the gloom. And long behind them trail the whitening blaze. Snatch'd in short eddies plays the wither'd leaf. And on the flood the dancing feather floats. With broadened nostrils to the sky upturned, The conscious heifer snuffs the stormy gale. Even as the matron, at her nightly task. With pensive labour draws the flaxen thread. The wasted taper, and the crackling flame, Foretell the blast. But chief the plumy race, The tenants of the sky, its changes speak. Retiring from the downs, where all day long They pick'd their scanty fare, a blackening train Of clamorous rooks thick urge their weary flight. And seek the closing shelter of the grove. Assiduous in his bower the wailing owl Plies his sad song. The cormorant on high Wheels from the deep, and screams along the land. Loud shrieks the soaring hern, and with wild wing The circling sea fowl cleave the flaky clouds. Ocean unequal pressed with broken tide and blind commotion heaves. While from the shore, eat into caverns by the restless wave And forest rustling mountain, comes a voice That solemn sounding bids the world prepare. Then issues forth the storm with sudden burst, And hurls the whole precipitated air Down in a torrent. On the passive main Descends the ethereal force, and with strong gusts Turns from its bottom the discolour'd deep. Through the black night that sits immense around, Lash'd into foam, the fierce conflicting brine Seems o'er 1,000 raging waves to burn. Meantime the mountain billows to the clouds In dreadful tumult swell'd, surge above surge, Burst into chaos with tremendous roar. And anchor'd navies from their stations drive, Wild as the winds across the howling waste Of mighty waters. Now the inflated wave straining they scale, And now impetuous shoot into the secret chambers of the deep, The wintry Baltic thundering o'er their head. Emerging thence again before the breath Of full exerted heaven, they wing their course, And dart on distant coasts, if some sharp rock, Or shoal insidious, break not their career, And in loose fragments fling them floating round. Nor less at land the loosened tempest reigns. The mountain thunders, and its sturdy sons Stoop to the bottom of the rocks they shade. Lone on the midnight steep, and all aghast, The dark wayfaring stranger breathless toils. And, often falling, climbs against the blast. Low waves the rooted forest, vexed, and sheds What of its tarnished honours yet remain. Dash'd down, and scattered by the tearing wind's assiduous fury, its gigantic limbs. Thus struggling through the dissipated grove, The whirling tempest raves along the plain. And on the cottage thatched or lordly roof, Keen fastening, shakes them to the solid base. Sleep frighted flies, and round the rocking dome, For entrance eager, howls the savage blast. Then too, they say, thro' all the burdened air, Long groans are heard, shrill sounds, and distant sighs. That, uttered by demon of the night, warn The devoted wretch of woe and death. Huge uproar lords it wide. The clouds, commix'd with stars swift gliding, Sweep along the sky. All nature reels, till nature's king, Who oft amid tempestuous darkness dwells Alone, and on the wings of the careering wind Walks dreadfully serene, commands a calm. Then straight air, sea, and earth are hush'd at once. As yet 'tis midnight deep. The weary clouds, slow meeting, mingle into solid gloom. Now, while the drowsy world lies lost in sleep, Let me associate with the serious night, And contemplate her sedate compeer. Let me shake off th' intrusive cares of day, And lay the meddling senses all aside. Where now, ye lying vanities of life, Ye ever tempting, ever cheating train? Where are you now, and what is your amount? Vexation, disappointment, and remorse. Sad, sickening thought! And yet deluded man, a scene Of crude disjointed visions past, And broken slumbers, rises still resolved With new flush'd hopes to run the giddy round. Father of light and life, thou good supreme, O teach me what is good, teach me thyself. Save me from folly, vanity, and vice, From every low pursuit, and feed my soul With knowledge, conscious peace, and virtue pure. Sacred, substantial, never fading bliss. The keener tempests rise, and fuming dun From all the livid east, or piercing north, Thick clouds ascend, in whose capacious womb A vapoury deluge lies, to snow congeal'd. Heavy they roll their fleecy world along, And the sky saddens with the gather'd storm. Through the hushed air the whitening shower descends, At first thin wavering, till at last the flakes Fall broad and wide, and fast dimming the day With a continual flow. The cherish'd fields put on their winter robe Of purest white. 'Tis brightness all, save where the new snow Melts along the mazy current. Lo, the woods bow their o'erhead, and ere the languid sun Faint from the west emits his evening ray, Earth's universal face, deep hid and chill, Is one wild dazzling waste, that buries wide The works of man. Drooping, the labourer ox stands covered o'er with snow, and then demands the fruit of all his toil. The fowls of heaven, tamed by the cruel season, Crowd around the winnowing store, and claim The little boon which Providence assigns them. One alone, the redbreast, sacred to the household gods, Wisely regardful of the embroiling sky, In joyless fields and thorny thickets leaves His shivering mates, and pays to trusted man His annual visit. Half afraid, he first against the window beats, Then brisk alights on the warm hearth, then, hopping o'er the floor, Eyes all the smiling family askance, and pecks and starts, and wonders where he is, Till more familiar grown, the table crumbs attract his slender feet. The foodless wilds pour forth their brown inhabitants. The hare, though timorous of heart, and hard beset By death in various forms, dark snares, and dogs, And more unpitying men, the garden seeks, Urged on by fearless want. The bleeding kind eye the bleak heaven, and next the glistening earth, With looks of dumb despair; then, sad dispersed, Dig for the withered herb thro' heaps of snow. Now, shepherds, to your helpless charge be kind. Baffle the raging year, and fill their pens With food at will. Lodge them below the storm, and watch them strict. For from the bellowing east, in this dire season, Oft the whirlwind's wing sweeps up the burden Of whole wintry plains at one wide waft, And o'er the hapless flocks, hid in the hollow Of two neighbouring hills, the billowy tempest whelms, Till upward surged, the valley to a shining mountain swells, Tipped with a wreath high curling in the sky. As thus the snows arise, and foul and fierce All winter drives along the darkened air, In his own loose revolving fields the swain Disaster'd stands, sees other hills ascend Of unknown joyless brow, and other scenes Of horrid prospect shag the trackless plain. Nor finds the river, nor the forest hid Beneath the formless wild, but wanders on From hill to dale, still more and more astray, Impatient flouncing thro' the drifted heaps, Stung with the thoughts of home. The thoughts of home Rush on his nerves, and call their vigour forth In many a vain attempt. How sinks his soul! What black despair, what horror fills his heart, When for the dusky spot, which fancy feign'd His tufted cottage rising thro' the snow, He meets the roughness of the middle waste, Far from the track, and blest abode of man; While round him night resistless closes fast, And every tempest, howling o'er his head, Renders the savage wilderness more wild. Then throng the busy shapes into his mind, Of covered pits unfathomably deep; A dire descent, beyond the power of frost; Of faithless bogs; of precipices huge, Smooth'd up with snow; and what is land, unknown; What water of the still unfrozen spring, In the loose marsh or solitary lake, Where the fresh fountain from the bottom boils. These check his fearful steps, and down he sinks Beneath the shelter of the shapeless drift, Thinking o'er all the bitterness of death, Mix'd with the tender anguish nature shoots Thro' the wrung bosom of the dying man, His wife, his children, and his friends unseen. In vain for him the officious wife prepares the fire fair blazing, and the vestment warm. In vain his little children, peeping out into the mingling storm, demand their sire, with tears of artless innocence. Alas! nor wife nor children more shall he behold, nor friends, nor sacred home. On every nerve the deadly winter seizes, shuts up sense, and o'er his inmost vitals, creeping cold, lays him along the snows a stiffened corse, stretched out, and bleaching in the northern blast. Ah! little think the gay licentious proud, whom pleasure, power, and affluence surround, they who their thoughtless hours in giddy mirth, and wanton, often cruel, riot waste. Ah! little think they, while they dance along, how many feel, this very moment, death and all the sad variety of pain. How many sink in the devouring flood, or more devouring flame. How many bleed by shameful variance betwixt man and man. How many pine in want and dungeon glooms, shut from the common air, and common use of their own limbs. How many drink the cup of baleful grief, or eat the bitter bread of misery. Sore pierced by wintry winds, how many shrink into the sordid hut of cheerless poverty. How many shake with all the fiercer tortures of the mind, unbounded passion, madness, guilt, remorse, whence tumbled headlong from the height of life, they furnish matter for the tragic muse. Even in the vale where wisdom loves to dwell, with friendship, peace, and contemplation joined, how many racked with honest droop and deep retired distress. How many stand around the deathbed of their dearest friends, and point the parting anguish. Thought fond man of these, and all the thousand nameless ills, that one incessant struggle render life, one scene of toil, of suffering, and of fate. Vice in his high career would stand appalled, and heedless rambling impulse learn to think. The conscious heart of charity would warm, and her wide wish benevolence dilate. The social tear would rise, the social sigh, and into clear perfection, gradual bliss refining still the social passions work. And here can I forget the generous band, who, touched with human woe, redressive searched into the horrors of the gloomy jail, unpitied and unheard, where misery moans, where sickness pines, where thirst and hunger burn, and poor misfortune feels the lash of vice. While in the land of liberty, the land whose every street and public meeting glow with open freedom, little tyrants raged, snatched the lean morsel from the starving mouth, tore from cold wintry limbs the tattered weed, even robbed them of the last of comforts, sleep. The freeborn Briton to the dungeon chained, or, as the lust of cruelty prevailed, at pleasure marked him with inglorious stripes, and crushed out lives by secret barbarous ways, that for their country would have toiled or bled. O great design! If executed well, with patient care, and wisdom-tempered zeal, ye sons of mercy, yet resume the search. Drag forth the legal monsters into light, wrench from their hands oppression's iron rod, and bid the cruel feel the pains they give. Much still untouched remains. In this rank age, much is the patriot's weeding hand required. The toils of law, what dark insidious men have cumbrous added to perplex the truth, and lengthen simple justice into trade. How glorious were the day that saw these broke, and every man within the reach of right. By wintry famine roused from all the tract of horrid mountains, where the shining Alps and wavy Apennine and Pyrenees branch out stupendous into distant lands, cruel as death and hungry as the grave, burning for blood, bony and gaunt and grim. Assembling wolves in raging troops descend, and pouring o'er the country bear along, keen as the north wind sweeps the glossy snow. All is their prize. They fasten on the steed, press him to the earth, and pierce his mighty heart. Nor can the bull his awful front defend, or shake the murdering savages away. Rapacious, at the mother's throat they fly, and tear the screaming infant from her breast. The godlike face of man avails him not. Even beauty, force divine, at whose bright glance the generous lion stands in softened gaze, here bleeds a hapless, undistinguished prey. But if apprized of the severe attack, the country be shut up, lured by the scent, on churchyards drear, inhuman to relate, the disappointed prowlers fall, and dig the shrouded body from the grave, o'er which, mixed with foul shades and frighted ghosts, they howl. Among those hilly regions, where embraced in peaceful vales the happy Grisons dwell, oft rushing from the loaded cliffs, mountains of snow their gathering terrors roll. From steep to steep, loud thundering, down they come, a wintry waste in dire commotion all. And herds and flocks and travellers and swains, and sometimes whole brigades of marching troops, or hamlets sleeping in the dead of night, are deep beneath the smothering ruin whelmed. End of The Seasons, Book 4, Winter, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. This recording is in the public domain. The Seasons by James Thomson, Book 4, Winter, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Abe Nemon. Now all amid the rigors of the year, in the wild depth of winter, while without the ceaseless winds blow ice, be my retreat, beneath the groaning forest and the shore beat by the boundless multitude of waves, a rural, sheltered, solitary scene, where ruddy fire and beaming tapers join to cheer the gloom. There studious let me sit, and hold high converse with the mighty dead, sages of ancient time, as gods revered, as gods beneficent, who blessed mankind with arts, with arms, and humanized a world. Roused at the inspiring thought, I throw aside the long-lived volume, and deep musing hail the sacred shades that slowly rising pass before my wondering eyes. First Socrates, who firmly good in a corrupted state, against the rage of tyrants single stood, invincible, calm reason's holy law, that voice of God within the attentive mind, obeying fearless, or in life or death. Great moral teacher, wisest of mankind. Solon the next, who built his commonweal on equity's wide base, by tender laws a lively people curbing, yet undamped, preserving still that quick peculiar fire, whence in the laureled field of finer arts and of bold freedom they unequaled shone. The pride of smiling Greece and humankind. Lycurgus then, who bowed beneath the force of strictest discipline, severely wise all human passions. Following him I see, as at Thermopylae he glorious fell, the firm devoted chief, who proved by deeds the hardest lesson which the other taught. Then Aristides lifts his honest front, spotless of heart, to whom the unflattering voice of freedom gave the noblest name of just, in pure majestic poverty revered, who even his glory to his country's weal submitting, swelled a haughty rival's fame. Reared by his care, of softer ray appears Cimon sweet-soul'd, whose genius rising strong Shook off the load of young debauch. Abroad the scourge of Persian pride, at home the friend of every worth and splendid art, modest and simple in the pomp of wealth. Then the last worthies of declining Greece, late called to glory, in unequal times pensive appear. The fair Corinthian boast, Timoleon, happy temper, mild and firm, who wept the brother while the tyrant bled. And equal to the best, the Theban pair, whose virtues in heroic concord joined, their country raised to freedom, empire, fame. He too, with whom Athenian honour sunk, and left a mass of sordid lees behind, Phocion the good, in public life severe, to virtue still inexorably firm. But when beneath his low illustrious roof, sweet peace and happy wisdom smoothed his brow, not friendship softer was, nor love more kind. And he, the last of old Lycurgus' sons, the generous victim to that vain attempt to save a rotten state, Agis, who saw even Sparta's self to servile avarice sunk. The two Achaean heroes closed the train. Aratus, who a while relumed the soul of fondly lingering liberty in Greece, and he her darling as her latest hope. The gallant Philopoemen, who to arms turned the luxurious pomp he could not cure, or toiling in his farm, a simple swain, or, bold and skilful, thundering in the field. Of rougher front a mighty people come, a race of heroes, in those virtuous times which knew no stain, save that with partial flame their dearest country they too fondly loved. Her better founder first, the light of Rome, Numa, who softened her rapacious sons. Servius the king, who laid the solid base on which o'er earth the vast republic spread. Then the great consuls venerable rise. The public father, who the private quelled, as on the dread tribunal sternly sad. He whom this thankless country could not lose, Camillus, only vengeful to her foes. Fabricius, scorner of all conquering gold. And Cincinnatus, awful from the plow. Thy willing victim, Carthage, bursting loose From all that pleading nature could oppose, From a whole city's tears, by rigid faith Imperious called, and honour's dire command. Scipio, the gentle chief, humanely brave, Who soon the race of spotless glory ran. And warm in youth to the poetic shade, With friendship and philosophy retired. Tully, whose powerful eloquence a while Restrained the rapid fate of rushing Rome. Unconquered Cato, virtuous in extreme. And thou, unhappy Brutus, kind of heart, whose steady arm, by awful virtue urged, Lifted the Roman steel against thy friend. Thousands besides, the tribute of a verse demand. Who can count the stars of heaven? Who sing their influence on this lower world? Behold, who yonder comes, in sober state, Fair, mild, and strong, as is a vernal sun? 'Tis Phoebus' self, or else the Mantuan swain. Great Homer too appears, of daring wing, Parent of song, and equal by his side The British Muse. Joined hand in hand they walk, Darkling full up the middle steep to fame. Nor absent are those shades, whose skilful touch Pathetic drew the impassioned heart, and charm'd Transported Athens with the moral scene. Nor those who tuneful wake the enchanting lyre. First of your kind, society divine. Still visit thus my nights, for you reserved. And mount my soaring soul to thoughts like yours. Silence, thou lonely power, the door be thine. See on the hallowed hour that none intrude, Save a few chosen friends, who sometimes deign To bless my humble roof, with sense refined. Learning digested well, exalted faith, Unstudied wit, and humor ever gay. Or from the Muses' hill with Pope descend, to raise the sacred hour, to bid it smile, and with the social spirit warm the heart. For though not sweeter his own Homer sings, yet is his life the more endearing song. Where art thou, Hammond? Thou the darling pride, the friend and lover of the tuneful throng. Ah, why, dear youth, in all the blooming prime of vernal genius, where disclosing fast each active worth, each manly virtue lay, why wert thou ravish'd from our hopes so soon? What now avails that noble thirst of fame, which stung thy fervent breast, that treasured store of knowledge early gained, that eager zeal to serve thy country, glowing in the band of youthful patriots who sustained her name? What now, alas, that life-diffusing charm of sprightly wit, that rapture for the muse, that heart of friendship, and that soul of joy, which bade with softest light thy virtues smile? Ah, only showed to check our fond pursuits, and teach our humbled hopes that life is vain. Thus in some deep retirement would I pass the winter glooms, with friends of pliant soul, or blithe or solemn as the theme inspired. With them would search if nature's boundless frame was called, late rising from the void of night, or sprung eternal from the eternal mind, its life, its laws, its progress, and its end. Hence larger prospects of the beauteous whole would gradual open on our opening minds, and each diffusive harmony unite in full perfection to the astonish'd eye. Then would we try to scan the moral world, which, though to us it seems embroiled, moves on in higher order, fitted and impelled by wisdom's finest hand, and issuing all its general good. The sage historic muse should next conduct us through the deeps of time, show us how empire grew, declined, and fell in scattered states, what makes the nations smile, improves their soil, and gives them double suns, and why they pine beneath the brightest skies in nature's richest lap. As thus we talked, our hearts would burn within us, would inhale that portion of divinity, that ray of purest heaven, which lights the public soul of patriots and of heroes. But if doom'd in powerless humble fortune to repress these ardent risings of the kindling soul, then even superior to ambition, we would learn the private virtues, how to glide through shades and plains along the smoothest stream of rural life, or snatched away by hope through the dim spaces of futurity, with earnest eye anticipate those scenes of happiness and wonder, where the mind in endless growth and infinite ascent rises from state to state and world to world. But when with these the serious thought is foiled, we, shifting for relief, would play the shapes of frolic fancy, and incessant form those rapid pictures, that assembled train of fleet ideas never joined before, whence lively wit excites to gay surprise, or folly painting humor grave himself calls laughter forth, deep shaking every nerve. Meantime the village rouses up the fire, while well attested, and as well believed, heard solemn goes the goblin's story round, till superstitious horror creeps o'er all. Or frequent in the sounding hall they wake the rural gambol. Rustic mirth goes round, the simple joke that takes the shepherd's heart, easily pleased, the long loud laugh sincere, the kiss snatched hasty from the sidelong maid, on purpose guardless, or pretending sleep, the leap, the slap, the haul, and shook to notes of native music the respondent dance. Thus jocund fleets with them the winter night. The city swarms intense, the public haunt full of each theme, and warm'd with mixed discourse, hums indistinct. The sons of riot flow down the loose stream of false enchanted joy to swift destruction. On the rankled soul the gaming fury falls, and in one gulf of total ruin, honor, virtue, peace, friends, families, and fortune, headlong sink. Up springs the dance along the lighted dome. Mixed and evolved 1,000 sprightly ways, the glittering court effuses every pomp, the circle deepens. Beamed from gaudy robes, tapers, and sparkling gems, and radiant eyes, a soft effulgence o'er the palace waves. While a gay insect in his summer shine, the fop, light fluttering, spreads his mealy wings. Dread o'er the scene the ghost of Hamlet stalks, Othello rages, poor Monimia mourns, and Belvidera pours her soul in love. Terror alarms the breast, the comely tear steals o'er the cheek. Or else the comic muse holds to the world a picture of itself, and raises sly the fair impartial laugh. Sometimes she lifts her strain, and paints the scenes of beauteous life. Whate'er can deck mankind, or charm the heart, in generous bevel showed. O thou, whose wisdom, solid yet refined, Whose patriot virtues, and consummate skill To touch the finer springs that move the world, Joined to whate'er the Graces can bestow, And all Apollo's animating fire, Give thee with pleasing dignity to shine At once the guardian, ornament, and joy Of polish'd life. Permit the rural muse, O Chesterfield, to grace with thee her song. Ere to the shades again she humbly flies, Indulge her fond ambition in thy train ; For every muse has in thy train a place, To mark thy various full accomplish'd mind ; To mark that spirit which, with British scorn, Rejects the allurements of corrupted power ; That elegant politeness which excels, Even in the judgment of presumptuous France, The boasted manners of her shining court ; That wit, the vivid energy of sense, The truth of nature, which with Attic point, And kind well*temper'd satire, smoothly keen, Steals thro' the soul, and without pain corrects. Or, rising then with yet a brighter flame, O let me hail thee on some glorious day. When to the listening senate ardent crowd Britannia's sons, to hear her pleaded cause. Then, dressed by thee more amiably fair, Truth, the soft robe of mild persuasion, wears. Thou, to assenting reason, givest again Her own enlightened thoughts. Called from the heart, the obedient passions on thy voice attend. And even reluctant party feels awhile Thy gracious power. As thro' the varied maze of eloquence, Now smooth, now quick, now strong, profound, and clear, You roll the copious flood. To thy loved haunt return, my happy muse. For now, behold, the joyous winter days Frosty succeed, and thro' the blue serene, For sight too fine, th' ethereal nitre flies, Killing infectious damps, and the spent air Storing afresh with elemental life. Close crowds the shining atmosphere, and binds Our strengthened bodies in its cold embrace ; Constringent feeds and animates our blood ; Refines our spirits, thro' the new strung nerves In swifter sallies darting to the brain ; Where sits the soul, intense, collected, cool, Bright as the skies, and, as the season, keen. All nature feels the renovating force of winter ; Only to the thoughtless eye in ruins seen. The frost concocted glebe draws an abundant vegetable soul, And gathers vigour for the coming year. A stronger glow sits on the lively cheek Of ruddy fire, and Lucullan along The pure rivers flow, their sullen deeps Transparent, open to the shepherd's gaze. And murmur hoarser at the fixing frost. What art thou, frost? And whence are thy keen stores derived? Thou secret all*invading power, Whom even th' elusive fluid cannot fly. Is not thy potent energy unseen, Myriads of little salts, or hook'd or shaped Like double wedges, and diffused immense Thro' water, earth, and ether? Hence at eve steamed eager from the red horizon round, with the fierce rage of winter deep suffused, an icy gale, off shifting o'er the pool, breathes a blue film, and in its mid-career arrests the bickering stream. The loosened ice let down the flood, and half dissolved by day, rustles no more, but to the sedgy bank fast grows, or gathers round the pointed stone, a crystal pavement, by the breath of heaven cemented firm. Till seized from shore to shore, the whole imprisoned river growls below. Loud rings the frozen earth, and hard reflects a double noise. While at his evening watch the village dog deters the nightly thief, the heifer lows, the distant waterfall swells in the breeze, and with the hasty tread of traveller the hollow sounding plain shakes from afar. The full ethereal round, infinite worlds disclosing to the view, shines out intensely keen. And all one cope of starry glitter glows from pole to pole. From pole to pole the rigid influence falls, through the still night incessant, heavy, strong, and seizes nature fast. It freezes on, till morn late rising o'er the drooping world, lifts her pale eye unjoyous. Then appears the various labour of the silent night. Prone from the dripping eve and dumb cascade, whose idle torrents only seem to roar, the pendant icicles, the frostwork fair, where transient hues and fancied figures rise, wide spouted o'er the hill, the frozen brook, a livid track cold gleaming on the morn, the forest bent beneath the plumy wave, and, by the frost refined, the whiter snow, encrusted hard, and sounding to the tread of early shepherd, as he pensive seeks his pining flock. Or from the mountain top, pleased with the slippery surface, swift descends. On blissome frolics bent, the youthful swains, while every work of man is laid at rest, fond o'er the river crowd, in various sport and revelry dissolved. Where mixing glad, happiest of all the train, the raptur'd boy lashes the whirling top. Or where the Rhine branch'd out in many a long canal extends, from every province swarming, void of care, Batavia rushes forth. And as they sweep on sounding skates 1,000 different ways, in circling poise, swift as the winds along, the then gay land is maddened all to joy. Nor less the northern courts, wide o'er the snow, pour a new pomp. Eager on rapid sleds, their vigorous youth in bold contention wheel the long resounding course. Meantime, to raise the manly strife, with highly blooming charms, flush'd by the season, Scandinavia's dames, or Russia's buxom daughters, glow around. Pure, quick, and sportful is the wholesome day, but soon elapsed. The horizontal sun, broad o'er the south, hangs at his utmost noon, and ineffectual strikes the gelid cliff. His azure gloss the mountain still maintains, nor feels the feeble touch. Perhaps the veil relents a while to the reflected ray, or from the forest falls the clustered snow, myriads of gems that in the waving gleam gay twinkle as they scatter. Thick around thunders the sport of those, who with the gun and dog, impatient bounding at the shot, worse than the season, desolate the fields, and adding to the ruins of the year, distress the footed or the feathered game. But what is this? Our infant winter sinks. Divested of his grandeur, should our eye astonished shoot into the frigid zone, where for relentless months continual night holds o'er the glittering waste her starry reign. There through the prison of unbounded wilds, barred by the hand of nature from escape, wide roams the Russian exile. Naught around strikes his sad eye, but deserts lost in snow, and heavy loaded groves, and solid floods that stretch athwart the solitary waste their icy horrors to the frozen main. And cheerless towns far distant, never blest, save when its annual course the caravan bends to the golden coast of rich Cathay, with news of humankind. Yet there life glows. Yet cherished there, beneath the shining waste, the furry nations harbour, tipped with jet, fair ermines, spotless as the snows they press, sables of glossy black, and dark embrowned or beauteous freaked with many a mingled hue, thousands besides, the costly pride of courts. There warm together pressed, the trooping deer sleep on the new fallen snows, and scarce his head raised o'er the heapy wreath, the branching elk lies slumbering sullen in the white abyss. The ruthless hunter wants nor dogs nor toils, nor with the dread of sounding bows he drives the fearful flying race. With ponderous clubs, as weak against the mountain heaps they push their beating breast in vain, and piteous bray he lays them quivering on the ensanguined snows, and with loud shouts rejoicing bears them home. There through the piny forest half absorpt, rough tenant of these shades, the shapeless bear, with dangling ice all horrid, stalks forlorn. Slow paced, and sourer as the storms increase, he makes his bed beneath the inclement drift, and with stern patience, scorning weak complaint, hardens his heart against assailing want. Wide are the spacious regions of the north, that see Bootes urge his tardy wain, a boisterous race, by frosty chorus pierced, who little pleasure know, and fear no pain, prolific swarm. They once relumed the flame of lost mankind, in polish'd slavery sunk, drove martial horde on horde, with dreadful sweep resistless rushing o'er the enfeebled south, and gave the vanquished world another form. Not such the sons of Lapland. Wisely they despise the insensate barbarous trade of war. They ask no more than simple nature gives. They love their mountains and enjoy their storms. No false desires, no pride created wants, disturb the peaceful current of their time, and through the restless, ever tortured maze of pleasure or ambition, bid it rage. Their reindeer form their riches, these their tents, their robes, their beds, and all their homely wealth supply, their wholesome fare and cheerful cups. Obsequious at their call, the docile tribe yield to the sled their necks, and whirl them swift o'er hill and dale, heaped into one expanse of marbled snow as far as eye can sweep, with a blue crust of ice unbounded glazed. By dancing meteors then, that ceaseless shake a waving blaze refracted o'er the heavens, and vivid moons, and stars that keener play with doubled lustre from the glossy waste. Even in the depth of polar night they find a wondrous day, enough to light the chase, or guide their daring steps to Finland fairs. Wished spring returns, and from the hazy south, while dim Aurora slowly moves before, the welcome sun, just verging up at first, by small degrees extends the swelling curve, till seen at last for gay rejoicing months, still round and round his spiral course he winds, and as he nearly dips his flaming orb, wheels up again, and reascends the sky. In that glad season, from the lakes and floods, where pure Neemi's fairy mountains rise, and fringed with roses Tenglio rolls his stream, they draw the copious fry. With these at eve they cheerful loaded to their tents repair, where all day long in useful cares employed, their kind unblemish'd wives the fire prepare. Thrice happy race! By poverty secured from legal plunder and rapacious power, in whom fell interest never yet has sown the seeds of vice, whose spotless swains ne'er knew injurious deed, nor, blasted by the breath of faithless love, their blooming daughters woe. Still pressing on beyond Tornia's lake, and Hecla flaming through a waste of snow, and farthest Greenland to the pole itself, where failing gradual, life at length goes out, the Muse expands her solitary flight, and hovering o'er the wild stupendous scene, beholds new seas beneath another sky. Throned in his palace of cerulean ice, here Winter holds his unrejoicing court, and through his airy hall the loud misrule of driving tempest is for ever heard. Here the grim tyrant meditates his wrath, here arms his winds with all subduing frost, molds his fierce hail, and treasures up his snows, with which he now oppresses half the globe. Thence winding eastward to the Tartar's coast, she sweeps the howling margin of the main, where undissolving from the first of time, snows swell on snows amazing to the sky, and icy mountains high on mountains piled seem to the shivering sailor from afar shapeless and white, an atmosphere of clouds. Projected huge and horrid o'er the surge, Alps frown on Alps, or rushing hideous down, as if old Chaos was again returned, wide rend the deep, and shake the solid pole. Ocean itself no longer can resist the binding fury, but in all its rage of tempest taken by the boundless frost, is many a fathom to the bottom chained, and bid to roar no more. A bleak expanse, shagged o'er with wavy rocks, cheerless, and void of every life, that from the dreary months flies conscious southward. Miserable they, who, here entangled in the gathering ice, take their last look of the descending sun, while full of death, and fierce with tenfold frost, the long, long night, incumbent o'er their heads, falls horrible. Such was the Briton's fate, as with first prow, what have not Britons dared? He for the passage sought, attempted since so much in vain, and seeming to be shut by jealous nature with eternal bars. In these fell regions, in Arzina caught, and to the stony deep his idle ship immediate sealed, he with his hapless crew, each full exerted at his several task, froze into statues. To the cordage glued the sailor, and the pilot to the helm. Hard by these shores, where scarce his freezing stream rolls the wild Obi, live the last of men. And half enlivened by the distant sun that rears and ripens man, as well as plants, here human nature wears its rudest form. Deep from the piercing seasons sunk in caves, here by dull fires, and with unjoyous cheer, they waste the tedious gloom. Immersed in furs doze the gross race, nor sprightly jest, nor song, nor tenderness they know, nor aught of life beyond the kindred bears that stalk without, till morn at length, her roses drooping all, sheds a long twilight brightening o'er their fields, and calls the quivered savage to the chase. What cannot active government perform, new moulding man? Wide stretching from these shores, a people savage from remotest time, a huge neglected empire, one vast mind by heaven inspired, from Gothic darkness called. Immortal Peter, first of monarchs, he his stubborn country tamed, her rocks, her fens, her floods, her seas, her ill-submitting sons. And while the fierce barbarian he subdued, to more exalted soul he raised the man. Ye shades of ancient heroes, ye who toiled through long successive ages to build up a laboring plan of state, behold at once the wonder done! Behold the matchless prince, who left his native throne, where reigned till then a mighty shadow of unreal power, who greatly spurned the slothful pomp of courts, and roaming every land, in every port his scepter laid aside, with glorious hand unwearied, plying the mechanic tool, gathered the seeds of trade, of useful arts, of civil wisdom, and of martial skill. Charged with the stores of Europe, home he goes. Then cities rise amid the illumined waste. O'er joyless deserts smiles the rural reign. Far distant flood to flood is social joined. The astonish'd Euxine hears the Baltic roar. Proud navies ride on seas that never foam'd with daring keel before. And armies stretch each way their dazzling files, repressing here the frantic Alexander of the North, and awing there stern Othman's shrinking sons. Sloth flies the land, and ignorance and vice of old dishonour proud. It glows around, taught by the royal hand that roused the whole. One scene of arts, of arms, of rising trade. For what his wisdom planned and power enforced, more potent still his great example showed. Muttering, the winds at eve, with blunted point, blow hollow blustering from the south. Subdued, the frost resolves into a trickling thaw. Spotted, the mountains shine. Loose sleet descends and floods the country round. The rivers swell, of bonds impatient. Sudden from the hills, o'er rocks and woods, in broad brown cataracts, 1,000 snow-fed torrents shoot at once. And, where they rush, the wide resounding plain is left one slimy waste. Those sullen seas that wash the ungenial pole will rest no more beneath the shackles of the mighty North, but rousing all their waves, resistless heave. And hark! The lengthening roar continuous runs athwart the rifted deep. At once it bursts, and piles 1,000 mountains to the clouds. Ill fares the bark with trembling wretches charged, that tossed amid the floating fragments, moors beneath the shelter of an icy isle, while night o'erwhelms the sea, and horror looks more horrible. Can human force endure the assembled mischiefs that besiege them round? Heart-gnawing hunger, fainting weariness, the roar of winds and waves, the crush of ice, now ceasing, now renewed with louder rage, and in dire echoes bellowing round the main. More to embroil the deep, Leviathan and his unwieldy train, in dreadful sport, tempest the loosened brine. While through the gloom, far from the bleak inhospitable shore, loading the winds, is heard the hungry howl of famish'd monsters, there awaiting wrecks. Yet Providence, that ever waking eye, looks down with pity on the feeble toil of mortals lost to hope, and lights them safe through all this dreary labyrinth of fate. 'Tis done! Dread winter spreads his latest glooms, and reigns tremendous o'er the conquered year. How dead the vegetable kingdom lies! How dumb the tuneful! Horror wide extends his desolate domain. Behold, fond man, see here thy pictured life. Pass some few years, thy flowering spring, thy summer's ardent strength, thy sober autumn fading into age, and pale concluding winter comes at last, and shuts the scene. Ah, whither now are fled those dreams of greatness, those unsolid hopes of happiness, those longings after fame, those restless cares, those busy bustling days, those gay spent festive nights, those veering thoughts lost between good and ill that shared thy life? All now are vanished. Virtue sole survives, immortal, never failing friend of man, his guide to happiness on high. And see, 'tis come, the glorious morn! The second birth of heaven and earth. Awakening nature hears the new creating word, and starts to life in every heightened form. From pain and death for ever free. The great eternal scheme involving all, and in a perfect whole uniting, as the prospect wider spreads, to reason's eye refined, clears up apace. Ye vainly wise, ye blind presumptuous, now confounded in the dust, adore that power and wisdom oft-arraigned. See now the cause, why unassuming worth in secret lived and died neglected. Why the good man's share in life was gall and bitterness of soul. Why the lone widow and her orphans pined in starving solitude. While luxury in palaces lay straining her low thought to form unreal wants. Why heaven-born truth and moderation fair wore the red marks of superstition's scourge. Why licensed pain, that cruel spoiler, that embosomed foe, embittered all our bliss. Ye good distressed, ye noble few, who here unbending stand beneath life's pressure, yet bear up a while, and what your bounded view, which only saw a little part, deemed evil, is no more. The storms of wintry time will quickly pass, and one unbounded spring encircle all. End of The Seasons, Book 4, Winter, Part 2. This recording is in the public domain. The Seasons by James Thomson. A Hymn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Abe Nemon. These as they change, Almighty Father, these are but the varied God. The rolling year is full of thee. Forth in the pleasing spring thy beauty walks, thy tenderness and love. Wide flush the fields, the softening air is balm. Echo the mountains round, the forest smiles, and every sense and every heart is joy. Then comes thy glory in the summer months, with light and heat refulgent. Then thy sun shoots full perfection through the swelling year, and oft thy voice in dreadful thunder speaks. And oft at dawn, deep noon, or falling eve, by brooks and groves, in hollow whispering gales, thy bounty shines in autumn unconfined, and spreads a common feast for all that lives. In winter awful thou, with clouds and storms around thee thrown, tempest o'er tempest rolled, majestic darkness, on the whirlwind's wing, riding sublime, thou bidst the world adore, and humblest nature with thy northern blast. Mysterious round, what skill, what force divine, Deep felt in these appear! A simple train, yet so delightful mixed, with such kind art, such beauty and beneficence combined. Shade unperceived so softening into shade, and all so forming a harmonious whole, that, as they still succeed, they ravish still. But wandering oft, with brute unconscious gaze, man marks not thee, marks not the mighty hand that ever busy wheels the silent spheres, works in the secret deep, shoots steaming thence the fair profusion that o'erspreads the spring, flings from the sun direct the flaming day, feeds every creature, hurls the tempest forth, and, as on earth this grateful change revolves, with transport touches all the springs of life. Nature, attend! Join every living soul beneath the spacious temple of the sky. In adoration join, and ardent raise one general song. To him, ye vocal gales, breathe soft, whose spirit in your freshness breathes. O talk of him in solitary glooms, where o'er the rock the scarcely waving pine fills the brown shade with a religious awe. And ye, whose bolder note is heard afar, who shake the astonish'd world, lift high to heaven the impetuous song, and say from whom you rage. His praise, ye brooks, attune, ye trembling rills, and let me catch it as I muse along. Ye headlong torrents rapid and profound, ye softer floods that lead the humid maze along the vale. And thou, majestic main, a secret world of wonders in thyself, sound his stupendous praise, whose greater voice or bids you roar, or bids your roarings fall. Soft roll your incense, herbs and fruits and flowers, in mingled clouds to him, whose sun exalts, whose breath perfumes you, and whose pencil paints. Ye forests bend, ye harvests wave to him, breathe your still song into the reaper's heart, as home he goes beneath the joyous moon. Ye that keep watch in heaven as earth asleep unconscious lies, effuse your mildest beams, ye constellations, while your angels strike, amid the spangled sky, the silver lyre. Great source of day, best image here below of thy Creator, ever pouring wide, from world to world, the vital ocean round, on nature write with every beam his praise. The thunder rolls, be hushed the prostrate world, while cloud to cloud returns the solemn hymn. Bleat out afresh, ye hills, ye mossy rocks retain the sound, the broad responsive low, ye valleys raise, for the great Shepherd reigns, and his unsuffering kingdom yet will come. Ye woodlands all, awake! A boundless song burst from the groves, and when the restless day, expiring, lays the warbling world asleep, sweetest of birds, sweet Philomela, charm the listening shades, and teach the night his praise. Ye chief, for whom the whole creation smiles, at once the head, the heart, and tongue of all, crown the great hymn. In swarming cities vast, assembled men to the deep organ join the loud resounding voice, oft breaking clear at solemn pauses through the swelling bass, and, as each mingling flame increases each, in one united ardor rise to heaven. Or if you rather choose the rural shade, and find a fane in every sacred grove, there let the shepherd's flute, the virgin's lay, the prompting seraph, and the poet's lyre still sing the God of seasons, as they roll. For me, when I forget the darling theme, whether the blossom blows, the summer ray russets the plain, inspiring autumn gleams, or winter rises in the blackening east, be my tongue mute. May fancy paint no more, and, dead to joy, forget my heart to bleat. Should fate command me to the farthest verge of the green earth, to distant barbarous climes, rivers unknown to song, where first the sun gilds Indian mountains, or his setting beam flames on the Atlantic isles, 'tis not to me; since God is ever present, ever felt, in the void waste as in the city full, and where he vital breathes there must be joy. When even at last the solemn hour shall come, and wing my mystic flight to future worlds, I cheerful will obey. There, with new powers, will rising wonders sing. I cannot go where universal love not smiles around, sustaining all yon orbs and all their suns, from seeming evil still adducing good, and better thence again, and better still, in infinite progression. But I lose myself in him, in light ineffable. Come then, expressive silence, muse his praise. End of The Seasons by James Thomson. This recording is in the public domain.